Group A run and done in this European Cricket Series in Kiel in the north of Germany. The two teams that qualified, KSV Kings and First Kieler HTC, the hosts. Now, the next 2 days are Group B action, and 2 teams of these 5 will qualify as well. To make up the Final 4 on Finals Friday, welcome, I'm Mr. Maximo. This is the European Cricket Series Germany Kiel, and it starts right now. This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet. Good morning to you wherever you're watching from around the world, and welcome to another huge day in European cricket. It's day 3 of action here at the beautiful port city of Kiel in the north of Germany. And this Kiel cricket ground has been pretty as a picture so far. Unfortunately, for 3 of the 5 teams we saw in Group A, their European Cricket Series is over, but the journey's just beginning for the 5 teams we'll see today and tomorrow. Group B action with the top 2 qualifying to make up the 4 on finals Friday. So just firstly, weather-wise, we're looking like we're going to have another nice day, expecting about 21 degrees, currently about 17. So it's a little bit mild, a little bit breezy here at times as well. But I really think we're going to have really good conditions for cricket. And this pitch, I like it. It's quite batter friendly. Occasionally there's something in it for the bowlers. And we maybe haven't seen the kind of high scores that we've seen in some other European cricket series. A bit more of an even battle between bat and ball most of the time. So we're going to start with match number 11, the first match here in Group B between HTB Cricket. They are taking on SC Europa. Let's see what happens with Suleiman Saeed, who's got the coin in his hand, and the 2 captains.
HTB, SC Europa. SC Europa to call.
Heads.
Heads is the call, and it's heads.
You will ball first.
SC Europa won the toss, and they will ball first.
So there you go. It's time for Group B action and almost ready to get underway. Great to see some of the familiar faces that I haven't seen for quite a while, actually. 4 years after our previous European Cricket Series in Kiel. So almost ready to start match number 11. And you saw there Suleiman Saeed at the toss, and the news from it that SC Europa want to have a bowl. SC Europa, to remember seeing them previously as they had, I suppose, mixed time of it here in Kiel. But first, let's go back to match number 6 yesterday, and you can see what happened with Master Sports Club keeping their tournament hopes alive. 142, 117, a win over first Kieler HTC, with Nawali Ayubi, the captain, with 84 not out. A brilliant innings from him. And in response, first Kieler HTC was not able to get there. No one able to reach 30 for the hosts. So that made the group pretty interesting. Then Hamburg, they got absolutely rock and rolled for 56, but made a game of it as KSV Kings took almost 9 overs to chase those runs down. Hazrat Ali Momad thought really well, 3 for 7. But Makrazaya had a good day out as well for KSV, taking 3 for 8 in the first innings. The top score in that game was 16 for any batter. So it just shows you it's not all crash and bash in ECN cricket. MSC then versus MTV for the right to stay alive in qualification hopes. 91 for Mazrua. Didn't look enough, although MTV made hard work of it. They got there off the second last ball, actually, with Shirsay leading the scoring there, 33 for MTV, helping them get across the line. He went at a pretty key stage, and MTV had the wobbles a little bit, but I suppose it meant that MTV, at that stage at least, was still alive in qualification. Let's talk about match number 9 with KSV 137 against first Kieler HTC, and Kiel ended up overhauling the total thanks to 49 from Shinwari and 47 not out from Suleiman Kaka, who batted through the innings. The KSV fell to their only loss, although they did hold on to top spot on net run rate. First Kieler HTC basically locked up second spot with that win, and it meant that match number 10 was a dead rubber essentially. Hamburg versus Stallions battling for third place, but of course third doesn't get to play in finals Friday with this format. Hamburg 129 turned out to be enough. Again, they defended well. This time they did get the win. Stallions only managing 75 in the second innings, and that meant Hamburg finished with a 2-2 record. Stallions 1-3, but all of the teams won at least one game. All the teams lost at least one game, and so I suppose it meant it was a fairly even group. You look all the point spread just 5-10, but it's quite a cutthroat format, isn't it? With 2 of the 5 teams qualifying, and that meant it's a bit unlucky for a team like Hamburg, who just missed out by 1 point. But that's the way the cookie crumbles in this European Cricket Series. Just 5 days and 10 teams that we have to whittle down pretty quickly. So HTB versus SC Europa is the first game of Group B. And you saw the SC Europa winning the toss and electing to have a bowl, which seems to be a bit of a trend. I do remember quite a few of the SC Europa players. As far as HTB, I've seen a couple of their players before, but looking at this lineup, I think maybe only Asim Ibrahim is the player that I've seen before. But really, it's always great to see new teams and new players in the European Cricket Series. You expect that, actually, being here after 5 years. HTB 40% underdogs, but we do start just in the Goldilocks zone. SC Europa, a side that Well, they've got quite a few players, actually. I counted 10 players in the squad that we have seen before on ECN. Watch out for Sahil Darwish. I think he's going to be a bit of a difference maker. But again, it's a new group. It's a clean slate, if you will. But these teams, as we found out in Group A, with only 4 matches per team, it is kind of win or get out of the way. It's a very, very brutal format where results matter, points matter. We actually didn't have a 4-pointer in Group A until the very last game, which was a dead rubber. So yeah, we didn't see any of those really big wins that can make the difference, especially when you have teams that are tied on wins. So almost ready to get going. HTB looking pretty good, actually. I like their colour scheme. Black with a hint of fuchsia, you might call it. I want to say good morning to everyone in the chat as well. Hello, Matt Pittard. Good to see you. Chris Addison in there as well. Rob Thompson, Terry Richmond, KG1. Hi, Ken. Hopefully you're well. Johnny Heesum. Paolo Campini is in there. Rico's off to Romania today, so I'll just be me taking you through the action. Likewise tomorrow, but I will have some company on Friday with Philip Bachstadt, my original commentary partner. And that's the first games I ever did back in 2019, joining us for finals day. Here we go with Israfil Ayubi to get us going. Udam out there for HTB. Bit of history as HTB score their first run in ECN cricket. Hello to Stephen Kelk as well, watching from the Netherlands. Also some action from the Netherlands today. I know that the Women's Europe qualifiers get underway, and our very own Tina Golf will be playing this afternoon. Corey Ruck's over there helping with the commentary, I saw as well. That's a wild one. It's pretty well done by the keeper to get a glove on that, but swinging away from him viciously. Mohsin Mohammed behind the stumps for SC Europa. So yeah, very good morning. Keep me company then today. I know that we've got viewers all around the world that are tuning in. Maybe a few for the first time, as always, as well. Nice to pin his ears back on this one. Does Ranjit Singh. And won't get a run. He's going by the numbers in Group A. Scores a bit higher than last time we were here in 2021. I would expect that in the Grizzly era. Average run rate, 122 per 10 overs. Hit back straight, just gets away from the mid-on, and clean up job by Darwood Ayubi down there. It's a man mountain guarding the long off boundary. Up a touch, and out straight over middle stump. This pitch does have a bit of life in it. It's reasonably batter friendly, but I suppose we saw a bit more of a balance between bat and ball compared to some of the other series that we've seen, although I have only seen 2 days of action. It was a newly made pitch back in 2021 when we were first here. Beautiful ground here as well, with the trees bordering a lot of the playing area. Too short. Umpire asked the question, but it felt to me that just flicked the body or the trousers of the batter on the way past. You can see there, I think it's a good decision. Wild swing. It's always a challenge trying to find your right gear when you're playing the format for the first time. That'll be the end of the first over, and a good one for SC Europa. HTB are 3 with that loss after 1. You can see there, 12.2 and over was the run rate over day 1 and day 2. We did see over 100 wickets fall and over 2,000 runs scored. Slightly more 6s than 4s, so the maximum rate not quite 10. Probably 10 or 11's an average maximum rate these days. Wicket rate about bang on, 5.5 per 10 overs. We also saw that we had a bit of a skew towards teams batting second. Maybe that's just one of those things. I don't know if there's anything to read into that, but 8 teams out of 10 won chasing. So out of the 2 scores that were defended, 129 was the lowest. Suleiman Siddiqui. Oh, that's a weird one. He's complete. I mean, it has gone forwards, but what happened? It comes over. Probably they'll call it. Technically, he probably did release it, even though he was probably trying to abort his delivery. If you want me to get technical, I think probably it should have been a no ball. But maybe they'll be a bit forgiving. He probably was trying to abort his action. Whether that matters or not under the law is not sure, but the bigger issue here, Suleiman seems in a lot of strife. Not quite sure of the warm-up situation for SC Europa, but he's not going to bowl the over. He's in some strife there. That's no good. You come out, you've been waiting 4 years to get back at the European Cricket Series, and the first ball, something's gone wrong for Suleiman, and he won't bowl the over. Dear me. That's the worst possible. It's even worse than getting hit for 6, isn't it? So Amini will bowl the second over. And now he's going to get... Oh, he should have had a wicket. He should have had a wicket straight away. And cricket gods work in mysterious ways. He was never meant to bowl. He crocks up. They got the slip in basically just for this. And I hate to say it, as slips catches come, they don't come a lot easier. Look at that. Straight to him. Down it goes. Unbelievable slice of luck for Ranjit Singh. Now, swing and miss. Wow. What have we seen here? SC Europa in the European Cricket Series back in 2021. We're in Group B, and they finished third in that group with a 4-4 record. Top 4 to qualify for quarterfinals back in that series. A wild swim. The thing is, mind you, it hasn't hurt you on the scoreboard yet. But then SC Europa, they did have a big win over the hosts, Kiel, in the first quarterfinal. They made it through to the semi-finals where KSV beat them. They basically finished in the top 4 out of the 10 teams we saw back in 2021. Wild swing this time. We did see them also in 2020, SC Europa in the ECS in Kummerfeld. The KSV hosted that series. SC Europa on that occasion finished 5th with a 2-3 record. That was all the way back in June 2020. And he did end up 6th overall, as that is hit up and over the top. And finally, Ranjit has something to celebrate as he cracks it over cover for 4. Yeah, so SC Europa, a team we do know reasonably well, and they've had a mixed time, you'd say. I mean, there's certainly no easy beats. They've had some wins, probably slightly more losses than wins, but I think they'll be good for the experience at least, even though we haven't seen them in a while. That one's hit pretty solidly as well, and it's going to pitch just inside. Cuatro carreras. Well, Ranjit was dropped at that stage. He wasn't hurting you too much. But now he's starting to find his mojo. That'll be the end of the second over, so it's 11 without loss. Quick look at what happened in Group A, in case you missed it. KSV top of the table with 10 points. Kiel in second place. They're the 2 teams that have qualified for finals Friday. KSV will get the double chance on account of the top finish. There wasn't much in it in the end. It's net run rate. Ayubi. Oh, how did that get through? It's going to be a French Cup 4. Ayubi has his first boundary. I'd say it was the most convincing one. Ayubi. Swing up this time. Won't he scored from. Hello to everyone that's tuning in. Hello to Zahid. Hello to Terry as well. Bit of early drama here. Got a one for that. I guess that is some sort of score. Valudem watches on. And that's a solid strike, and it's just going to get over the top. I think it was a bit misjudged, I've got to say it, by Darwood Ayubi down there, who crept in a couple of metres. And I think if he stays right on the boundary, this is probably catchable. You can see he's slightly out of position. You can see there's distance between him and the line. And so the result, more runs. Maximo. Ranjit to 15. A little bit shorter, he won't get this past the mid-on. So 107 expected here. It's one of those things with only 4 matches each in a group. Especially if there's a close win or loss first up, it can really affect things down the stretch a lot. Goes on the run this time, and Ayubi does well, just puts it a little bit shorter. I like the old zip-up jacket. You don't see too many bowlers bowling in those. That's the goods though. Hello to Paul, good to see you. Taking a few middles, one it'll travel. Yeah, typically it is the case. Look at these beautiful trees over the right-hand side of the ground. Well, speaking of the right-hand side of the ground, that's where this one is heading. It's not quite off the middle of the bat, but it will run away for 4 more. No boundary rider out there at deep forward square. And another 4 to the total. This is the part of the day where it typically is a bit slippery, but it's not so bad this morning. The dew factor's down. End of the power play, 26 without loss, so 3, 8 and 15 in those first 3 overs. Hello to David as well. David Welly is tuned in there. Let us know where you're watching from. Goes for everybody. Vinny Sandu here, by the way. Rico's on the way to Romania, I think this afternoon. He's probably tuned in right now. He's probably lurking. Might be having a late breakfast. Right, Siddiqui's going to come back after he tried to bowl and couldn't. This time he's fine. It's going to be one down the ground. Siddiqui tried to bowl the second over. He kind of just froze in the delivery stride. The ball spilled out, and then he said, well, no, somebody else can have a go. And I'm happy to see that he's bowling and got through that one without incident. It's a kind of confidence game, the delivery stride. Back square drive here. Excellent fielding. It is a good surface. They're going to think about too. They'll think against it. Excellent fielding down there. It's the kind of surface that you can dive. It's like fielding on a cloud, really. And we don't always see players getting off their feet, but that was great. Rather than just kind of kicking and hoping for the best. You do get back for a couple though. HTB haven't quite got the production so far. This one a bit offline from Siddiqui. Mohammed Sadi asking, is this the same ground? Well, I think so. I was here yesterday. Not the same teams, though, that you saw in Group A. So Group A were Monday and Tuesday. 5 teams, 2 have survived. Now Wednesday and Thursday becomes Group B. Straight down the ground, good shot, and it will go all the way. Maximo! Valudem showing a bit more of what he's about. I think maybe these openers, I wouldn't say they're nervous, but just maybe a little bit out of touch early, but they've survived some hairy moments, and they'll be hoping they can turn it into a decent showing here. 114 expected. That's not too bad. Remember, SC Europa, yes, they're more experienced, but they Just like HTB, they're playing their first match of the series. Up in the air. Oh, fielder doesn't really see it first up. He's looking straight into the sun there. Get away for a couple. Sadiki seems to have issues with his footing so far this morning. I suppose this is the slipperiest game, but I've seen slipperier mornings here. Getting a good step out of his crease here. Kalyan Velayudam. Down the ground. Only a single. Watch his back foot here. I don't think the heel lands. But it's definitely something he's going to have to think about. Very close to a no ball. A wild swing from Ranjit. An interesting first 4 overs. No wickets, but a lot of big swings. Some hit, some not hit. 4 4s and 2 6s so far. After 4 overs, HTB cricket on ECN debut. 38 without loss. Yeah, hello to everyone. If you don't want to throw any questions in, I know we always have a few new viewers. Let us know, and we can tell you all about the European Cricket Series. Shawali to bowl. This is cut away. One bounce to the fielder. And the ground takes a bit of sting out of the ball. He tries to field it with his towel. Just tarnish the captain. Deep in his crease now, Ranjit looking to pick something up. He cuts well. That's a great shot. I just think this is a better approach. I think that Ranjit's learning in real time. Sometimes he's just kind of premeditated and run down the pitch wildly, but this is a good shot because he actually waits to see where the ball is and plays the right shot, and he hits it well, hits it into a gap, hits it for 4. If you can cut in this format of the game, there's lots of value. It's a very hard part of the ground to protect. Leg side. Is there a scratch on this? No. Umpire says no. It's often a few different little noises, something like this. A lot of moving parts. Was there a scratch on the bat? Umpire, that's the decision he had to make. He said no, and says it doesn't hit anything. So that's going to be a wide for down the leg side. Definitely an early reaction and appeal from both the bowler and the keeper. But the umpire's got to call it as he sees it. He wasn't sure. There's that charge. This time works out nicely. Ranjit, remember, he was dropped with an absolute Class A goober earlier on. And now he's really starting to hurt SC Europa. Okay, the run rate at the moment, not out of sight, 10.7 and over, but Ranjit does seem to be gaining in confidence as this innings progresses. Hello to Tim Harmer as well, good to see you. But there just seems to be no consistency with the batting so far. Quick look at the format of this tournament if you weren't aware. So Group A was basically yesterday and the day before. Group B, today and tomorrow. And finals day is on the 22nd of August. So we know that KSV Kings finished first to Group A. First Kiel HC finished second. Still got the third in place. Seems like a good field placing to have. Shown he's got that shot. Last ball of the 5th. high in the air. Fielder has lots of ground to make. He will almost get there. Well, there's the first slip of the morning. Down he goes, and it has gone for 6. Wow. First wipeout. I suppose he is in the shade, which hasn't dried as quickly because it's not in the sun just yet. Oh, he probably, I don't know what he would have done if he had been able to reach it, but look at this right foot. It's Disney on ice at the worst moment. End of the over, 55 without loss after 5. Hey, let's welcome you into the commentary box. Vinny Sandy, Mr. Maximo, and I'm here just by myself for today and tomorrow, but I will have some company on Friday. My very first commentary partner, Philip Bachstadt, former German national player and TV presenter here in Germany. He will be with me for Finals Friday, so we're thrilled to get Phil. Big up to Rico. Safe travels today as well. He'll be in Romania, which starts tomorrow with some T20s. On Friday, actually, we've got triple play. We've got Finals Day here. We've got T20s in Romania there against Czechia, and we've also got an Austria-Belgium series coming to you from a ground you haven't seen before in Austria, Velden in the south of the country. So plenty going on. Let's go to the 6th over now. Time for some spin. And Amjad Sazai is going to bowl the 6. Oh, Ranjit, he's a gunslinger, isn't he? I do like the idea of a slower bowler. Maybe giving him too much time and just bounces over the stumps, I think. It's a long way across, a bit lucky to survive. Only the bounce saved him there. Use his feet this time, doesn't really time it down towards the bottom of the bat. I think that Zazai is getting through this over really quickly. Half of it's gone already. There's 2 runs off it, only 1 off the bat. Picked up in the air, and pretty good fielding in the end. That's Israfullah Yubi there. Had a bit of a Sophie's choice about whether to come in or go back. Looking for an overthrow. There's one thing we don't know about HTB is what kind of batting depth they've got. You can see there quite a few bats on their feet, kind of waiting for their opportunity over there. Cut away just to signal what a good over this is from Zazai. Had a question from Jeffrey Mobbs. Hey Jeffrey, hopefully you're well. Asking any updates, who's playing in the Western Shield. Well, you have to stay tuned in the social media, but I think it's been revealed. The icons, and then I suppose they'll be released in due course. Hello to Julian Dawson as well, by the way. End of the 6th over. What a good over that is by Amjad Zazai, with only 5 runs off it. And at the end of 6 overs, HTB cricket 60 without loss. So the icons for the Western Shield, Ross Taylor's back, and O'Rulf van der Merwe has been announced as the World 11 icon. Netherlands national player and former South African national player as well. You might have seen also Umar Akmal, former Pakistan international, has been announced as the icon for the Asian 11. Also Kevin O'Brien returns as the icon for the British and Irish Knights. So, start of a new over. It's clever bowling, isn't it, from Amini? You just noticed that's kind of length that he's troubled with. I mean, this can't be a wide, surely. Maybe it's over the shoulder, is what they're saying. Oh, it's been called a no ball, so 2nd over. I suppose. All right. So it's been called 2nd over the shoulder. That's what I know. Free hit, won't be hurt too much. I didn't realise the first one was called for over the shoulder. I suppose he's not the tallest, is he? Another Udam. Amini escapes any further punishment. For all his swings, he's striking at about 140. That'll help. That's when he's smashed out of the ground. Maximo. And when he hits them, he's hit them very, very clean. Ranjit steps and this ball probably right in the slot. The thing with Ranjit is when he's hit the ball, they haven't really felt like slogs. When he's slogged, he's typically missed it. But that's a brilliant straight strike. Namini with a comeback. This time, always. I didn't think he nicked it, but then he started walking, almost like he's looking for a run. But I don't think there's a run to the keeper. Let's have a look. I think he was just cut. I don't know. It was a guilty kind of couple of steps, wasn't it? Ranjit survives again. Now he's going to dab this and test out the fielder. ECS Roper defended pretty well so far this morning. Last ball, the 7th over. Unum gets full toss and squeezes it. He should get 2 here. Oh, he's going to put the stop sign up. Excellent chase down there. ECS Roper, the good fielding's continued. End of the 7th over, 70 without loss. I wonder if they're thinking about making a change. I think we do have a retired out. Quick look at the calendar. Romania starting tomorrow. Rico will be there, then Hungary, Switzerland before we go to Cartamania. Breaking news though from the field. We do have a retired out and it will be Udom, I believe, who's going to be retired out. So there's the first wicket and it's not taken, it's basically offered. Udom ends up, to be honest, a very similar strike rate to Ranjit. So I just think they felt it was time to make a strategic change one way or another. That's lifted up and that's out of the ground. Maximo. Okay, so update. it's Ranjit Singh who is retired out, even though Udom went for a new bat. So new batter is Asim Ibrahim. Udom is very much still there. And he's hit a 6. Very first ball of the over. Now he's going to swing hard and this will take off towards the line. Again, thinking it 2. They won't take it. Ibrahim, I think it's also about the fact they wanted to get him out there. Yes. Been a tight run out. Says been pretty effective so far. Getting through his overs very quickly. All right, that's up in the air. That's going to be 6. Maximo. Good hitting. That's why Ibrahim was pretty keen to get out there in the middle. Steps and hits that out of the ground. Zai pulls it back a little bit. One hop up. Ground fielding has been good this morning. A thumb buster. I think with Zai, it's a slight bent arm, but he doesn't really straighten it a lot. Hit down the ground this time. Another 6 runs. Maximo. Well, Udom. Change of partner, change of luck for him. He seems to get some of that fluency now. He moves up to 40, and Zai ends up going the distance in that over. There will be a magical over, 20 come off it, and it's 90 for 1 after 8. So just the one wicket, and it wasn't taken. It was strategic offering from SC Europa. It's not often you retire out your top scorer. We've seen it a couple of times in the last couple of days. He was top scorer when he was retired out. But they had very similar strike rates. Sulaiman Siddiqui had those early issues with his landing. He's going to come back and bowl the ninth. And he's going to get lit up out of the ground. Maximal. That's why they wanted Ibrahim out there. And maybe they'll regret not making the change earlier if he's able to hit them this well. He's built for power, isn't he? Nasim Ibrahim. Launches it. Yeah, just going back to the action of Zazai last over. I think if you actually look at the slow-mo, you're allowed to bowl with the bent arm, but what you can't do is straighten it significantly before release. To me, it seemed like it stayed pretty similar through his action. I mean, obviously they'll have a good look at that, but that's just to give you a better understanding of what the laws are regarding illegal action. That's a little glance, and with the pace, that might run away for 4. Oh, I think it does go for 4. I think I saw the rope move. Definitely worth a look. Playing it pretty cool. Maybe I'm seeing things, but I saw the rope move, either with the ball or the hand, which is touching the ball. Look. Am I crazy, or is that rope moving? Maybe you get benefit of the doubt there. I thought I saw the rope move there. But whether they think that's significant enough, yeah, I think it has been given 4 now. It just seemed like a little flick of the rope. Don't know if it was a sudden flash of sunlight in that particular area at that particular time that he was fielding the ball. It will be 4, brings up the 100. Nice little rebound here from HTB. 122 was par in Group A. Good ball. Muscles it through to Siddiqui. Ibrahim. One thing's for sure, he's going to try and hit this over the trees. Whether he does or whether he doesn't, I don't know. Yep. That one is absolutely smashed out of the ground. Maximal. Sometimes you don't have to be Nostradamus to see the future. He's out there and he's got one thing in mind, and that's hitting the ball as far as humanly possible. Look at him. I just saw him. He couldn't wait to get out there and bat. Had to wait 7 overs. He's got the sunglasses on. Pretty cool dude. And one thing's for sure, he's going to try it again. This is T10 cricket, ECN cricket in the first degree. Oh yeah, that's even better. Watch out! Oh, almost a knock. Went straight over the camera, straight over Martin's office. Absolutely whacked. Because it wasn't really a very full ball. He still judged it perfectly. All happens in the ninth, as they say in the classics. Suddenly, HTB, genuine chance here. SC Europa, like I said, they've had a mixed record in their ECN background in 20 and 21. We're back in the Goldilocks zone. Last ball of the ninth. It's just hard, but he's gone. That's an excellent catch. So the cameo from Ibrahim comes to an end. Well taken there by Akbar Jabakel. Feel a bit aggrieved there, Ibrahim, because he hit it pretty well, just clipped it. And if it gets away from the field, it's probably going for 4. It's probably into the gap. But an excellent catch by Akbar to his left. But again, it's a good impact innings. You look at his strike rate. He strikes at 322. He gets 29 off 9. And to give you an idea, it's about as many as Valiudin was able to get in 7 overs of batting. But will be the second wicket, the first wicket to actually be captured by the opposition. It's 112 for 2 after 9 overs. Man Singh will be the batter to replace him, but he won't be facing just now. Here comes over number 10. Shawali to bowl out. 17 came off his first over. And make that 23 after this ball. It takes out a branch. Timber! Yeah, that one's out of here. That's in the horses. Giddy up, Maximo. And Valiudin, well, the longer he's batted, the better he's hit the ball. That's traditionally how it works. Now, suddenly, this score, 118, 130 expected. Do we have a thriller first up? They're not even going to try and find that one. Comeback ball for Shawali. This is up in the air. Again, probably sneaks over. It does. Maximo. Shawali still tries to bang it in. Needed to go fuller there. Needed to go block hole. That was a teaser for the fielder down there, Israfil Ayubi. But it'll be 50 to Valiudin as well. Brings it up off 23 balls. Had to work very hard for it. He's given his team a fighting chance. Banged into the surface. Can it be a big finish here? It will be. That's another good one. 6-6-6 Maximo. And suddenly things have derailed for SC Europa. Yeah, 23 ball 50. Make that 58 now for Valiudin as he puts another ball up over forward square leg. Back to live action. 4 in a row, Maximo! Well, you can see why they didn't want to retire Valiudin. Maybe didn't have a lot of the strike in the first 7 overs. They had to throw one on the barbecue. They said, no, we want you to stay there, Kalyan. And he's come good. Wow, that's 4 sixes in a row. And it's 6 sixes out of the last 7 balls. The other ball was a wicket. And suddenly they're favourites, HTB. Oh, straight up in the air. Or is it? Keeper's after it. Can he find it? He can't. Got to go back for 2, surely. He's red hot right now. Oh, keeper. Tough one for him, really. Mosen looked to the skies, just kind of misjudged the line of the ball. Probably if he ran a perfect route, he would have got there. But still 26 off this last over with the ball to come. Shawali still hasn't been able to find a fuller length. He's been banging it in. Okay, got the false shot there, but Valiudin, 66. He has raised his output at the right time. Last ball coming up. Oh, slow ball. Finally, we see something different from Shawali. Valiudin has a look at someone that's batted 10 overs, so he's not going to try a second. He'll just trot through for 1. And HTB Cricket, in their first ever ECN match, they're going to finish on 139 for 2 after 10 overs. Shawali gets taken down in that last over, goes for 27, including those 4 back-to-back Maximos. And HTB, it was an innings that kind of started, I'll call it pedestrian, in the first 3 overs. Only 26 off the power play, only 55 at halfway, only 60 after 6, only 70 after 7. But then it exploded with 69 off the last 3 overs. They pretty much doubled their score in the last 3, which isn't something you see very often. Let's go back and have a look. As we saw a few streaky ones early. HTB, they were kind of just struggling to find any sort of fluency with their batting early on. And Ranjit, we got dropped, an absolute sitter, to be honest, at the kind of fly slip. And even this one, it wasn't catchable. Probably it wasn't because of the slip, but even so, it would have been an interesting one. But they just seemed to kind of be chugging along. That was the retired out was Ranjit. I think there was a bit of a debate about who would go. I think Ranjit said, no, I'll go. Let's get Asim out here. And the old double hit there. Asim then came out and he absolutely beasted it, didn't he? While he was there, only 9 balls from his 29. Eventually he holed out. And Velayuda, he saved his best for the last, didn't he? As he went not once, not twice, not thrice, but 4 times over the boundary in a row. And HTB, they were exalted, weren't they, in that 10th over. Just a 2 and a 1 off the last 2, but the damage was done. 27 off the last. That came after a 22-run 9th and a 20-run 8th. So magical to finish things off. And like I said, they went from 70 off 7 to 139 off their 10 overs. 67 for Velayuda ends up topping the scoring. I bet they're glad they left him out there. He had 8 sixes and a single 4 in his innings, striking at about 250. Ranjit batted 7 overs for 38 before they thought it was time for him to step aside. Ibrahim with 29 off 9 did the job he was asked to do. Only 5 extras, so they didn't give too many away for free, did SC Europa. But in the end, they will have to bat very well to chase this down. 1 for 34, Siddiqui the only bowler to actually take a wicket. I thought Ayubi and Amini did a good job up front, just 9 and over, but then things fell away. Like I said, there's 3 magical overs getting SC Europa into a little bit of hot water. HTB scoring 139 off their 10. We will take a break. We'll be back in just a few minutes and we'll see if SC Europa can pull off a decent-sized chase. Remember, they're batting for the first time in the series as well. Every match matters. Every moment matters here. Group B action underway. Vinny Sound and Mr. Maximo with you. And we'll be back to conclude match number 11 when we return to Kiel here in Germany very shortly for more European Cricket Series. This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet. Hello cricket lovers and welcome back to the beautiful Kiel cricket ground here in the north of Germany, where we are into the third morning of this European cricket series. 10 teams fighting out for the trophy this week over a 5-day series. Start of Group B today. And we're watching HTB Cricket playing their first ever match on ECN. They've scored a pretty respectable 139 off their 10 overs, losing 2 wickets along the way. One of them was a retired out. SC Europa chasing 140 for victory, of course. It's the first time these teams have played with the bonus point system. And you can see that SC Europa, that have to get more than 97 to at least hold on to their point. Obviously, they can get to 140. They will get the win. Bonus point system exists in group play. There's 4 points on offer in every game. Typically, the winner will take 3 and the loser will take 1. But if it's a thrashing one way or another, then the winning team can steal the losing team's point and win 4-0. It's been a good system. It's worked well for us since we brought it in at the very end of 2023. Certainly livened up a lot of games along the way. Any sound of here, Mr. Maximo, with you. Hopefully you're enjoying your morning as much as I am. And we will get down to it now. SC Europa. Time for them to show what they've got with the bat. Like I said, team we have seen playing plenty of games and winning plenty of games actually on the network. Been a real kind of middle of the road kind of table side. Although they did make it to the final 4 last time, although they finished 3rd in their group. They defeated Kiel, who finished 2nd in the other group, to make the semi-finals, where they ultimately fell to KSV. Here we go with Balasubramanian getting us going. It's one past Darvish first up. Yeah, SC Europa will be hoping they can get off to a decent start. Darvish is a guy we have seen play for SC Europa in the past, has a high score of 36 on the network. Bold actually. Angles in, maybe leaves the right hander slightly. The cloud covers come off the ground just along the breaks. That blue sky's disappeared. Hopefully we don't get any rain. I don't think there was any in the forecast, but you never really know in this part of the world. Something a little bit darker. Bowl, such a good start. Subramanian showing the power of control and putting it in difficult places to hit. Fraction short and pulled away. That time just erring a little bit too short, I suppose. And crunched. So first boundary for SC Europa. Hits it in front of square. Does Darvish. He'll feel a lot better after that. He's out there with Dawood Ayubi for SCE. Ayubi, again, a player we haven't seen since 2021. He's played exclusively for SC Europa. Went on ECN. It's good adjustment of length there, although the swing actually takes it for a wide. But Balasubramanian, he gets a little bit of wobble. You just see how he angles in, but the ball typically will go right to left. Tell he's an awkward bowler. You can't trust what you see from him. Another one that Gets a fair bit of out movement. Will be called a wide. Not a bad spot to miss though, really. I think you'd rather miss there and give a wide than bowl a bad ball that gets hit for 4 or 6. Same again. It's one of those times, rather than aim differently, probably you just need to approach from a little bit wider of the crease. You want to retain that movement, which is dangerous. It's more like it. You see all that slide outswing he's getting with his angle in kind of action. That's what I meant when I said he's not an easy bowler to face. And he's very difficult, I think, to try and hit over the leg side. If that's what you're looking to do, I think you can have a lot more luck trying to hit over cover, over point. This time they do hit to cover, but straight to the man. Brilliant first over actually from Balasubramanian. Even with his wide issues, he only concedes 7, and so it's 7 without loss after 1. Let's have a look at the golden ball counter. And it's 38 matches since the golden ball. Did have one in Croatia. Assassins versus Marcos. It's a good one too. Marcos only needed 2 or 5, and they found a way to basically only get 1. Even that was a scrambled by off the last ball. And a brilliant bit of fielding from the Assassins. Pulled off the win in golden ball, 82. Here's Mansingh, lefty, bowling the second over. And the first ball gets smashed by Ayubi. Well, just stepped down and flipped it handsomely over the leg side, just straight in towards the pads a touch. One thing I remember about Ayubi, he hits long ball. It didn't take him long to show us and remind us. I'm loving this comment. Where was it? Impossible cheese, says TRH. An adjustment there from Mansingh inside the off stump. Just one to hit straight. He's practicing that shot now. Yeah, TRH saying 99% impossible cheese. Sounds like, you know, it'd be vegan cheese or something. You know, when they have impossible meat. It's actually not actually meat. Bit of the cross movement, cross swing, doesn't he? The right to left swing here, the way you wouldn't expect a lefty to swing the ball. But again, when this ball's right at your pads, it's going to be difficult to hit across it. The first one just wasn't in the right area from that's why it went the journey. Just hit down the ground, it'll beat the infield and it'll run away for 4. So, yeah, Ayubi will get a 4 to go with his 6. I wonder if the fielder there, Ranjit, didn't really seem keen on diving and making, maybe he didn't realise how close he was going to get to it. He gave it up a couple of steps out. This one cramps him for room, but he does well, gets the hands through it. And Ayubi gets 4 more. Last ball over coming up.
So SC Europa, fraction behind the rate at the moment. Fraction behind in the game, as you can see as well, in the percentages. It's a good shot. And slightly over pitched, and what I like about Yubi here, he hits through the line of the ball. He kind of just waits and sees the line and then hits through that line. One bounce 4. It turns into a pretty good over in the end. It'll be 25 without loss. 3 4s and a 6 in that second over. Quick look at the teams in Group B. Obviously these two. Also really excited to see SG Findorf, who are a team we know from 2020 in the ECS, but even earlier than that, they were the runners-up in the first ever European Cricket League in Spain. Our first ever ECN tournament. Also Fallersleben in this group, and Berlin CC playing for the first time up here in Kiel. But Berlin CC we have seen before on the network. Change of bowling now. Roshan Dagade to bowl the next one. Perfect ball first up. Remember, the line belongs to the bowler, and that was actually in. You can actually see it bounced inside. So, excellent location. Just kind of locked up the batter. He's hoping for a wide there. A pretty good ball as well. Yeah, that's definitely fine. Definitely wasn't completely outside, was it? This is cut away. Oh, excellent fielding. I think he's fielded that with his head. I'd love to see how this has been stopped. Well, that's the kind of commitment you want. Valiudem already crashed and bashed when he was batting, but now he's on the other end of it. Oh yeah, head fielding. As Corey would say, hook it in my veins. Save 4. Now this is smashed. And that'll run away for another boundary. Beautiful bit of timing. Really holds his shape well here. Look at that, dismissive from the Europa skipper. Yeah, Berlin CC, by the way, they've played in Dresden in the European Cricket Series there over the past few years. Just snuck in as well. This was probably closer to a wide, but then the umpire just has to say he thinks it's getting any of the line. And it probably does get the outside. So again, excellent control from Dagade. Really wide, but again, not a bad spot to miss. Showing the importance of control and consistency. This one's hit well. And that'll run away to the boundary. So a pretty gripping game at the moment. It's the end of the power play, 36 without loss after 3. A fraction behind the rate. Really not far away. Still all 10 wickets in hand, importantly. HTB started slide underdogs, but we stayed slide underdogs for most of that innings, but just crept ahead in that 8th over, and they've been ahead in the game ever since. Hello to John Gray, hello to Ash as well. Hopefully you're well. Bit chilly here, got to admit. It's been a while since I've had my warm stuff in my bag. I've got my beanie, my scarf, my rechargeable hand warmers. But with the clouds over the ground at the moment, it's pretty chilly. It's 18 degrees, feels like about 14 or 15 with the wind chill factor. But it is expected that the sun will come out in a little while and it'll warm up a little bit again. Rajendra Kota to bowl over number 4. Ariubi 18 off the 6 balls he's faced. Lines this up down the ground, doesn't really get it out of the middle of the bat. Kota kind of has the approach of what looks like a left arm spinner, but then he zings it down there. See the angle that he creates. He's more of a medium pacer. That one's hit up and over the top. Maximal, and a goal for Darvish. Geez, that's a good shot. Yeah, look at the way he opens the face. Darvish has had a bit of an inconsistent start, but when he has hit the ball and it's come off the middle of the bat, it's absolutely rocketed. Both these two, despite playing almost 20 games each, they haven't got a score of 40 or more. It's a bit concerning for your openers. Well, this might be the day for Darvish. This is lifted up over the top. Maximal. And a bit like the first innings, it seems like the longer the innings is going on, the better the batting is becoming. Even with more outfielders in play now, we're right in the Goldilocks zone. In fact, that shot puts SC Europa ahead for the first time in a while. Take a bit of finding that one as well. Any new balls, please? Just noticing corner of my eye. That's we've got the next team coming in. VFB Fallersleben. Kota. He probably just hasn't quite got the line right so far. This is straighter, it's up in the air. Fielder comes around and it's going to be 6. Maximal. That's right in the area that we had maybe the most amazing catch ever. And that just reminds me of what's maybe the best catch I've ever seen. That's hammered. But Fielder does well to make the stop. Oh, I've got to run hard here. Get one. That'll take us to the end of the over. So that one goes magical, and suddenly SC Europa are on top, into 4. It's 57 without loss. Yeah, we've had some amazing viral moments and some incredible action over our time here in Kiel. I might actually try and pull one up for you. But there's what I still think it's the most amazing catch I've seen. I've seen some very amazing ones, but the thing that made this one different was I don't really understand how you would even try this, and then the fact that it was caught was quite amazing. I'll try and pull it up for you. I know Martin's pushing the buttons today. Shinsai comes on. Just misses the mark. That wasn't too far away. Just broke outside the line. The foot stayed down. So here, back foot. Kind of hints about dragging out. I think it always had something behind the line grounded. That's a false shot, and he's going to have to try and make the chase. He won't be able to get there. That's Drolia down there. Oh, he almost gets caught in the fence. Oh, boy. Don't think he saw the fence, actually, because you can't really see it. And then he realised right here. Oh. Might need a bit of help getting out of there. Need a wicket, don't they? HTB just to arrest this momentum. I do like the line so far, for the most part, from HTB. I like what they're trying to do. They're really trying to take that leg side away from SC Europa. Again, it all starts with the ball. I'm not going to say they've been perfect, but I think they've been pretty good. This time it's on that same line. Fielder goes back and he won't be able to pull it back. Maximal. Well, Udom has been in the action, hasn't he? He's not going to be slam dunking too many basketballs with or without a trampoline, and probably not the fielder you want in that situation, but gave it a good old college try. All right, high. And luckily for a fielder, no one's catching that. Going, gone. Maximal. Because that was a real rainmaker from Ayubi. Here's a guy you wouldn't want to be arm wrestling with for any stakes. Big Ayubi just pumps it into the stratosphere. Yeah, so that catch is in the kind of wide, long on zone. I'm going to show it in a moment from 2021. All right, but first this could be a wicket. Fielder's coming around and he's taken the catch. Wow, Ayush Drolia, what an over for him. He got caught in the fence earlier in the over, but he pulls his foot out and he somehow pulls this out as well. Have a look at it here. Again, it's all about the location. Gets him reaching, comes back. Can't say it was filled with confidence, but Drolia, he knew exactly what he was doing. Loses the hat, but holds onto the ball. A brilliant catch. And it's the first wicket of the second innings. The dangerous Ayubi has to go for 36. It's 74 for 1. All right, so in that area where he's walking right now, I've got a memory 4 years ago. I'm going to show it to you. Here we go. This is probably the best catch I've ever seen. He was just moved to this position as well, and he goes, oh. He just says, yeah. And this is in the days pre high fives being allowed. So you had a little bit of foot thing going on here. And I think we get a replay of this. But he wasn't even meant to be fielding there. And this is for SC Europa as well, by the way. I don't even know how you think of this. Look, just have a look at this. This is slow-mo. Never breaks stride. Just takes it from basically across the border and just keeps on jogging. That's a memory that I've still got, and we're still talking about it 4 years later. It was on the Ashes. It was in the tea break. It was all Kerry O'Keefe was going on about it. Talked about maybe an advanced hair contract being offered. But yeah, great memories. While we're doing memories, maybe we could do another one. Would you like another one? Sometimes it's nice to get reflective. That all we've been through. Well, this is up in the air. That's going to go as well. Maximal. Well, one AUB goes, one comes, and it's Israfil who's off the mark. First ball with a 6. This next one I like, because it has everything you'd want in a highlight. All right, high in the air. This is catchable, and it's Zabi. Can he get there? He can't. We just kept on going. I thought it was going to land inside, but it just got a little bit of breath from above, didn't it? Zabi probably out of position slightly, but even if he's in perfect position, I think it's getting over him. Maximal. Game of inches, really, isn't it? Oyubi. Well, this is actually that catch you just saw. That was when a batter was 12 off 2, and it would have been 18 off 3. Big swing to miss this time. But this next one involves a team which I wonder what they're up to these days. Still one of my favourite team names, First Contact. I called them the Aliens. Shout out to a Hollywood movie. Long way across, umpire has a good look and he sends him on his way. And Oyubi is going to go 6-6, miss and out. And suddenly HTB storming back into the contest. Seemed to get a long way across there. Did Israfil. This is the risk about getting across. Yes, it opens up leg side, but you haven't hit across the ball. On the front foot. Hits the back leg though. I mean, hits him on leg stump. Is it going to hit some leg stump? Only has to hit a little bit, I suppose. Didn't have that long to travel because it did hit the back pad. I can understand that going one way or another if you can see 2 stumps. You'll be kind of too many complaints, I suppose. He's the one that missed it in the first place. So 87 for 2. Akbar Jabakel comes out. And so push and no run. The plot thickens here. 4 overs remaining, 87 for 2. Still 53 required in the last 4. Could have a bona fide thriller here in your first match of Group B. Okay, here's another. This is just a random one from 2021. This has a good keeper tantrum in it. He misses it. He throws both gloves down. He's not happy. But of course, play's never over. Ball comes back and he's only got his inners and it's gone. And there you go. Throws it away, picks up the gloves, gets on with the game. Classic First Contact. Not as good potentially as one in Malta where the keeper retired mid-over and basically there was equipment that had been discarded as he walked off, got straight in his car and I think retired from cricket forever. I think his kit bag's still in the Malta change rooms. Oh yeah. Good cricket all around. Here's over number 7 with Dagade. It's lifted up in the air and over the top. Maximal! Darvish has hardly faced lately, but he's still there. And with him at the crease, SC Roper are probably in front. Just opens the face slightly. If they were to get Darvish now, he probably gets us back to a 50-50 or maybe even HTB slightly in front. Come back. Legado tries a different angle around the wicket. Darvish faces up and he's going to go up and over the offside again. It's an excellent shot. He's already shown he's very good at elevating over the offside. It's not a bad ball really from Degane. Kind of throws down the challenge. But he trusts his hands, trusts his eye. That one comfortably over the top of the line. Maximal. Stephen Kirkpatrick's first contact as a name for the aliens. What do you think about catch? Pretty good catch. This is belted. Fielder can't get there. Not too many balls have eaten up outfielders, but this one was hit so hard, and Kota out there just couldn't react to the bounce. This was a real sizzler. Skates off the surface, maybe a bit of side spin. Proom saying, watch that AI video yesterday. Now the algorithm thinks he wants more of them. What did you think of that video, by the way, Corinne? Hit leg side. This one is stopped. Excellent work. And might go for two. Good throw, might be trouble here. Oh, I think he just gets in. It's a good dive. Geez, that's good cricket all around. Darwish, he wasn't slack. He knew he had to leg it out. It was a good piece of fielding. There's a full-length dive. Ends up with a bit of a twister scenario. Fans of the board game. He knocked it down, but kind of just comes up firing. And a pretty good throw from Man Singh. But yeah, good fielding, good running, good keeping even to grab it. Gets it on the stumps as quick as possible. Batter beats him home. Darvish putting his body on the line for his team. That's his 50, by the way. Brought it up the ball before, but he brings up his 50 off 21 balls. He's 52 now. Darvish brought up the 100 for his side as well during the over. Hit very hard. Off field that time, Zabi doing the work. End of the 7th, 106 for 2, 34 required off the last 3. Jamakel's a bit of the wild card, only faced the 1 ball so far. Won't be facing at the start of the 8th. 34 off 18. Quick look at what's coming up. HTB playing back-to-back on their first morning in ECN cricket. Gaurav Anand coming in along with Ahmed Shabir Safi. VFB Fallisleben. Pretty good team, actually. Watch out for Vinod Shetya. He's listed to open, and he'll be doing the keeping. Ankit Tomar leads the side. VFB Fallisleben, a side we know pretty well as well. We'll be hoping for a good result. But they don't have too much time to make an impression. That game coming up around about 40 minutes. VFB Fallisleben. Last time out, they were 3-5, 4th in Group B. They went down to MTV Stallions in their quarter-final. Okay, Zabi's back. Good ball first up, 34 off 17. I can just see this getting tight. Gets the foot back in time. No chance of a stumping. Oh, lifts this up. Right out of the meat of the bat. Maximal. Darvish stepping up. That one was a little bit closer to him. And he does uncork a fair bit of power. Have a look at that one disappear. It's Europa well ahead here, but a wicket can change that. Particularly the wicket of Darvish. If I'm completely honest, both of these teams have had below par power plays, but then found a way to recover. Come back ball from Zabi. It's too wide. That's what he's trying to do. Get him reaching. Got the deep point out there for a miss hit. He hasn't hit too many lately. All right, well, there's the miss hit, but it's going to get over. Probably plugs. Get back for a pretty comfortable 2. It's a rare field in that you can probably actually chase balls down from the infield before they go over the line. Even though it did have a bit of a haircut yesterday, this field, it's still pretty soft underneath and pretty lush. It's hit very hard and nobody's stopping that. Excellent from Darvish, who moves to 65. He's carried this chase for SC Europa so far. I will mention also Sahil Darvish. This is his first ECN 50. Beats his previous best of 36 in 2020 against SG Findorf, who we'll see later in the day. It's good bowling, good comeback. Do they have one last effort in them? HTB, 21 of 13. Need the next one to be a very good over. Well bowled by Zabi. Going to be a single, but Darvish, he faces every ball in that over. He's controlling this game right now. Not a bad effort from Zabi Rashidzai. 1 for 31, and at the end of 8 overs, it is 120 for 2. But this is the biggest over of the game coming up. And if you can win it, if you can keep it in single digits, if you're HTB, then you've got a fair shot going to the last over. Yeah, they're just, I wouldn't say comfortably ahead, but they're definitely ahead. Hello to Bethany Evans. Hopefully you're well, Bethany. And popping up in the chat from time to time. All right. Giddy up. 9th over, it all happens in the 9th. They've brought back Balasubramanian. I liked what he was doing with the ball early, but what can he do here late in the piece? The first one is a fraction too full, and it's going to be 4. Going for the wide Yorker, but turned into a low full toss. And Darvish, he's set, isn't he? He's moved to 70 now. Hello to Nikola Stanojevic as well. Hopefully you're well, Nick. Good to see you with us. Bethany saying they came 3rd in the national final. So 3rd in the country. Congratulations, Bethany. What part of the country are you from again? You have to remind me. I know you're still an emerging player going through the junior system. Great to see young cricketers getting involved. 16 off 11. Got one more boundary this over. Phil puts him well ahead. Subramanian wasn't miles away there, but Darvish good enough to slice it away for 4. Fielder goes back in that area now. Goes straighter, and it's going to be clipped away for 4 more. Well, again, they set the field for another wide delivery. You've got to choose one or the other. Either you move the field or you move the ball. They do both. And they kind of cancel each other out. It's a wild one. Darvish has just kept a cool head, hasn't he? Potential player of the match performance, but he needs his team to get up if he's going to walk away with the POTM.
Come on, boys.
Edged and 4. They had the floating slip in, but he was just a fraction too wide. It's always a bit of a lottery. That's Drolia, who we already saw take a very good catch. This will be a great view of it, actually. Genuine edge, but just wide of the fielder. Would have had to been pretty much on a first slip, just second slip line. It was probably more like a 4th slip. You can't really blame the captain for that. 7 off 9 then. Darvish can tie it with the Maximo. And he's dropped. Oh, well, there was your chance. It wasn't really the greatest ball from Balasubramanian. It did fly away off a thick outside edge. That's Ibrahim. He wasn't able to take it. Almost got a second bite at the cherry. That was a genuine chance. And Jabakel still only faced the one ball. He's done a lot of watching. He can win it with a 6. And he gets super sensible and says, don't need to be a hero here. Just going to chip away at it. Darvish. He's batted very, very well, but did get a lot of luck in this over as well. A little edge flew for 4. Another edge was dropped. 5 to win. Last ball of the over. In the air. Should be caught. It is caught. Well, there you go. There's still time. There's still hope for HTB. Man Singh takes a good catch out at deep mid-wicket as Darvish's luck runs out on 79. Is there one final twist in this game? End of the 9th over, 135 for 2. 5 runs required off the last. Darvish has got them so close to the win. And somebody else is going to have to take them across the line. He goes for a very well-made 79. His highest score in his ECN career and his first ever 50. 1-3-5 for 3. Batted very well. Nervous few moments though perhaps for SC Europa. Will be Jabba on strike. Izzatullah Amini has come out to join him at the non-striker's end. But this is where, if you can especially keep one batter on strike, 1, 2, 3 balls in a row, suddenly you start to believe. But you need to find a way to create a couple of dot balls. And you normally do that by bringing fielders in, potentially a cover or a mid-wicket, but to discourage that single. You still need to protect the boundary because boundary pretty much kills you. There's a boundary in the over. I don't think there's any way they can win. So, Rajiv, the captain, is going to bowl for the first time in the series and the first time ever on ECN, defending only 5 in the 10th over. Jabba Kiel is batted about 15 minutes for only 2 balls. Here we go, 5 to win for SC Europa. And the first one's no ball. Oh, boys, it's a foot no ball. It's a back foot no ball. It's a good call from the umpire. He's exactly right. Oh, so a free hit and a free shot to win the game. Jabba Kiel. Oh, he's going to French cut it. They'll get 1 at least, probably 2. Do they want to? They do. And they'll get it. Oh, HTB, they've had just a few key things go against them. That edge could have gone anywhere. Now you almost need to bring everyone up. They need 2 or 5. You can't really give them an easy single. Oh, in the air. There's 1. Surely they come back for the winning run. Here they come. And there will be the win for SC Europa. They'll get the win with 4 balls remaining. But a bit of a nervous finish, to say the least. The SC Europa on their return. Oh, it's 1 short. No way. Not the end of the game. Because he didn't touch his bat correctly. Oh, watch him here. At the bowler's end. Does he go across the line? No, says the umpire. He's on the line. So this game is exhumed from the dead. Scores tied. It's back to 139 all. Surely any score wins it here. A hit, run, and you can't one short a single. That'll be it. And they'll do it with 3 balls to spare. Well, drama with a capital D, but it will be Javaka and Amini that will scramble their team across the line. So the 1 shot, I've never seen that. I've never seen a game be basically finished and a 1 shot bring it back to life. But SC Europa, 4 years after we last saw them in the European Cricket Series, they will come back and they'll come back with a win. Final score, SC Europa 140 off 9.3, defeating HTB Cricket 139. Coming up in around about 25 minutes, we have HTB going back-to-back. Now that becomes a pretty big game for them. Very hard to battle back into the top 2 if you've lost your opening day games. HTB bowling first against VFB Fallersleben, a team we last saw in 2021, finishing 4th in their group with a 3-5 record, but still some good players in there. Watch out for Shetye and Saran Khan unlisted to open when we come back to the action. Well, what would you say about this chase? I suppose they had a slightly better power play. did SC Europa compared to HTB, who took a long time to get their innings going. But yeah, the 140 chase is completed and continues this trend. There was the head fielding, by the way, from Veloudem. But it continues this trend of teams winning batting second. It's the 9th game out of 11 that has been won by a side chasing. But there were a few kind of hairy moments. But in the end, I suppose SC Europa won more of them. That was a great catch, though, by Drolia. That would be the end of Dawid Ayubi, who batted well for 36 off just 14. This was a great effort from Zabi, who wasn't able to pull it back. That one, can see why it was given. It's probably an umpire's call. Got a long way across. Hit him in line with leg. Umpire felt it was going to take a piece of leg. But really, this innings belonged to Sahil Darvish, the captain of SC Europa, with his highest ever score on ECN and his first ECN 50. He finished with 79 off 34 balls. Hit the ball very crisply. Seemed to make good decisions while he was there. Had a bit of luck though. This is where, as we say in the classics, it all happens in the ninth. There was the edge for 4. There was the edge that was dropped. Then third time, unlucky for Darvish. He fell with just 5 runs still required. Nervous moments for SC Europa. They had what we thought was the winning run here, but he didn't touch his bat over the line. Jabakel forced to hit one more run. He was able to do that. And SC Europa will win. Take 3 points out of match 11. HTB, though, they certainly earned their points, so it's better than nothing, but they would have loved to have held on. No doubt about it. Darvish with a maiden ECN 50, 5 years after he first played on the network. 79 was a very good innings. Engineered the chase. Dawid Ayubi good early with 36, and Israfil with a couple of big maximos. Jabakel and Amini were there to run the winning runs. Not once, but twice. They end up getting up with 3 balls to spare. We saw 7 bowlers from HTB, so showing they had a lot of bowling depth, although no one was particularly unhittable. 1 for 22, Balasubramanian bowled a pretty good ninth to keep his team in the game and moved the ball nicely early. Wickets also to Zabi Rashidzai and Ranjit Singh. And the captain, Rajiv, bowled a bit of a key no ball there towards the end, but it probably wouldn't have made a difference anyway, with Europa only needing 5 off that last over. They get them with 3 to spare. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo. Hope you're enjoying your day. We will take a break and see you the other side of it as VFB Fallersleben will enter the fray as we continue the 3rd day of action in the north of Germany. We'll see you shortly for more European Cricket Series.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet. Hello and welcome back as we continue day 3 action. The first time we've seen Group B teams here in this European Cricket Series in Kiel in the north of Germany. Coming up now is match number 12 and we'll see HTB cricket again. They're playing back-to-back today. Went down in a really tight one in their first ever ECN match. They'll really want to turn things around and get a win here, finishing the day at 1-1. They're taking on a team we have seen before, but not in a while, VfB Fallersleben. Last time we saw them, they were 3-5 and ended up making the quarterfinals before exiting the tournament in 2021. So it will be a pretty interesting game here, match number 12. Every game is important under this format. So HTB versus VfB. Let's see what happened at the toss a little bit earlier with Suleiman Saeed and the two captains.
It's HTB versus VfB. VfB to call.
Heads.
Heads is the call, and it's tails.
We're gonna ball first.
HTB won the toss and they will ball first.
HTB will get the opportunity to chase this time after they batted first in their first ever ECN game earlier this morning. They scored 139. SC Europa, their opponents, chased it with 3 balls to spare, but HTB get another bite at the cherry here against VfB Fallersleben, a team that we did see before, but again, like a lot of teams here in Kiel, not for a while, since we haven't been here since 2021. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo, and conditions here still pretty cloudy and a little bit chilly, currently around 19 degrees, but feels a bit colder than that, given the fact that the sun's not out at the moment, though the forecast does have it returning in a little while. Gaurav comes in for HTB, as well as Ahmed Shabir Safi. Rajiv Kumar, saw him very late in the piece there with the ball trying to save the game. But Valayuda listed down at 9. Not sure why, because he batted really well, particularly towards the end where he hit 4 sixes in a row in the last over. For VFB though, they've listed Shetya, the keeper, and Kana to open up with Hasib Abid at 3. Ankit Tomar leads the side. And it should be a pretty competitive game, no doubt about that. Second of 5 games today, the opening day of Group B action. Hello to everyone in the chat. Hopefully you enjoyed your little break. Just noticed they had a bit of cornhole at the game. So if you look that up, that's a very popular American sport. You throw beanbags at a wooden board with a hole in it. And some of the players enjoying that right now. VFB, slight favourites, but HTB for sure, they're better for the run. What they could use is just a better start with the bat. They rallied, actually pretty much doubled their score in the last 3 overs. So they scored 69 in the last 3 compared to the 70 that they scored in the first 7. With a better start, they probably would have gotten a win in that first game. Hello to Brian in Brisbane, who's saying he's looking back at his Facebook memories, and in this day in 2018 he was in Saudi Arabia. It was 51 degrees. Hey, expect a couple of Saudi Arabian internationals to be playing in the Western Shield in Khatma. Manan Ali and Usman Ajib, very good in the previous edition back in February. Hello to Christopher Ward as well, nice to see you. I know a few people are lurking while working. And Nikola Stanojevic asking, is there a women's ECC? Hey Nick, there certainly is. It's in December, and I know the plan is to have 3 divisions this year and hopefully more in the future. I know you're involved with the Serbian setup, so Serbia, if they keep doing good things and there's more opportunities in the ECCW, we'd love to extend an invitation to Serbia, no doubt about it. 15 countries involved in the ECCW this year. Thanks for your question. So VFB, nice to see them. First time in a while. HTB though becomes a bit more of a crunch game for them. Even though they had an honourable loss, still is a loss, and with only 2 teams out of 5 going through, You kind of need to win at least 2 games, probably 3 to get through. Yes, it depends on the points you take away, obviously. We're almost ready to go. Opening batter out there. It is Checha as we expected for VFB. So lights, camera, action. Looks like it will be Arvind Balasubramanian. Thought he bowled with some good shape earlier. He's going to have to deal with the left-hander here, so he's going to go around the wicket. Not so sure I'll be doing that, considering he got natural right to left shape earlier. Lights, camera, action. Here we go with match number 12. First one's driven very well by Shetcha, and that'll reach the boundary. Good confident start for the left-hander. You can see the movement he gets though. Very pronounced. Confident start. Just not sure what's happening here. I think maybe the umpire's just hopping across so that he's not blocking the view. That's ECN cricket for you. It would be the traditional place for a square leg umpire to stand to a left-hander, but you get a better look at the line that way, so makes sense. Length here. Oh, take off straight away. If that was held cleanly, might have been a chance to run out. Early bat change here. That one hitting right down the bottom of Shetcha's bat. Hello to Scotty from the ECN Supporters Club Australia. I know he sent me a message. He's planning maybe coming over to Europe to watch some European cricket next year. Well, Scotty, once we've got the schedule, we'll share it with you, and who knows where you might end up. He whacked this onto his foot, decided to take off straight away. Probably have a look at this, but I think he's home. He's very keen to take off for a guy that looked like he may have a broken foot. Safely making it in. Well, Subramanian. He gets it right. I mentioned earlier, he's tricky. He's got, especially to a right-hander, he's got what looks like a kind of in-angling action, but then the ball swings the other way, swings away from the right-hander. It's well bowled. Really well bowled. Can kind of hold its line. Remember, the line belongs to the bowler. This one looks like it went half over the line, half inside. Shetcha lets it pass. Oh, this is carved away nicely. That one was coming in towards him, but he opened the face. And you can see he really manipulated that one behind point for another boundary. So I've got a question for you, Scotty, while you're in the chat. What would be your dream destinations? Give us 3 destinations you'd love to come and watch some ECN cricket. Subramanian. Love this early breakthrough, Shetcher, as you can tell. He's a dangerous player. And beats the bat, but hits the pad and clearly going down the leg side. Shetcher played 9 matches back in that 2021 series for VFB. High score of 41, not out for KSV. It's a guy that's been in the national setup. Quick look at some numbers and where this tournament sits. Around the same as Landskrona, 12.2 and over. Of course, this is only after 2 days of action. It's slightly below the, you might say, is the average, which is around about 13 and over, but not far behind. I think it's been a pretty good balance so far. And today, we'll actually get to 700 matches played. This is match number 698 in the European Cricket Series alone. This is Man Singh. Left-hander to left-hander. Up and over the top, still in the power play, so not too much protection in the outfield, and that'll run away for another 4. Chetya trying to get something going. Chetya's also a guy, like I said, he's been thinking the German setup as well at times. Thick edge, that'll fly away as well. A bit of a bad luck for Man Singh. Really an obvious place to hit that, but ends up disappearing to the boundary anyway. Oh, so lucky for Shetcher, who misses that and somehow misses leg stump. Keeper doesn't handle it cleanly. He's scared straight, only wants the one by. But I think when you're a batter and this happens, the next sound you're expecting to hear is ball on stump. Have a look at this. Misses it. Fairly straight one. Man Singh pulls his hair out. Rightly so. Yeah, Scotty, let us know. Maybe you've already grabbed your dinner. Oh, full toss, gets under it, gets just enough. That'll be 4. 4 carreras más. Saran Kanan with his first boundary. Saran played in both the 2020 and 2021 series as well. And there's a high score of 33 against Kiel. That's back in 2021. Long on goes back now. Last ball the second. Goes over long off then. It's a pretty good shot. 4 más as Man Singh goes for 17 in the over. End of 2. And it's 28 without loss. So, kind of able to hit 2 4s in the second over. Shetya likewise. Gave that a run instead of a bye. It's very interesting. But I honestly didn't think there was any bat on it. Regardless, pretty sure the ball bounced after it past the bats and it wasn't a genuine chance for the keeper. Dagade is going to bowl. Nice love a left-hand, right-hand combination at the top. Here we go with the third over. Tipped away. Two's the call, but clean pickup means there's no chance. Excellent fielding. Ground fielding has been pretty good here. Right-hander comes on strike now, Kanan. This is hit to the leg side. Ball versus fielder. Bit of foot fielding from Balasubramanian. Does the job. Kanan grabs a couple. I always worry about that getting stuck under the foot. But luckily that was off the heel. .140 expected here for VFB. Comes a bit too wide and have to be re-bowled. Well, Ryan is predicting rain. Well, the weather people aren't predicting rain here. They seem to think it should stay away, but you never know. There are some dark clouds around. All right, short and high. This is hit, and surely it's going to go all the way. Oh, it doesn't. Oh, it's a wipeout. Well, it's bounced about half a metre inside the boundary. It was so high that you thought either someone was going to reach it or it was going to go for six. In the end, it's just out of the grasp of the fielder. And then he wipes himself out. That's Balasubramanian. This time does put the body on the line. Down he goes. That'll only be 4 runs. He's struck by Cunner, but almost straight up. He tests him upstairs again. Says, hey, pull this. Effort ball from Dagade. All right, up in the air. Can anyone find it? Fielders have to go barehanded. He takes it. Wow, there's been some good catches in this area today. And how about that? And that's Ranjit Singh who takes it. I thought straight away it might have been a keeper's catch, but it was just kind of creeping away from the gloveman, and Ranjit had to step up and takes it. Very well judged catch. So that'll be the end of Saran Kanan. Goes for a pretty good looking 15, hit 3 4s in there. But he will be the first to go, 36 for 1. Pretty good catch, considering some that we've seen dropped. Abid comes out at number 3. He gets one that's upstairs as well. Just past the keeper. We'll just get through for it. I think it's going to be a bite. Oh, no. And now it is signalled a bite. Abid First time we've seen him on the network. So even with the teams we have seen before, because it's been a while, we'll see a few players that we haven't. That'll be the end of the power play. Pretty even power play, really. 37 for 1 after 3. I know that Scotty's saying the Stephen Bradbury. Look him up if you don't know who he is. Very interesting story. A rare gold medal for Australia in the Winter Olympics. That'll still be the first gold medal. It was in the Olympics where we had the first. So Scotty, my question for you earlier, you might have missed it, was give us 3 locations in Europe you'd like to go and watch ECN cricket. So this is Safi getting a bowl, and I think he's stopped this. Watch the pickup. Yeah, I actually think he's actually stopped this. We'll have to check it out. Does it ever touch the line or not? Definitely ends up inside. Probably just first bounce. That's fine. Where's the ball go? Seems pretty good. Talk about well judged. And then the pickup. Centimetre perfect. 3 blades of grass between the ball and the boundary. Good work. Lucky they're not 49.99 metre boundaries. Yeah, Safi coming to the side. Jet. Lefty back on strike now. Well, takes his son down the ground, hits it very well. Maximo! Jet. Hitting through the line of the ball, backing himself. The thing about this ground, it's quite windy, but you can't necessarily tell which way the wind's going. It kind of comes and goes, it's gusty at times. That's a good shot. All right, goes maybe once too often. This should be gone. It's taken. So Shetje goes 6 and out for 25 and a wicket for Ahmed Shabir Safi. VFB have lost a second now. It is 46 for 2. This game is a toss-up. HTB playing their first cricket on ECN, and they've certainly held their own and more. Yeah, it's pretty good bowling. Kind of put it out there, made him go away from his body. And a pretty solid catch taken in blustery conditions. Disappointment for Shetje. Can't go on with it. 46 for 2. And I'm pretty sure that was Veliudan that took the catch. Made it look pretty easy. And Stephen Bradbury, by the way, was the first ever Australian to win a Winter Olympics gold medal. And from memory, it was Elisa Camplin from one of the same Olympics within a couple of days. All right, Scotty's given me an answer, so I'm looking forward to that. Here's Mutiala. Thick inside edge, maybe a bit of pad in there. Probably 2 if they really pushed. He's going to have to push. Good throw, might be trouble. I think he's gone. I think he's going to be out for a golden 1, and the umpire doesn't wait. He says, you're out of here. Mutiala, well, be disappointed. Probably was 2 if he'd gone straight away, but he didn't really run the first one particularly hard. Well, maybe he did. Maybe I'm a bit unfair on him. He does run it pretty hard. But I think he's about half a metre short. Yeah, that's a good decision from the umpire. Didn't bother waiting. Says, yeah, that's out. So what's the golden 1? I call a golden 1 when you're out first ball but not for a duck. For a 1. Disappointment for Kumar. Good fielding from Man Singh. He's shown he's a good fielder so far this morning. 47 for 3, and it'll be the captain, Ankit Tomar, to come to the crease. What a good piece of fielding, though. Fielding matters. Tomar is someone we've seen play not only for Fallersleben here, but we've seen him play in various other European Cricket Series round, Germany, SG Hameln, as well as TV and TBV Lemgo and Rheinruhr Sports. But what a good over for HTB. In fact, they have 3 wickets in the last 8 balls. It's 48 for 3 after 4. Remember, they were 36 without loss. So they've lost 12 for 3 in the last 8 balls. So Scotty has picked his 3 locations. He said, I picked Prague, Croatia and Greece. Well, Prague's where I'm based now, along with Phil G and Danny Hudacek. Danny, by the way, is in action on Friday. Uh-oh, everybody's missed it. Batter's missed it, keeper's missed it. Almost creates another run-out opportunity. Keeper not really reacting. Ball didn't do too much. Zabi Rashidzai, who's bowling now in over number 5. Straight up in the air. Fielder's camped under it. And he's dropped it. And it'll go for 4. That's Rajiv Kumar, the captain. This one was up for what felt like forever. It must have felt that way to Rajiv. It just, I think, drifted slightly behind him at the last moment. And they can't prevent the boundary either. Abid gets lucky, gets 4. Tempts him, does Zabi. So going back to Scotty's destinations, Prague, Croatia and Greece. All very good choices. Apparently met his wife in Greece. So he said, yeah, he wouldn't go anywhere though. Well, that one is probably going to fly over the fielders, and it does. Maximo into the giant scoring 10, which was an improvement for the scorers yesterday. Maximo for Abid. Well, Prague's a great place to watch cricket, a great place to hang out as well. Beautiful old town there. Croatia, I mean, there's many places in Croatia. We've actually played at 2 different grounds in Croatia. Edged, gone. Well, there you go, Abid. He'll go 6 and out. And in the end, the drop doesn't hurt him too much. Thick outside edge flies away. The catch is taken. And it's a 4th wicket pretty quickly. 4th wicket in a couple of overs, really. Just a bit of extra bounce. Have to try pretty hard to drop this one. And Gaurav Anand into the side, into the action. Holds on to the chance. It's a disappointment for Haseeb Abid, batting 3. He's out for 13. It's 59 for 4. And as far as Greece goes, we've been to Corfu there. Beautiful marina ground. We were there earlier in the year, actually, for the Greece-Germany series, women's series. Tina was playing in that. Nish was commentating. Yogesh Pai gets a chance just before the end of the 5th over. Probably would have been a wide, but instead Yogesh will get off the mark. And that will be the end of the 5th. And the score is 60 for 4. Hey, it gives us a chance to welcome you into the commentary box. Great to have your company wherever you're watching from around the world. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo for the European Cricket Network. As always, we're thrilled to be bringing you the action. It's quite amazing when you think about what has happened in the ECN universe since we were last year in Kiel. I remember that was when we were probably a few hundred games in, maybe 1,000 games in. Now we're kind of 7,000, 8,000 games in. We've gone to more games a day, more games a week. And it's just great to be in a place that brings back so many memories, and hopefully you're enjoying the memories we're creating as well for you wherever you're watching from around the world. So great to see VFB back. Now premeditates, no fine leg. It's a great shot. It's gone all the way. Maximo 6 carreras, but this is very smart batting. There's no fine leg, so you've got kind of high return, low risk on this shot, because even if you miss hit it and you completely clunk it, there's nobody there. Only way you can get out probably if you get bowled or maybe you edge one through to the keeper. But minimum effort as well for maximum result. Comes on the front foot this time. Scramble through for a single. Wild swing this time from Ankit, the captain. Kiel, in case you're wondering, it's around about an hour north of Hamburg. Thick under reds this time from Tomar. And yeah, the Danish border isn't too far away. It's around about 50 miles or 80 kilometres, about an hour away in the car to the actual German-Danish border. Pye wants it again. And still didn't have a fine leg. This time he wasn't able to get any bat on it. He stands and he hits very well. That was tattooed through long on. That's going to be 4 more to Pye. They're showing a bit of depth in the batting here, aren't they? Into the over, 72 for 4. Another close game. We had 9 3-1 results before match 10 was a bit of a blowout last night in match A, but it showed you a lot of competition and competitiveness between the teams here in this European cricket series. Reaches for this one, but the deep points back, so it'll only be a single. Yogesh showing he wants to get on with it. Ranjit Singh getting a bowl here. Saw him opening the batting the last game. He was strategically removed after 7 overs, but he hit some good shots along the way. Up Tomar this time. It's found it hard to get going, the skipper. Well, that's in the air. Creeps away from the fielder. What a catch! What a really good catch that is. He's running back with the flight, and he's taken it clean as a whistle. And HTB, well, they've provided a little bit of magic out there since they've been introduced into this European cricket series. But what a fantastic effort that is. Running back with the flight. Amateur Safi. Take a bow. Runs back. Catches. Never breaks stride. That is a wonderful catch. I thought really he was almost going to get there, but not quite. But he showed that extra step, and he's fired up. Why wouldn't you be? Brilliant work by Safi. And Tomar, well, his miserable stay comes to an end. He's out for 3 off 7. It's 74 for 5. 20 balls left in this innings. Wow, that could be your HCL software play of the day. New batter, Saravanan. And he's going to start by belting a 6. Well, you've seen the 6 and out. Now welcome to the out and 6. Pick up sticks as Saravanan wastes no time. I suppose it was kind of in the slot, but he clears the front leg and he launches it. Oh, wrapped his bat around that one. Almost looped back to the bowl. This is a weird one. I actually genuinely think it's almost a double hit. But it will be the end of the over. So 81 for 5. 7 overs down. Let's have a quick look at what's coming up. And Romania is coming tomorrow and Austria the next day. So actually by Friday we'll have 3 events going on at the same time. Friday finals day here means it'll be Romania and Austria this weekend before Romania ECS takes centre stage next week. Hungary from the 29th of August and Switzerland starting the following Monday. Looking forward to Cartamania as well with the 10-day shield window, followed by the European Cricket Championship, the Euros of Cricket, 5th edition. Got him. Good start to the over, and it's the skipper, Rajiv Kumar, comes on. And he gets one past Saravanan. Just a good Yorker. Saravanan tries to hit across it, and the ball crashes into the off stump. 81 for 6, and VFB kind of just losing their way here. Pitches right on the crease. Trying to slog sweep, not an easy shot to play to a ball on off stump. Vishal has to step aside. It bounces right between the legs. Excellent bowling. And so Saravanan does hit a 6. But not able to contribute a lot more. Out for 7, it's 81 for 6. Ask the question. Mola is the new bat. This one's drifting. Don't think it's necessarily turning back enough to be hitting that leg stump. Good bowling though from the skip. Attempts the big slog sweep again. This is under edge. Now they're going to come back for 2. Late decision. Oh, better throw would have been gone. There was confusion. Bowler gets off the mark, but he almost loses his wicket. Start, stop, let's go. You can see better throw. He was steps short. I'm going to go to put the fine leg in now, just to protect against that kind of eventuality. It's a good bowler though, Rajiv. Gets a lot of overspin. I was a bit surprised that we didn't see him until the very last over last time. One drilled towards long on, but it's only going to be a single ball handled there by Balasubramanian. Drops into the block hole. Good fielding, but I think they just scramble home. Good backing up and running, just gets him home. End of the 8th over, 86 for 6. Good over though from Rajiv. The good thing is he can still bowl the 10th. Like, he's the kind of bowler I think if he gets it right, he's going to be very awkward to handle, especially down the stretch compared to medium pace. You know, wrist spinner that's actually putting work on the ball. On this pitch, he'll get a bit of bounce with the overspin that he bowls with. See, those mid-innings wickets have just taken a bit of a toll on this run rate. All happens in the 9th, and it's going to be Arvind to bowl it. So it's a low full toss, but he gets away with it right off the end of the bat from bowler. Balasubramanian tends to bowl one up front and one towards the end. Oh, good batting. They've gambled for no fine leg for quite a bit of this innings, and Pai, he's spotted it and he's looking for it, and he hits it. Excellent batting. Probably forces a field change. You don't always want to chase the ball when you're captaining in any format, but I just feel that Yogesh has already been quite destructive with that shot. And I think they will leave the fine leg back now. We're going to put a fine leg back in the circle or not. Maybe just in the circle. You can see him there, top right of your screen. 10 to come. So Yogesh tries to he tries to smack it. He's tried this every time after he's done a little dink shot. He's tried to charge the next one, and boo! Has to try and dodge it from the keeper. Fair enough to throw. He was miles out when the keeper let go of the ball. Good comeback from the bowler. Shot. Really good shot. Stands, delivers. Maximals from Pai. Better when he stands still if he's trying to hit straight down the ground. Just a bit of length on that one. Maybe scared off getting too full by the fact that he got dinked for 4 earlier in the over. Should be okay. Clock turns red, but there's only 2 balls left to go. Two balls left before the clock is taken off the screen. 36 minutes to bowl your first 9 overs. Sometimes people ask, why do you get so long to bowl the 10th over? That's just to be fair. I think in the 10th over, particularly in the second innings, you want the captain to have that license to set their field. Maybe there's going to be a bit of drama. So we want to have it that way for both innings, to be fair to both the teams. Well, Shah comes in. They're backing up. So just the single. And it will take us to the end of the 9th over, 99 for 6. Once again, we've seen HTB using 7 bowlers. So that's a good sign. 5 of them have wickets. 10th overtime, VFB, a little bit unders here. HTB took a while to get going last time. Maybe they were only 70 after 7. They had a big finish. I just wonder whether they may elect to make a bit of a change in their batting order. They do bring back Rajiv to bowl the last over. I like this. Good control for a leggy. Yeah, Asim Ibrahim was put in at 3 last time. They've actually listed a completely different order this time. They've listed Zabi and Gaurav opening. Arvind at 3. I wonder if that will actually happen. Again, only a single. HTB, their first day in the ECN universe, hoping for their first win. They went down in a last over thriller in the first game of the day. It's good bowling. Should be a wicket. It will be. Excellent bowling from Rajiv. Gets that overspin, but also a little bit of side spin on that. And bowler, can't really blame him. He's trying to get on with it, but it's not an easy ball to hit. It's a kind of middle length. Kind of hurries onto him. He's late on the drive, and a simple catch for Ranjit. So the two Sings combined. And at the end of bowler's innings, it's 101 for 7. 3 balls remaining. New batter comes out there. It's Abdulaziz. Rajiv is very, very wily operator. No time to waste. Oh, he's given him. I guess he would. Well, the funny thing is, he's been given out. I don't think it's a great decision, and if not, it would have been. Well, I would have been using a review on this one, if I'm honest. And the keeper, I was going to say would have been out anyway because he would have been run out, but then the keeper missed. It's a long way down. This ball's still got a long way to travel. I'm not certain that's hitting the stumps. Gets given out. Keeper then misses from about a metre or less, and then we have chaos. And then that at some moment he's given the second out signal. I don't know. I know it's back pad, but for me, I think there's too much doubt to give that out. Aziz, though, one of the more entertaining golden ducks you'll ever see. And, well, how about this? Rajiv's on a hat trick. He's got 3 for 7. And with the number 10 coming out to bat, Boomeretti, and with only 2 balls to go, this is a huge chance for a hat trick. Can he get it right, Rajiv, the captain? He's got him. It's a hat trick. Unbelievable here. I've never quite seen a hat trick like it, but Rajiv Kumar joins the ECN Hall of Fame. And there was no doubt about that one. He crashes it into the stumps. And congratulations to Rajiv Kumar. Comes up with the perfect delivery. Again, showing the skill, showing the class. And he has become part of some rare air. What a performance. It's the 34th hat trick of season 2025. And you'll never get a better opportunity for 4 in 4 because you've got the number 11 coming out and it's the last ball, and we had a 4 in 4 only last month. Oh, and he's messed it. A bit wide. And this almost actually bounces onto the stumps, and if it did, well, it did bounce on the stumps actually, didn't it, on the bail off. So he won't have a 4 in 4. Last ball, take 2. Oh, he's got him. So he does basically hit 4 in 4 with a wide in between. So it'll be a 5-wicket haul for Rajiv Kumar. What a fantastic effort that is. And they're bowled out off the very last ball, 102 all out. He actually hit the back leg, I think, and then onto the stumps. Yeah. And so, well, it won't be an official 4 in 4, but it's almost as good. And that last wicket, there's 4 wickets for just 3 runs. Still think LBW was a bit fortunate, but hey, the cricket gods were on Rajiv's side. And a brilliant performance. Say nothing more about it. But Fallersleben 102, they've got them on the board, and HTB still have to have them. As we saw earlier, they weren't necessarily off to a cracking start in their first game. So Fallersleben, maybe it's enough. Time will tell. Early bat swap as Shetya was out there, the left-hander, opening up with Saran Kanan. A pretty good holding job from HTB, all things considered. It just seemed like this innings was getting ready to launch. They were up to kind of 36 without loss, 37th one in the power play. But quite an amazing comeback, and it was all about the wickets they were able to take in the middle and some of those key catches, just like that one. They were 60 at halfway in the end. They only scored 42 off the second half of the innings. And HTB, I won't say they were perfect in the field, but they certainly were able to throw their body around, create and take some of these chances. That was the end of Shetya, who'll be doing the keeping in the second half. This one was a little bit unnecessary, wasn't it? Now, hindsight's 2020. Mutiala wanted to push for a second, but a perfect throw caught him short. So wickets in consecutive deliveries, and Ahmed Shabir Safi coming into the side, he made a bit of a difference with the ball as well. That was a nice catch. There's probably best one still to come, though, where Safi himself would take one running back with the flight. I thought Pai, he was quite intelligent the way he manipulated the field. He would end up batting for a decent length of time, was undefeated at the end, lost partners all around him. This was a brilliant catch, though, from Safi. Running back with the flight. Almost he couldn't believe that the ball ended up in his hands. Brilliant moment. HTB making their mark on ECN. But this game would take a bit of a turn, and Rajiv, who he likes to bowl pretty late for a leg spinner, but he was incredibly effective. I like that he bowled the 8th this time and gave himself the opportunity to bowl the 10th, and it was just very difficult, I think, for the lower order to deal with him. So this is the first leg of the hat trick. Then the second one, despite the charge the LBW was given, it was tight, I guess, but it's actually cost us a bit of a viral moment because there were 2 sets of overthrows that happened when no one realised it was already given out. That was the hat trick. Brilliant piece of bowling to get through Boomeretti. And then his curtain call, despite bowling a wide, which upset the hat trick continuation. He does take a 4th wicket. And 4 wickets in the last 4 legal deliveries. Just the 3 runs off the 10th over. Rajiv finishing with figures of 5 for 8. So he joins 2 sets of Hall of Fame, doesn't he? He's on the hat tricks list now, and he's also taken a 5-wicket haul. 102 all out, then really falling out with the bottom disintegrating in that last over. Yogesh Pai with 26 not out of just 12. Ran out of partners, ran out of time to make more of an impact in the innings. He was the top scorer. Shetya at the top with 25. Cunham with 15 and Abid 13. Also reaching double figures. Only 5 extras in the 10 overs with only 2 wides. That's a good sign as well that HTB were pretty disciplined with their bowling lines. Bowling-wise, I think it was a pretty good team effort, but there's 1 star at the bottom. He was the 7th to bowl, but he did such a great job. How often would you see a 7th bowler take 5 wickets in a 10-over game? I think that might be the first time I've ever seen that. But Rajiv, the captain, with 5 for 8. Wickets also for Dagadi, as well as Safi coming into the side, as well as that brilliant catch. Zabi Rashidzai, the spinner, with 1 for 11, and Ranjit Singh with a wicket of his own. We will take a break. 103 will be the target for HTB, trying to rack up their first ever ECN win. Or can Fallersleben mount a defence of this 102? Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo. We'll take a break, and we'll see you very shortly live from Germany. You're watching the European Cricket Series.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet.
Hello cricket lovers and welcome to Kiel. Welcome back to the European Cricket Series. Great to have your company for day 3 of this Kiel ECS in the north of Germany. We just saw a bit of late drama, didn't we, in the first half of match number 12 as VfB Fallersleben were bowled out off the last ball of the 10 for 102. Of course, bonus point in play, so if the batting side are restricted to 70% or less of that 102, in this case that's 71 or less, then the fielding team would take all 4 points. If the chase can be achieved, 103 the target in 7 overs or less, then the batting team will take all 4 points. Otherwise it'll be 3 to the winner and 1 for the loser. How about Rajiv Kumar though? That was some exhibition of leg spin bowling in that 10th over. And he's etched his name on the ECN Hall of Fame with that 5 for 8. It's the 34th hat-trick of 2025. And he joins Vinay Ravi, who picked one up last weekend in the first ECI. And also, he becomes a member of the 5-wicket Hall of Fame club as well. It's the 19th 5-wicket Hall of season 2025. And that's the first one since Ahsan Abbas. By the way, Ahsan Abbas, he also took a hat-trick. In fact, he took 4 in 4 in that 5 for 12 in the opening match of Wimbledon. So, crunch game for both these teams. I suppose all games are crunch games, aren't they? When you've only got 4 matches to press your case and only 2 are going through. Probably would say if you had more time, you'd love to see even 3 teams going through, but it's not that easy. Here we go with the response as it's Velayudam and Ranjit who are once again opening up. So they listed a funny looking batting order, but they've stuck with what they stuck with in the opening game. Bid, left arm spin. Wheels in and delivers. Good sound to hear Mr. Maximo with you for day 3. Rico was with me, but he's off to Romania already, where he'll be starting the T20s solo tomorrow. Tossed up this time, and there's the first wicket. Excellent bowling by Abid. Takes the pace off. He gets a bit of an overswing and a missed time from Ranjit, and a simple catch offered. And a dream start for VfB Fallersleben. Still plenty of work for them to do. But that's a a promising one. Just tossed it up. It's an excellent piece of flight and a simple catch for Rama Boomeredi there at mid-off. So, dial D for drama. As Ranjit goes for a golden duck. And the score is 1-1. One thing we saw earlier is that there's plenty of hitting in this H2B lineup, and we saw no wickets lost in 7 overs. They decided to retire Ranjit to give this man a bat, Nasim Ibrahim. He came out and he absolutely torched it. Let's see how he goes here. In the first over, different situation. It's a pace on from Abid. It's got a bit more of a balance, doesn't it, between bat and ball in this series. Partly maybe the outfield's a bit forgiving. One gets wrong, it's one he tries to slow up a bit, but he's a very clever bowler, you can see that. This time he takes on the sweep. Long chase for the boundary rider out there, but like I said, this outfield is pretty forgiving, so the ball decelerates pretty quickly. Side that time. You never know your luck. Uden took a while to get going. When he did, though, he was destructive. Hit 4 sixes on the spin in the 10th over. That will be the end of the first. So 3 for 1 and a dream start for Fallersleben. 39 matches since the golden ball. Is it time? We've never had a golden ball in Kiel, though we have had several in Dresden, in Krefeld, the other locations we've been mainly in ECS cricket. Although we have had other locations, by the way, in Germany. If you go back to 2020, we had an ECS in Frankfurt. We've had an ECS in Kummerfeld, which isn't too far away as well from here. I would actually say that Germany might have the most different cities. Maybe along with Italy. This one might end up in Italy because that is an absolute monster strike. And Ibrahim, we saw them keen to get him out there earlier, and you can see why, because he's a guy that can hit the ball a long way. And if he gets going, this 102 will not be enough. I will say also the clouds have cleared a little bit now. We've got some blue sky and some sunshine, which is a good sign. Yeah, so, okay, Italy we have probably, well, I know we've been to 5 different cities in Italy. But even within those cities, we've gone to 3 different grounds in Brescia, for example. 2 in Bologna. All right, well, here's a huge moment. Can he find it? He's got to go a long way. Won't quite. Oh, great fielding in the end from Boomeredi. But it was a false shot, and Ibrahim doesn't miss-hit too many. Yeah, so in Italy, we've been to 2 grounds in Rome, 2 grounds in Bologna. Milan, 2 grounds in Brescia, maybe 3. A bit of Venice as well. Middle neck, that's going to test the outfield. Will it pull up in time? It will not. And it's a good chase there by bowler. The ball wins the race. Uden gets a bit lucky. He gets 4. By the way, that first ball, as picked up by John Gray, was given a no ball. Quite sure why it was. Maybe a field thing. First ball of the over. Down the ground. Will be fielded. side this time. That one's hit, and it's hit pretty well. So Valiudum finds his mojo after another slightly slow start from him. Maximal takes him up into the 20s. That one's hit pretty well as well. That'll be 6 more. Seis Carreras Mas. Jared steps out of the officials' tent and throws it back. Jared is himself a Croatian international. That'll take us to the end of the second over. So it's 28 for 1 after 2. Much better over there for HTB. Kashyap going for 25 in that over. It goes magical. So 3 off the first, 25 off the second. Early look at the table, and it is early. SC Europa beating HTB. This is why it becomes a bit of a must-win for HTB, and they'd want to win well. Let's remember, margins matter in such a short group. And so yeah, no ball. I'm not sure what it was for, but it was a no ball first ball, and that extra ball in the over goes for 6. So it's getting even worse for Kashyap there. They need someone to step up here. Fallersleben, they're turning to Yogesh Pai. Batted very well. He was the top scorer in the first innings. Changes here. Ibrahim, this guy you're going to have to get through if you want to win this game. Otherwise it'll be over with time to spare. Last over the power play. Launched and 6. Maximal. I thought for a second maybe the fielder had a chance, but let's not forget Ibrahim's raw power. This isn't quite off the middle, but still sails over long on pretty comfortably. Doesn't really care about the outfielders. He knows if he gets most of it, it'll go over. Yogesh enters and exits just as quickly. Oh, now a little clip away. Bit errant from Yogesh this time. Puts it out on the pads, and it's beautifully drop kicked away. Maximal. Thanks, Mars. I wonder if they've considered just opening with Ibrahim, especially in the power play when you basically can't protect the boundaries. You've only got 2 outfielders. I'd be so tempted to get him out there. You've still got someone like a Ranjit to bat 3 if need be. We saw, at least they, not often you see this, but they had the smarts to put him in the game after 7 overs despite having not lost a wicket. They used a retired out. Not often you see that from a team playing their very first game, but it just makes you think. If I was playing against HTB, I would be happy that Ibrahim's not opening the innings. You can get a few overs to someone else maybe. It's a big swing and a miss. Better location though from Yogesh Pai. That one is hit, and it will be 4 more. More of a touch shot there from Ibrahim. Yeah, but fielder's gone back now. Out long off, so it'll only be a single. We're hitting into this total now. HTB big favourites, but this is ECN cricket and things can change very quickly. side. I want to say hello to everyone in the chat, by the way. Hello to Finlay. Nice to see you. Apparently going to meet up with Akib from Austria. Yeah, Akib's a lovely guy. I don't know his father. He's a driver in Austria. He'll drive us around. This is the other way now. Where are you watching from again, Finlay? I just forget. Sometimes I can't quite remember where everyone's from because everyone comes together in the ECN chat room. Pi's gone for 19 in the over. Stop it going magical here. Well, just might. This should be gone. Yogesh takes the catch. Valiudum just seemed to stay leg side of the ball. He was reaching, was right off the end of the bat. And a very important wicket. At least it gets some of that momentum neutralised. HTB lose Valiudum out for the first time today. He's gone for 17 and Yogesh steps up again. It's very quick to call that one, so he should. Bowler's catch. And took it pretty well. So glimmer of hope, I suppose. Valiudum provides 17 off 9. Decent from him. Couple of Maximos and a 4. 47 for 2. Oh, Finlay at the moment watching from the Gold Coast. Is that right? Finlay, beautiful part of the world. Gold Coast about an hour out of Brisbane in Queensland. Queensland, of all the Australian states, has the most spread out population and the most kind of amount of decent sized cities compared to some other places. Western Australia is the other end of the equation with just one big city and a few small towns, and that's it, despite a huge area. Anyway, okay, going back to spin with the bead bowling out. This will be a good one-on-one, and I like this actually. I think Abid's the kind of guy that might upset the rhythm of Ibrahim because he's not one-paced. We've already seen he mixes up his pace. He's quicker, he's slower, and I just like that they've brought him on here with 5 outfielders. To win this game, you've got to get Ibrahim, and you've got to get him pretty quickly. I think they've identified that. Follow-Slaben. That's in the air. Oh, you wouldn't believe it. It's just into the gap. Ibrahim gets lucky. They've got a ring of outfielders. And I think Ankit's saying, oh, can't you guys get closer together? How did that fall safely? But that's the way it goes. Zabi Rashidzai getting hit at 4. And he's going to launch this straight. Going, gone. Maximal. That's a good strike, isn't it? From Zabi. Brings up the 50 for HTB. Challenge thrown down. Challenge accepted from Zabi. That was a clean hit. Straight over the straight boundary. A few clouds around. Nothing too threatening. Pretty windy though. Didn't get to see Zabi with the bat earlier. Oh, quicker one. Does sneak through. Beats the keeper as well. That'll be a bye, I think. All right. This is why I think you've brought back Abid, who's, for a spinner, he's a strike bowler. You can just tell. They want him to get Ibrahim. Gets another crack at him here. Quicker one. That's a more defensive type line. Cramps him for room. I think you got to bite the board and toss this up and hope for a miss hit. You might get hit into outer space, but I just think this is the moment. You'd love Abid to have more overs, but he's only got one more ball. Last ball, the 4th. He keeps the pace on the ball, and Ibrahim hits him for 6. Maybe a strategic error from Abid. He doesn't make too many mistakes. There's kind of 2 fast ones in a row. Maybe he thought that the batter thought it would be a slow one, so you never know. It's always this mental cat and mouse, isn't it? But HTB, they're in good position. 61 for 2 after 4. Not just that, they're quite far ahead, and if they can do this in the next 3 overs, then maybe they could even get 4 points. Those 4 wickets in the last over in the first innings, that was crazy, wasn't it? But yeah, I think if you're HTB, especially with a loss earlier, you might as well be going for this 7 over win. To do that, you need 42 off 18 at 14 and over. And you can not quite erase the loss from earlier, but you can definitely mitigate that loss. It would mean that you'd take 5 points out of 8 in the day. Which is only 1 point less than if you had 2 normal wins. Anyway, let's see. That one's cracked, and that's going to be 4. Good shot by Zabi Rashidzai. He just waits, plays the line of the ball, opens the face slightly. HTB roaring back into contention. And the other side of the equation is VFB. A real risk of going pointless here, and that's tough. It's tough to lose to start with, but it's tough to not even get a point. Puts you even further behind than a regular loss. So they've got a battle. No full toss. Can't really get under it, have to settle for a single. Well bowled. Despite the attempted kick, it'll still just be a single. John calling back to Raihan. He predicted rain. And John noticing the sunshine that we had. I'll say the sun is behind a cloud at the moment. No rain predicted. Little glance, fine legs out. Might be able to chase this down. Not quite. He attempts the kick, does Kumar Mutiala. Ironically, he was run out from a similar position in the field, but the result will be 4 more. HTB ticking along nicely. Probably better for the run as well. Just look a bit more with it. Kind of cramps and doesn't give them too much room to work with. But yeah, I'd say it's definitely, you wouldn't want to finish your 4 matches and think we could have tried for an extra point and didn't. Especially with that initial loss. I think you're in such a good position, might as well go for this bonus point. He does go for this one, slices away, fielder won't be able to make the stop. Kanan out there, couldn't get an angle on the ball. And that'll take us to the end of the over. So 76 for 2 after 5. That over ends up going for 15, which is about the rate to get the 4 points here. You have a BP thriller coming up. Coming up tomorrow, we have Rico Full to take you through the first 2 T20s in Romania. Czechia touring, so it's a bilateral between the hosts, Romania and Czechia. Men's T20 internationals, 4 of them, and then men's international T10s. ECI weekend, best of 7. So it's exactly the same as the Croatia versus Cyprus format a couple of weeks ago. You can join Rico tomorrow, 6:30 AM GMT, which is 8:30 in Central Europe, and noon in India, a little bit before we get started here. It's good bowling. First up, slower ball. Rashidzai watches on. But yeah, definitely inside. Now Ibrahim is going to lift this one up, and that's going to be out of the ground. Maximo. What a lift up from a very powerful player. So that'll help with the 4-point effort from HTB. Ibrahim makes it 22 off 11. Now have to check his shot. Just a single this time. Yeah, not just the 4 points it's relevant, but the 0 points could be pretty relevant as well. Don't want to go pointless in your first game. Play from a long way behind, not just normal behind. This one's on the legs, and that's going to disappear as well. Maximo! And they firm for the big win. 4-pointers were hard to come by in that first group. (14 off 7 for the BP now. One thing's for sure, follow Slaban, they need to find whoever they think their best bowling option is and bowl them in the next over to try and find this point. Try and keep this point. Last ball of the 6th over. Saravanan gets lit up, straight down the ground. Maximo, big daddy 6, that one. That's out of here. End of the 6th over, 95 for 2. And just 8 runs required to win the game. Now that'll be the end of the over. So, that's 50 by the way for Ibrahim. Brings it up off 19 balls. Got to get this guy opening. I think he's too good to leave on the bench for any amount of time. If he gets out, fair enough, you deal with it, but he's a man mountain. So, 8 runs required for the win, and if they can do it in this over, they get all 4 points, HTB. And you can see, acknowledging the 50 Ibrahim, making a big impact here. So, well, Tomar has come on. He went for 14 first time up. And Tomar, guy we know pretty well on ECN around Germany, but Rashid's eyes facing up, and for VFB, they need to survive this over without losing. If they do that, they get a point. They bring the mid on up, trying to save the single. I don't think Zabi's thinking single though. First one goes a little bit too wide, and it's called. 7 off 6 with a bonus point now. And like I said, HTB, if they walk away with 4 points out of this, they're only 1 point worse than if they'd won both their games. They walk away with 5 points out of 8. Pretty well bowled actually this time, wide Yorker. But Ibrahim's the man at the moment. Scored 29 off 9 in the first game, Ibrahim, playing his first matches on ECN. 6 to win. You can do it with one swing of the bat here. They won't need to swing the bat at all. And Kit hasn't quite got it right so far. VFB will be scratching their heads a little bit. Having said that, it's only one game. They'll play again later in the day. See them playing in match 4 of the day against Berlin CC. That'll be Berlin CC's first game. 5 to win. 4 to win. 3 to win. So really, it's hard to see them not getting 4 points now. 5 balls to get 3. Rashid Zayat can finish it off. The hundreds come up for HTB. Almost thrilling to get your first win on ECN, but even better when it's a 4-point result. It gets your campaign back on track. Boundary will do it for HTB cricket. Not yet, just a single. Well, it seems funny, but you might as well bring the field up now. Or at least think about it. I know the guy's bashing it. He probably will bash it, but you don't just want to give 2 pretty cheap singles. You've got to find a way to stop your opposition getting 2 or 4. Ibrahim will probably finish it right here. And he will. Beautifully clipped away. It will go all the way. A Maximo fittingly to finish the game. And HTB take all 4 points out of match number 12. VFB Fallersleben just fell away, particularly with the bat in the middle of the innings in the first half, and then a 4-wicket last over kept them to only 102, and HTB have chased it in 6.5 overs. Not just a 4-point result for HTB, but also a really good net run rate swinger, and VFB Fallersleben, they will have to battle back from behind. Congratulations to HTB, though, their first win on ECN, and it's a very comprehensive one. They bring up the victory in style, and Nassim Ibrahim, his first day on the network, finishes with a maiden half century as well. He scores 87 runs off just 29 balls in the morning session. Certainly a player to watch out for, and someone I'm sure they're thinking about opening with. Ranjit, remember, he went first ball, and effectively you could say that Ibrahim was opening anyway and did the job. Coming up, we've got a bit of extended break, 35 minutes until match number 13, but I'm pretty excited to see SG Findorf on the park. This is a team that we saw play in the first ever ECL. Hamid Waradak, who's played a lot of cricket for the national team as well. He's leading the side, and plenty of names in there. Amar Khalid, I remember, had a brilliant game as well in the ECL, in one of my first ever games commentating. SC Europa, well, they are 1-0, and they eked out a last over win their first time out. It'll be a big effort if they can get over SG Findorf. Looking forward to that one coming up in 35 minutes. Sahil Darwesh was a star for SC Europa before engineering that successful chase. Right here, though, Ranjit went first ball, but one door closes, another opens, as they say in the classics, as Asim Ibrahim came out and he murdered 58 runs off just 20 rocks. Meanwhile, Kalyan Velayudam was also pretty important with getting his team off to a good start. 17 off 9 for him, but Asim's a guy who they basically retired out Ranjit in the first game to get him out there. Considering he'd never played on ECN before, it was a vote of confidence, so I think he repaid in spades. He was able to hit 8 sixes in his innings, just the solitary 4, but striking at 290. And Fallersleben were kind of out of ideas, weren't they? I think that Zabi Rashid Zayat played a good hand as well, just came in and also showed that he was able to attack. He was able to hit 1 6 and 3 4s in his innings, but really no doubt about who the star of the show was here. They gambled bringing the left arm spinner back. I didn't mind that with Hasib, who bowled pretty well, but really Asim was equal to the task and ended up bringing up the win for HTB Cricket in 6.3 overs, and because they did it in 7 or less, they take all 4 points out of the match. 58 not out for Asim. It was brutal, really. And Zabi Rashid Zayat played his part as well, 22 off 10. Velayudam with 17 and a first baller for Ranjit, but he won't mind at all because his team run out comfortable winners. Other thing was, I think maybe VFB didn't bowl quite as well as HTB did either, giving up 10 extras in just 6.5 overs, and you can see some of those figures pretty expensive. Hasib Abid, though, he impresses me a lot with his left arm spin. He finished with a 1 for 16. The other wicket went to Yogesh Pai, who didn't have a bad game at all. Fallersleben, though, they'll go through pointless. They'll have to play Berlin CC later on today, and they'll be hoping to do a bit of an HTB and get back on track with a strong win We will take a break right here, maybe a spot of lunch, but in around about half an hour, we will be back with match number 13 as the ECL 19 finalists will be on the park for the first time in a while on ECN. And they will be taking on SC Europa. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo. Hope you're enjoying your day. We are back really shortly in Kiel for more European Cricket Series.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet.
Hello and welcome back. Great to have you with us as we get ready for the third match of the day. And if you know ECN, you'll know that sometimes spooky things happen in match number 13. And match 13 about to take place. This one will see SC Europa taking on SG Findorf. Let's see what happened a little while ago now at the coin toss with Suleiman Saeed.
SC Europa, SG Findorf. Findorf to call. Heads is the call, and it says
We will ball first.
SC Europa won the toss and they will ball first.
SG Europa did come up with a win chasing in the first game of the day, so I can understand why they do want to chase again. And also, there's been a bit of a trend towards chasing teams having success so far in this European cricket series. SC Europa, led by their captain Sahel Davish, who was brilliant in match 11. And certainly he'll be hoping he can repeat the dose. Delmo Yubi looks dangerous early on as well. For SG Findorf, though, a team that I know very, very well because they are among the first teams that I ever commentated back in the ECL in 2019, our first ever ECN tournament. That's over 6 years ago now. Well, they did take part in the European Cricket Series in Kummerfeld in 2020. We haven't really seen them since then. So, yeah, really excited to see SG Findorf on the park. And they were runners-up in the first ever European Cricket League. They had an impressive win over Svanholm of Denmark in the semi-finals, and in the final it just wasn't to be. They were blown away by Scotty Edwards and Max O'Dowd, who put on 222 for VOC Rotterdam to run away with the first ever ECL. So it's a long time since then. Still a couple of familiar faces in there though. Hamid Waradak leads the side, and he also was a part of that ECL 19 campaign. Another name in there, Amar Khalid. He was brilliant, actually, particularly in one game against Catalunya CC at that first ECL. Still remember that. Shafkat Ashraf in there as well, listed at number 3. Masih Shams will be behind the stumps for SG Findorf, who, yeah, pretty good side. And I love the fact they've continued their kind of theme of their ECL kit with their lime green, which I know is a bit of a traditional colour for them, but they've certainly kept up that tradition in the same look shirt, as they were part of a bit of European cricket history. A little bit surprised that they're 41% here, because SC Europa have a modest record in ECS cricket. SG Findorf with some experienced players in there. Well, my Mr. Maximo tip is that the supercomputer might be being a bit unkind to SG Findorf. Maybe they haven't played a lot of games on the network lately, and they're suffering a bit of a statistical dip as a result of that. Good news, sun's out here in Kiel in the north of Germany. I was asking some of the Findorf guys how far their trip is, and they said it's around about 250 kilometres to be here. So, yeah, it's a long trip, put it this way. Welcome back to everyone in the chat as well. Hope you had a nice little lunch break, whether it was lunchtime or not. And certainly have fond memories, put it that way, of SG Findorf. It's hard to believe all the things that have happened since I last called them in 2019. Findorf is from Bremen, which is around about 200 kilometres from here. So, SC Europa, they did get that win the first game. I'll be hoping they can go 2 out of 2 and put themselves in good shape. SC Europa are a side that haven't made finals day before. Came up with an upset win over Kiel in the previous ECS here at this ground, the only ECS at this ground. That was back in 2021. So Hamid Waradak is going to open up. I suppose he's a veteran now. He's been around for a long time. Also, he's played a fair bit of cricket for Germany. And he's leading SG Findorf today. He's out there with Shafkat Ashraf. Lights, camera, action. Let's go with match number 13. Oh, the first one smashed straight back past the bowler, and that'll run away for 4. It's not particularly fast outfield. Genuinely going up to the bowler, just checking if he's all right. His pride was probably hurt more than anything. I think he got a finger on it. What a strike. Hamid probably be the first to admit he's more of a slightly longer form player, but he's had to learn to adapt and change his game. For 10 over cricket. Yeah, it's a good comeback from Ayubi. And Shafkat out there as well. He's a guy we did see all the way back in 2019 as well. Also saw him in the 2020 ECS. Got a top score of 31 against VOC Rotterdam in ECN cricket. This one's helped on the way. Fielder has to watch it fly. Maximo. First one of the match. Ayubi with that round the wicket angle. And Hamid just helps on his way. Does bat around a metre out of the crease, but he kind of steps back to around the line. Interesting if he decided to go across Boradak rather than that angle in. 4 fielders on the leg side. A lot of things you'd imagine are going to go that way if they're straight. He's bowled him. Oh, that's a really good delivery from Ayubi. It's come in, it's gone through the gate, and it's castled the SG Findorf skipper. What a delivery in the very first over of this game, and it's 10 for 1. That's a brilliant piece of fast bowling. Oh, that's a good player. Sometimes you have to do something a bit special to get good players out, and this was special from Ayubi. Comes in, oh, top of middle stump. What a ball. Mordak just wasn't able to react. Have a look at this one. Definitely came in more than Hamid was expecting. But some early drama. 6 and out for Boradak, and the score 10 for 1. You're just saying, yeah, it came in a bit, and that's why I'm here with you guys and not out there. So, new batter out there, Amar Khalid, just mentioned him. Maybe, yeah, 45 or 15 not out. That's what he scored back in ECL 19 in what was a dramatic comeback for SG Findorf against Catalunya CC, the Spanish champions. Amar's happy to keep the first one out. Those hands look like they're well weathered on Amar. Goes at the stumps this time, it misses down the leg side. Ayubi, a bit of magic. And all that in the zip-up jumper as well. Fraction short and helped round the corner by Amar Khalid, so he's off the mark. Pretty action-packed first over. SG Findorf back in the ECN universe after 5 years in the wilderness. And the first one had a bit of everything. It's 15 for 1 after 1. Hello to BJ88 asking where's Rico. I think Rico by now probably at the airport, maybe on the plane. Quick look at the Meltu Shield, which will be taking place at the Cardamore Oval from the 15th of September. So it's in around about 4 weeks' time. That's Babette Deleda, the icon player for Team Europe. she's currently probably got a handful in the qualifiers in the Netherlands on home soil. I see that the Netherlands are playing Italy as we speak. Everyone, Corey Rucker's over there. Anyway, Wahidullah Amini to bowl. This one squares up Shafkat. Do like the uniforms of both these sides. They're very, very bright. Less common colour combination, the lime green and the purple, but it's very, very cool in my opinion. Pitched up and driven. Just beat the fielder, does well to stop it. And they'll scramble through for a single. Yeah, Khalid really turned it on. In one of the early kind of real match swinging innings on ECN. Right now he's going to miss time. This is going to get lucky. It's over the infield, but very tight. Amar's a real jokey disposition, but he wouldn't have been laughing if he'd been run out like this. Probably just in, but maybe by a frame. Back to live action. All right, up in the air. Can he get there? He's got to come in a long way, but he takes the catch. Brilliantly done. Dawood Ayubi with the catch. Ashraf doesn't fire, and SG Findorf in early trouble in the second over. They're 17 for 2. Took on the fielder and lost. Probably would have been caught whether the mid-on was up in the circle or if he was back on the boundary. And it's a very good start. It's one of those situations where SC Europa, they probably just seem a bit more in the swing of it than SG Findorf. Remember, all teams play 2 matches a day in this format. Well taken, well judged. Didn't have to dive in the end. Hung up there a long time. Notice that Wajid Khan is in the side as well for SC Europa. I remember he's a surprisingly crafty bowler. 6 wickets in the series in 2021. Shams, a new batter, comes out, can't get it away. There he is. Remember, he was quite a good player. Just missed the leg stump. How did it miss? I have no idea. Yeah, so he's come in, and I wonder if we'll see him bowl at some point. He's got a good record. Anyway, that's a brilliant over from Wahidullah Amini. Takes 1 for 2. And after 2 overs, it's 17 for 2. Wahid bowled that over. He's got a good record as well. Took 8 wickets, including 6 for 9 against Kiel. And you can see why he's had success. A lot going for him. Siddiqui to bowl over number 3. This is going to test the fielder. He's up to the test. Can he turn this into something more? Siddiqui had some issues early in the day with his footing. Should be a bit easy to land now. Not a great ball down the leg side. Yeah, so 6 wicket hauls are something that are pretty rare on the network. In fact, we've only ever had 12 of them. And we haven't had one so far in 2025. in T10 cricket this is. So the last one was actually the very first week of the season last year. So it's been about 18 months since this has actually happened. That's more like the Cleater, remember? That one is out of here. Maximo. That has gone miles over the boundary and everything else. 6 runs to Amar Khalid. Stays pretty still here. Just steps, hits, power. Power from Amar. At least we don't lose that one. The longer stretches of lawn in this Kiel Cricket Ground complex. Shows a bit of intelligence there. Could have easily gone after the next one, but says, no, I'm in for the long haul. Only the third over. Didn't want to throw it away. Probably was in a similar spot, if I'm honest. Yeah, so have a look. Number 3 there, Wahidullah Amini. Just saw him bowling the second over. He took 6 for 9 for SC Europa versus Kiel in that first quarter final back on the 11th of June 2021. Interesting, we had 4 of those hauls in 2021. We only had 2 in 2022, 4 in 2023, only 1 last year. None so far this year. Oh, well, if he picked up and hit, that probably would have been out. Shams scrambles through for his first run, had to work hard for it. Yes, only the third person, Wahidullah Amini, to take a 6-wicket haul in ECN T10 cricket. Stefan Gooch, you might have noticed at the top of the list there. Khalid feels this kept down a little bit, but I think maybe just misjudged the length of it. Yeah, Stefan Gooch to the top of that list. Still the best figures on the network, 6 for 2. What else can I tell you there? Umar Tariq's involved 2 hat-tricks in the same innings. Nikhil Patel, 6 wickets and a man-cad. He's known as the man-cad man from Clone Challengers. Yeah, lots of great memories. And Lorne Burns, of course, the Spanish international, has done it as well. Bad ball. This one down the leg side. Re-bowl that one. While we're there, let me tell you a few more stories. Story time. Naveen Gunasekaran is probably more a batter than a bowler, but he did it in Prague for the Spartans versus the Tigers. There's only a couple of international ones on there. Umar Tariq, Austria versus Malta, and Tremalka Fernando, Romania versus Croatia. All the rest are domestic. Interesting. Off the pad. They'll run away for 4. So just wrong line there from Siddiqui. As it won't be charged to his bowling, but it will be charged to his team. And that'll be the end of the power play. SG Findorf, 33 for 2 after 3. Kroom's asking, do you think it's in the improvement of T10 batting and batters learning the game instead of going all out? It's an interesting one, Kroom. It might just be a freak act of God when you have a 6-wicket haul. A lot of things have to go right. For example, there being that many wickets remaining. You have to have a lot of luck as well as skill to do a 6-wicket haul. 6 wickets out of 12 balls that you can possibly bowl. So yeah, I don't know. Is it a trend? Maybe. I suppose, would you say less wickets are falling? Maybe slightly. I suppose a lot of wickets are run-outs as well. Don't go to any bowler. Well, that's in the air. Fielder coming to his left. Oh, he almost pulls it in. And that's going to be 4. Well, that would have been amazing. That's Abdullah Rasuli, who's come out there and he's given it a good shot. He's run what seemed like forever. He's gotten there. He's going full pace, so he doesn't have too much time to see it. The only sad thing for him, further sad thing, was that it ends up going across the line for 4. Shams gets lucky again. Now this is lifted up. And that's out of the ground. No ball called as well. A 7 up. I think this is a back foot no ball on Amini. Let's have a look at this back foot. I spotted it. Umpire spotted it too. Can't touch this line. And the umpire, I know you might say, is it grounded, is it not? But the umpire, it's according to what he sees, he just sees that foot landing on the line and says, can't do that. It's a funny one because the law basically says it has to touch the line. As far as the umpire's concerned, it would certainly look like that heel's touching the line. Whether it was slightly raised or not, I'm not sure. One thing's for sure, Shams gets a free hit. Potential momentum swinger here in the 4th over, and that's going to run away for 4. So that ball goes for 11. I've said it before, I'll say it again. I think the back foot law is antiquated, it's outdated, and it's got to go. There's no advantage for the bowler, but it's such a big penalty, and it's a very difficult law for the umpire to try and judge. How's he meant to know if it's on the line or hovering just millimetres over the line? Shams. Oh, he's bowled him. Doesn't realise it does Khalid, but it's gone bat to foot and back onto the stump. So sometimes you're lucky, sometimes you're not. And Amini, after a horror start, his first 2 balls went for 15, but he's got the wicket. And you just never know what's around the corner on ECN. Can you believe it here? It's good change of length as well. Goes full, jams it. Oh, it's pretty unlucky. It's gone bat pretty violently onto the back pad and then pretty solidly into the stumps. And almost wants to respect Amar Khalid's call, but then realises, hate to say it to your friend, but I am out of here. I'm actually out for 15. It's 48 for 3. He did get dropped moments ago. He almost might have been run out first ball. The fielding was a bit cleaner. Famous name, Imran Khan, comes out to bat at number 5. Can he run someone with ECN experience? I've been playing for Moorburger TSV back in 2021 in this series. It's the first time I've seen him in an SG Findorf shirt. He's 33 years of age, I should say. Looks in his 20s. Oh, bit of chin music. Be the one for the over. Well, maybe not. Maybe it's around about shoulder high, maybe not above. Gets him bat on this, but no run, and so Amini with a fantastic comeback. The first 2 balls of that over went for 15. The last 4 balls, he took 1 for none. And that's the end of the 4th. And that's how quickly your fortunes can change. In this format of the game, it's 48 for 3 after 4. Probably feel here, SC Europa, that they could just pick up, particularly the wicket of Khalid, pick up 1 or 2 here. They can run through SG Findorf, playing their first game in the format in 5 years. Wahidullah Ramini, he is the man, wearing 333 on his back, and he was player number 3 to ever secure a 6-fer in ECN cricket. But here we go, coming back to bowl out here in the 5th. It's a good contest, but it might be over because this should be out. Fielder comes around and he takes the catch. So Amini with the 2nd wicket, and Khalid goes at an inopportune moment for SG Findorf. Nice catch taken out there as well. You need to hold on to your chances when they're offered. And that's Ahmed Shawali that takes it. Had to take it on the run. Disappointment for Khalid. Watched a couple of partners disappear. And now he will be the next to go at 48 for 4. It's the way the cookie crumbles, I suppose. Khalid will be itching for another hit, but right now he has to take a seat, out for 14. 48 for 4. he's given him. It was full. Does hit him in line. Kind of rooted to the crease. Lukman Ahmed's going to go for a golden duck. And it's 48 for 5. Amini asks the question, and Lukman doesn't have the answer. Where's it hit him here? Oh, it's questionable. Does it hit him in line with leg? Probably. Is it going on to hit leg? Maybe. Probably. I suppose at real time, you've got to go on what you see. This is what the umpire actually sees. Sees it hitting in line with leg. Feels it's going to get a piece of leg stump. All right, hat-trick ball here for Amini. Well, you didn't miss much. It's a wide. Hello to Danny Hudacek. That's known as the Danny Hudacek on the network. When you bowl a wide or a no ball on a hat-trick ball. Interesting, he kind of went to ramp there, Tara Kiel. Amini 3 for 3. Still four balls remaining for him as well. Oh, that was such a good ball. Anyone that says batting's easy, you got to see good bowlers operating. This is a ball that he does very well to keep out. That's what a Yorker looks like, folks. That's actually how to play one. It's very well done by Tara Kiel. I was expecting to hear stumps crashing when I saw that come out of the hand of Amini. Your turn, Imran. Oh, in the air. It was a bit of a meek push, really, from Imran. Didn't try to keep it down. And up in the air, just a single. Findorf reeling at 51 for 5. Remember, a team that came second in Europe just 6 years ago, but it's a long time since we've seen them. Findorf. It's more of a shot. That's a good shot, actually. And that'll be 4. So Amini is hit to the boundary for the first time. It's a little bit of width here. Nice shot, Tara Kiel hasn't played scared. He's gone out there and he's still trying to attack. And that's belted as well. Long chase for the fielder. Oh, well, it's poor effort, really. He knows it. Yubi's better than that, but he stuck out the foot and the effort probably got the result it deserved. This surface, you got to get down to this. Cricket gods not rewarding the good fielding. I think he said, oh bother. End of the over, 59 for 5. Gives us an opportunity to welcome you into the commentary box. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo for ECN on a Wednesday in Kiel. First day to see Group B teams in action. We've seen 4 of them. We still haven't seen Berlin CC, although we do know them from Dresden and many editions of the European Cricket Series there. Don't forget we have cricket in Romania from tomorrow, from Austria as well on Friday. And it's grown a lot since I last called SG Findorf in 2019. We had 17 matches in that year. And now we have over 1,700 matches in the year. Okay, cool. Been looking forward to this. Wajid. Very clever spin bowler. Oh, wow. You can see what Tara Kiel's thinking. Made the keeper, Mohsen, just think about his life and how he got to the point where he was staring at a ball and a bat from about a metre away. Oh, straight up in the air, keeper's catch. And he's got it. So, this man, Wajid Khan, he just has a knack for taking big wickets. And SG Findorf fall even further into the quagmire. A 6-wicket falling in the 6th over, 61 for 6. Trying to go across the line. Again, he's pretty accurate, is Wajid. And a good piece of keeping. These aren't quite as easy as you think because you have to see them first. And you don't really have a sense of perspective being only around a metre behind where that ball is deflected up into the air. But Imran, no luck for him. He's going to have to go for just a deuce, and it's 61 for 6. Safi comes out. Gulzar Safi, lucky he hit that, because if he didn't, he was going to be walking back as well. Findorf needs a battle. I mean, even if they lose this, if they can take a point, something, at the moment they're in big trouble. Great bowling once again. YG, this is what he's been brought in to do. It's a good over. With 2 runs in a bye and a wicket off that over. SG Findorf, 62 for 6. Sorry looking scoreline, really. But, you know, starts matter. Wardak started brightly. Could have been a different story if he wasn't removed by Israfil Ayubi. Also came up with that foot fielding effort in the last over. But still, 2 overs going out. That was a big moment in this game to get the Findorf skipper. Here's Shawali. Now that's in the air as well. This is catchable. And he's dropped it. Just couldn't quite turn. Ras Muhammad Totakil is into the side. This is a rare blemish. This has been a couple in the last few minutes. But it was a chance for sure. Now this is lifted up straight to the fielder, and that's gone. Almost pops out, but Tarakale's the next to go. Little ice cream cone for the fielder down there. Dawud Ayubi makes no mistake. And for Tarakale, it ends his innings, and Findorf, they're in huge trouble now at 63 for 7. Disappointment. SG Findorf, they're going to fight every inch of the way. New batter taking quite a while to get out there as well. Remember, 60 seconds. I think the regulations have tightened a bit since the last time we saw SG Findorf on the network. And the clock's policed for both batters and bowlers. Abdul Rahimzi keeps the first one out, but all over at the moment. Shawali showing the depth in the SC Europa bowling stocks. Keeps it out. It's a tough situation because you kind of need to have an eye on batting out your overs, but that's no good if you haven't scored any runs. So I guess it depends on who's batting at this stage. If you're confident that you can play big shots, still play them. It depends on what you have bowled. That's a good slower ball. It's a really good slow ball, and I don't think the batter picks it, kind of freezes for a second and then just decides to keep it out. He actually is so slow that he had time to change his shot. It's called. Right, we'll have to re-bowl the last ball of the over. Let's have a look at it. 4, it's not a wide. It's been pretty good on those for the most part. Probably should have been out of the over with only 1 conceded, Shawali. But the line belongs to the bowler. Wow, that would have been an amazing catch. I'm glad they bowled the extra ball. He gets a finger on this. Probably saves the boundary. He finds some rare air here. Check this effort out. He might have to go off, actually. Oh, how has he touched that? And that will be the end of the 7th over. It's 65 for 7. Quick look at the ECN calendar. I mentioned that it's grown a lot over recent years. And now we're over 1,700 matches expected this year. Okay. Who wants more? Wajid. You know you do. Oh, brilliantly in the first over. And he bowled. Just so. He's so annoying to face. Very good control. You feel like you should be whacking him everywhere, but he knows what he's doing. Another miss. And he just goes about his business, goes back, does it again. Abdul Rahimzi 1 off 7. Gets some of this, but not a lot of it. Double his score. One thing we'll say about SG Findorf is it's their first game back in a while in the ECN universe, so they're cutting a bit of slack. Hasn't gone their way this innings. A smart footwork, I think, and he'll get the boundary. I think one thing about Wajid is you could set your watch to him. It was the same ball again and again, and so Safi puts his big boy trousers on and says, right, I'm going to be brave. I'm going to try and get it on the full. And hits a good shot, finds the gap. Let's see if that throws Wajid off his game at all. Whether he just tries the same ball or maybe something different. $70 on the board. Last ball, the 8th. He steps across. Again, I like the idea. He'll only get the one despite the fumble, and so Safi will retain the strike. What a great spell from Wajid coming into the side. He finishes with 1 for 8. And after 8 overs, SG Findorf 71 for 7. Okay, can they find a bit of a rally here? Let's say they can go 15-15, get 100 on the board and defend it. They'll have to bowl and field very well, but like I said, they're a champion side. They're a side that qualified for ECL 19 by winning the German National Championship in 2018. Wasn't that a different world back then? Okay, Shawali gets the 9th. Huge swing and a miss first up. Abdul Rahimzi probably at this stage might be smarter just trying to get bat on ball. I can understand he's having a huge swing. If he gets an edge, it probably flies away. They do have the deep third in place for such an edge. Strike 2. I suppose one of those situations as well where he wasn't expecting to get a hit. Abdul Rahimzi's batting number 9. And number 9's faced as many balls as anyone in the innings. You know, the innings hasn't gone to plan. Oh, it could be a wide, you know. So, it was pretty high when it passed him, but it was even higher at the crease. It's well above their head. Remember, you judge this when it goes past the crease. Pitches up this time. Hit, run, pick up. Oh, that would have been out. Good piece of fielding. Gave himself a chance. Had to underarm at one stump. Yeah, he's trying his best to get down the other end as quick as possible. The throw would have beaten him comfortably. Right. Now we get a full toss, and that'll be 4. So, liked what I've seen from these two. They're battling. They need to battle. $77 for 7. The slot machine all happening in the 9th. Shawali. Jam that Yorker in, I think. And puts on a length. And Hemsey not able to catch up with it. Shawali's been good. Let's see if he can finish. It's that slow ball up in the air. Oh, dropped. Just needed to get a fraction closer to that, Raz Muhammad Todakil. So that'll go down. I suppose it won't hurt them too much. I love this slow ball he's got. He's right at the front of the hand. He turns the wrist slightly. But never really bent the knees or bent the body to get a bit closer to that ball. So it will be the end of the night. And the score 78 for 7. So a look at the bowling figures. It's been a pretty good team bowling effort, hasn't it? From SC Europa. 3 wickets to Amini. And wickets to everyone, with the exception of Siddiqui. Still bowled a decent over. That only went for 12 right now. It'll be Israfil Ayubi to bowl. Bowled the first to bowl the last. This one gets through the infield. Just a single. Again, do not count out SG Findorf just yet. Is it going to retire it out here? Yeah, I think they've decided that Safi is asking for a reprieve, but I think that they want to retire him out, and he's saying, "But hey, can they do that?" But I think they've just said, "All right, we're gonna." Even though it's quite interesting, they're 7 down, but they're still going to retire out a wicket to get a different batter out there. And it's going to be Fahim Shinwari. Maybe has a bit more size than Safi. He'll be retired out for 8, 79 for 8 then. Safi was, sorry, what? See what he's got. Well, he's got to do nothing there. That'll be a wide. You can't really criticise Safi too much. I mean, batting number 8 did hit a boundary along the way. Shinwari selectively inserted at number 10. Save him for a rainy day, maybe. He's just going down the leg side, so he'll get bat on this. It'll just be a single. Until Rahimzi get another chance. So that one clearly missing the leg stump. Into the Grady 80s. Back in the old era, 80s was quite competitive. Shot. That'll do. Gets enough batter and it gets a boundary. Just throws the hands and hopes for the best. Not a bad shot from the lower order batter. He's been put in a pickle and he's trying to bat his way out of it. Alamo moves into double figures with his second 4. Scary thing in the innings, there's only been 3 sixes. SG Findorf, can they push up into the 90s? Another boundary would probably get them there. Or bowled though. Bowls will look good when they've pitched up. Thinking of a second, he wants to get back to Zabur Rahimzi, but Shinwari may be saying, hey, they wanted me out here, so let me bat. Doesn't have a run yet. SC Europa hoping to go 2 out of 2 and putting themselves in good position for qualification, but still plenty of work to do regardless tomorrow. Might as well run. And they'll get through. It almost castles him. Good awareness though. After Rahimzi. They're saying, look, the keeper's got to do a lot here. Okay, if he hits the stumps, he's out easily. The keeper had to go up, get the ball. Actually would have been home. That just shows you, take off straight away. Last ball coming up. SG Findorf, 87 plus this. Seatbelts on. And he hits it up and out of the ground. What a shot. Maximo. So he decides to steal the strike back and he does get them up into the 90s. Only the 4th 6 of the innings. And that will put the score to 93 for 8. So hardly a convincing performance from SG Findorf, but still gives them a fighting chance. We've seen these kind of scores defended before. You can see a huge smile on the face. He certainly wasn't expecting to have too much of a role to play in the innings. Shinwari thrown out there, you see on screen. The batting 10 will be there towards the end, but Abdul Rahimzi will finish on a score of 19. Let's go back and have a look. Well, could have been a very different innings if Hamid Wardak had stuck around for a while, because he nailed the first ball into the sight screen for 4. He was able to smash a 6 off his pads, and this happened. Nip back, top of middle stump went flying, and that changed the whole perspective of the game. And no one could really get going for SG Findorf after that. Khalid, again, he threatened, didn't he? But he was only a bit of a one-hit wonder in the end. 1-6 for him in his 14. One thing that SC Europa did pretty well was hold their chances, but not all of them. That would have been an amazing one. Rasuli down there, always taking a brilliant catch on the run. But I kind of said it at the time. I said, if they can get a couple of wickets now, you can probably really kind of put the stoppers on the innings, and they did. They got Khalid. They got Shams. Bit unlucky getting bowled off his own back pad. This was the big moment for me when Khalid held out. Shawali took the catch, and Amini had a wicket, 1 of 3 for the big pacer, a rare member of the Sixers club. This one was marginal, hit him in line. Umpire felt it was going on to take some leg stump. And so wickets in consecutive balls. Amini was on a hat-trick. He messed that up, but not too much was messed up. And then it was time to enter Wajid, a wily veteran with his spin. Just locking up the middle and lower order of SG Findorf as the wickets continued to tumble. That would have been an incredible catch if that had been held. You got to applaud the effort from Findorf in their lower order. That was Gulzar Safi with his only boundary. He would be retired out late in the piece. That was a bit of a casual one, to be honest, so they didn't hold their standards all the time. Fahim Shinwari was inserted late but couldn't really get bat on ball. It was left to Abdul Rahimzi to try and lift the score, and he did. Got it up into the 90s with 4 and a 6 in that last over. And they end up with 93. So we'll take a break and we'll be back in just a few minutes. Take through the score quickly, but nobody got past the 19 not out from Alamo Abdul Rahimzeh. And when your number 9 is facing 15 balls and top scoring, you know it hasn't gone to plan. 15 for Masi Shams, the keeper, 14 for Khalid, and Wardak 10 in the first over before he got castled by the ball of the day from Israfil Ayubi. 15 extra is probably a little bit on the higher side, but having said that, 5 of them were leg byes. Probably showed you that Findorf didn't get as much bat on ball as they might have liked. And SC Europa, a team that have never finished in the top 2 in the group stage, certainly hoping to do it this time and qualify for finals Friday. Bowling wise, Wahidullah Amini. Mentioned that he's a member of the 6 for club, but his 3 for was pretty useful. 3 for 13. Was on a hat trick at one stage. Wickets also to Israfil Ayubi as well as Izzatullah Amini, Ahmed Shawali, and Wajid Khan. What a good 2 overs from him. He was the most economical of the bowlers, taking 1 for 8 off his 2 overs. We'll take a break then, and we'll be back in just a few minutes. Tricky little chase here for SC Europa, as we will see them chasing 94 to have a perfect first day. Any sound of him, Mr. Maximo for ECN, and we'll see him when we return to the north of Germany. Won't be too long before the second innings here. Match 13 in this European Cricket Series.
Let's live our dream. get ready, we're so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we're so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we're so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we're so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet.
Hello and welcome back to Kiel in Germany, where we're getting ready for the second half of match number 13. We're exactly halfway through the day at the moment. And it is the return of SG Findorf after 5 years in the ECN wilderness. Good to see them back. But it was a bit of an underwhelming batting performance, if I'm completely honest. 93, they squeezed down to their 10 overs. And that does certainly open up a bit of an opportunity for SC Europa if they were able to chase the target of 94 in 7 overs. That's about 13.5 and over. They would get all 4 points out of this game. Who knows if SC Findorf could get on an absolute terror, they could potentially restrict to the 70% or less to take all 4 points themselves. It wouldn't seem particularly likely at the moment. Great to have your company wherever you're watching from around the world. Vinny Sander here. We did see, and it's a good point brought up in the chat, might have been John Gray saying we almost saw 56 defended yesterday with the Hamburg side, so yeah, you never know your luck. But you'll have to bowl and field really well. You have to get those early wickets. And one guy you'll need to get through is Darwish. Batted really well earlier in the day. SG Findorf loving those shirts. They are inspired, I think, by the shirts that they wore in 2019 in the first ever European Cricket League. It's going to be Showcat Deal to get us going. Bit of pace there. I don't know if this was off the thigh pad actually. I think it was a leg bite to get us going. Darwish was destructive earlier, his first ever half century in ECN cricket. It's a pretty important one. Out there, opening up with Amini. Attempted Yorker this time, clipped away nicely. Thinking it too, but I don't think it's there. An early wicket kind of sparked SC Europa in the first innings. Maybe what SG Findorf are after here. Europa, remember, in match 11, they got a win chasing 140. And this one, not quite the same magnitude, obviously. This one's driven nicely, finds the gap, finds the boundary. Darwish off the mark in style. Cracked through the offside. Deal. I like that he's trying to go full. They just overdid it a touch. This time's hit straight to the fielder. Shy anyway. Comes a deal on the leg. A couple of good ins for SC Europa with Wahidullah Amini and Wajid Khan both coming into the side compared to the side that were winners earlier on the day. Dug out pretty well by Darwish. SC Europa, they finished third in their group in 2021 but ended up on finals day coming from outside the top 4 to do it in the quarterfinal format. Beautiful bit of timing off the pads there. That'll run away for 4. It's a shot of a player in good touch. Darwish, very stylish clip. Look at this. Just uses the wrists at the right moment. Precision there to take the ball all the way along the carpet. End of the over, and it's 10 without loss. 40 matches since the golden ball. So back in the ECL 2019, we didn't have the golden ball, although we didn't get a tie, so would have gone to a super over at that stage. A few discussions after that tournament about what a good way to resolve a tie would be, and the golden ball was was introduced in 2020. We had one, actually, I think it might have been our very second day, actually, in ECS cricket. ECS cricket got underway in March 2020. Here's Wardak. And he's wearing the exact shirt that is an ECL 29 shirt. Maybe we can show that, the number 10 of Wardak. There he is in the background. And that is his genuine ECL shirt. He's still got it 6 years later. Looks brilliant. You see the front foot when he turns around as well. Right, lifted up in the air. Fielder comes in and takes it. Well, you better hold on to your chances if you're trying to defend double digits in the Grizzly era. And Tarakale's taken a brilliant catch there. So Wardak, he's going to come up with the big wicket early. It's Darwish who's going to have to go. Captain gets captain. Good fielding as well by Jawad. Not off the middle at all. One of the outfielders was long on. And Findorf maybe start to believe. Darwish fails to fire here in match 13. He's out for 8 and it's 11 for 1. Yeah, so we had a golden ball in just our 7th match ever in ECS cricket. That's Madrid United versus Levante. Well, this is over the top, but only just. Clever bowling by Wardak. Got him playing it away from his body. Dawood Ayubi is the new batter. Saw him opening earlier in the day. Curved in. Wardak himself has actually transitioned from a left-arm seam bowler to more of a spinner. I've seen him in a German shirt from time to time as well. Beats the inside edge this time. I wonder, is anyone in the chat right now, anyone watching, did anyone actually watch the original ECL in 2019? Late July 2019. I wonder. Because the thing is, there's such a gap between that tournament and our next tournament, which is March 2020. And then there was such a big gap between that, which is a 5-day tournament in Spain, and our next one, which was basically at the start of June 2020. It's well played, but also well fielded. Shafkat goes to his left and keeps it to 1 into the second over. A successful one for SG Findorf. It's 17 for 1. So I want to know, are there any 2019 ECN watches? So from the ECL 2019, that was the only tournament that year. And failing that, any 2020 ECN watches? Let us know in the chat. And no shame if you weren't. It was pretty random. But who knew that ECN would explode from this fairly humble beginning to become the juggernaut that it has over the past 6 years. Tarakale gets the ball, steaming in. Good start. Not a wide. Despite the half teapot from Amini. So Amini, this is a good battle actually. One thing about Tarakale, he's proper running in, isn't he? Yep. Oh yeah! That's the fast bowler kind of move. I genuinely thought he was going to throw this, and I'd almost called the authorities when he wound up, because that would have taken Amini's head off, and we had bats and balls flying if that had been thrown. He's got his point across. Slow ball launched. And that's going to fly probably all the way. And yeah, it has. Maximo. Great shot from Amini. I don't see too many more slow balls out of Jawad. Smacked. That's 4. Great shot from Amini. And really no real dramas apart from that early wicket. And so I was just wondering, any 2019 watchers, let us know. I don't know if we got any. I mean, I know people watched it. That's why we're still around. But hello to John in Africa. Said he can't go a day now without tuning in for a while. Hey, no shame. We've grown from 17 matches in 2019, I think, to around about 700 or 800 in 2020, to about 1,221, and then up to 1,700 now down the ground. Well, this one might beat everyone as well, and it does. So another 4 runs. This one all the way along the carpet from Amini. Gets pretty square on there, just muscles it down the ground. And Jacob saying he did watch in 2020. How old would you be back in 2020 then, Jake? So we recently had what I call our 6th birthday. The 29th of July is when we first broadcast on what's really now called ECN. It was the precursor to that German Cricket TV, which is part of the formation. But yeah, the ECN era really started 6 years ago. Last ball to power play. Pretty solidly, but it'll be a 1-hopper to Hamid. And that'll take us to the end of the 3rd over. So Findorf battling, but still a long way behind in this game. It's 32 for 1 after 3. I can say I've been along for the ride. It's been a crazy ride. Over 7 or 8,000 matches now. Lose track of the actual figure. Wardak's going to bring himself back straight away. Did come up with a big wicket of Sahil Darvish. I suppose you throw everything at. Let's see Europa and see what sticks. Over number 4. Just stuck down the leg side. Well taken, actually. Well blocked at least by Massey Shams, the keeper. So what else was different in 2019? So I suppose there were a few things that were different about this first ever tournament. Mainly because, I wouldn't say we didn't know what we were doing, but we didn't know what we had. Up in the air, but it's going to pop to space, and it'll sneak across the boundary. That's so annoying for Findorf. And I think you got to give credit to him. He spotted there was no one at deep cover. He wanted to go in that direction, and he ends up with 4 runs. Yeah, so back in 2019, it was actually still the only time, not the only time actually, but it's one of the rare occasions we've played ECN T10 cricket on a turf pitch. The only other occasion was in 2022 when Netherlands Jersey Women's played an ECIW. 2023 actually it was. It was in the Netherlands. And that was as a precursor to their T20IW series. So that was different. I think the T10 was only ever meant to be an experiment, and the next year the ECL was meant to go to T20, but the T10 was just so popular that we just couldn't go back. Same thing about the field dimensions. They were just the dimensions of that field. Rachel Hayho Flint Oval in Lamunga in Murcia. So what else was different? It was just an 8-team ECL. The first game I called was actually the Russian club, St. Petersburg Lions, taking on Catalonia CC of Spain. The SG Findorf were also involved. Pretty sure the first day that I ever commentated on ECN. tournament. I remember it very vividly, and it's quite nice actually. Findorf were playing when. Oh, that one's hit in the air. It should be out straight to Amar Khalid and takes the catch. So Amini goes. They're just battling here, aren't they? Warnock was brought back to pick up another wicket, and that's exactly what he's done. Amini, a good hitter, but he mishits this one. On the front foot, just didn't get all of it. Nice catch by Khalid down at long off. So the second wicket falls. Amini out for 23. It's 39 for 2. Disappointed, but that's the way it goes. I suppose you can't hit everything in the middle of the bat. So, yeah, it's kind of nice that Philip Backstadt, who I commentated with just for that 3 days, and Phil, he's a TV presenter. He really hadn't done a lot of commentating, but he's such a professional, and I learnt so much of him back then in 2019, and I'm really thrilled that he will be commentating finals day here. So, my original commentary partner, albeit for only 3 days. Warnock rounds out a pretty good spell. Couple of key wickets. Gives them a chance. And SC Europa after 4 overs, 39 for 2. So I commentated Jandra Brescia of Italy against SG Findorf. It was match 6, the end of the first day of ECN cricket ever. And it was match 6 of a 6-game day. So we had 6 matches on day 1, we had 6 matches on day 2, and we had 5 matches including the final on day 3. And that was also the tournament that basically sent Pavel Florin viral. And our viewing numbers tripled after Pavel got all that attention. Jacob's saying so old now. It was only 8, the first ever ECL tournament. Well, that's the other crazy thing is some of these players I look at, okay, I'm calling a 16-year-old, they would have been 10. First tournament ever. Khalid comes on with his off spin and he's got a wicket straight away. That's another dangerous hitter that's going to have to go. Dawar Ayubi goes after the first ball from Amar Khalid. Another great catch down there by Jawad Tarakale. And that's the thing about a team like SG Findorf. They're a team, like I said, they've won the Bundesliga, they've won a German national championship. So teams like that, even in games that aren't really going their way like this one, they have a way of remaining competitive. And that's the 3rd wicket down now, 39 for 3. Well taken. Do need to hold on to your chances when you're defending something that's pretty underwhelming. Ayubi, he'll be disappointed. Just the 6 from him and a run a ball. 39 for 3. He's got to keep taking wickets. New batter comes out there. It's Izzatullah Amini. Happy just to knock the first one for a single, albeit a slightly tight one. Izzatullah did get a hit in the first game. Well, didn't even get a hit. He got a bat, but didn't face a ball. Bowling is a bit of flight there, but actually diddles the keeper as well and sneak through for a bite. But Khalid is able to mix up the speed of the delivery. Playing at pretty much the rate at the moment, but not above it, not below it. SC Europa. Khalid bowled again. Just a single down the ground. Told you, don't count out champion teams. They won the national championship 2018. They were second in the ECL in 2019, SG Findorf. And right now, Khalid is keeping things very tight. Just 2 runs off this over plus a bye, so I guess 3 in total. We haven't had a boundary now for 11 deliveries. That's in the air, and Warnock will go back, but he won't have a play on it. And it'll run away. Maximo sees Carreras to finish the over. And that's the end of 5. Still a very good over, though, from Khalid. He'll be annoyed. That last one was a bit of a teaser for the Findorf skipper down there. And it will be 48 for 3 after 5 overs. A reminder, not only do we have the Meltool Shield, but also the Western Shield coming your way. The launching ground for tomorrow's champions. So in the format of Western Shield, now 4 teams that cover every part of the globe. And they're led by icon players and some marquee players in there, as well as a lot of Minwari gets the ball. It's one of those totals for SG Findorf where you can't really afford to have a bowler get it very wrong. So a magical over here probably kills the game. There's a lot of pressure on everyone that comes in. Uses this one down the leg side. Tempted Yorker, I think. That's the other thing. When you look at this SG Findorf side, there's a bit of a mixture of experience and younger players in there as well. So someone like Fahim Shinwari, who's bowling right now, so he's a guy, he was only 12 when they were runners-up in the ECL in 2019. Now he's 18, he'll be 19 later in the year. So this is a guy that when I was calling his team last, he was 12. Grown a bit since then, it looks like. Again, keeping it tight. First half of the over goes for 4. 50s come up for SC Europa, but certainly not running away with this quickly. Well bowled, it keeps it full. So I think you've got a bit more forgiveness in this outfield. It's not as quick as some other places, so you're just not seeing as many 4s along the ground. Don't want to give the batter something they can get under, essentially. And that's the thing, an over like this, only 5 off it, you're doing great, but a boundary means you probably lose the over. It's not a great ball down the leg side. Bowl that one again. I think you've got your field set, you've got the cover in the circle, you've got kind of a sweeper back on the offside, you've got a long off. So your field basically says you want it full and outside off. Not bad, pretty good ball actually. I think this is straight over the tram line. Remember, the tram line belongs to the bowler. It's only a wide if it's completely outside the tram line. I think for me, yeah, it gets a piece of it. Last ball the over. Excellent over from the teenager. Concedes only 7 and keeps the contest alive. SC Europa 55 for 3 after 6. Still needing 39 off 24. Yeah, fraction behind the rate. Not a lot, but fraction behind the rate. Hopefully we're back. I think we might have had a slight transmission issue. .23 to Amini, only batted to reach double figures so far. Just seemed to come up with the wickets when they've needed them so far. SC Europa 10-7, 15, 7-9-7. That's their overs so far. They might get lucky here though. It's going to curve away towards the boundary and it will be 4. So Amini gets a bit lucky. Khalid offers a little bit of width. Amini throws the hands at it. And that edge flies to the boundary. Pretty handy one. Khalid frustrated with that. Still, get the right of reply. You put an extra fielder there now. So you've got 6-3 field. You've only got 3 fielders on the leg side. Interesting. So 3 outfielders on the leg side, that's it. 2 outfielders and 4 infielders to the left of screen. Oh, well, you wouldn't believe it, but it's actually worked. I've kept that in the circle. It's quite an unusual field. You see here, look at all those fielders on the left. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 of them. And just the 3 outfielders on the right of screen. Oh, keeper likes it. Oh, I wonder if he's been given here already. Back foot might have dragged. We'll have to look at the replay, but again, this is what you're hoping. You're hoping to tempt them to hit leg side when they shouldn't with that field. And it looks like that this has been given straight away. Let's have a look. Little shuffle. I think maybe even when he goes back, he's not back yet. So, yeah, umpire was happy. He wasn't behind the line. It's pretty close to breaking the play into the stumps, but probably not enough evidence there. So it's one of those ones where the foot ends up on the line, and so umpire doesn't need the replay. It says, no, I can see you're not in. So Shams gets pretty close to encroaching there, but in the end he stays just behind. 60 for 4. I think this is a tight call as well. Did it get some of the line there? Umpire's been put to the test. I still think some of that ball's on the line. Okay, most of it was outside, but shouldn't matter. So Khalid, despite getting nicked for a 4. First ball, he's come back well. Jacob saying that I haven't seemed to have aged at all. Well, I beg to differ, actually. Look at me in the 2019 European Cricket League. Oh, there's a cut, one early one. Oh, keeper doesn't have the ball. If he's given this out, he probably shouldn't have, because I don't think he ever has the ball here. It's been given out on the field, but I just don't think he caught the ball. Unless I'm missing something, unless it was a direct hit. There's the ball, there's the stumps. So I think he hoped that the ball hit the stumps, but no. And umpires, they do get that right. They spot it. And so we'll get a single. They probably shouldn't have, though. I think the keeper just rushed trying to knock the stumps over. Bit of extra bounce from Khalid. What a great spell. Oh, throw comes whistling in. Pretty well done by Khalid to at least block it. So it will be the end of the 7th over, and the plot thickens. They still need 30 off 3 overs. The score is 64 for 4 after 7. Let's have a look what's coming up. VFB Fallersleben back on the rack in match number 14. They haven't got a point yet. They weren't able to conjure one in their first game. Berlin CC, a team we know from many series in Dresden, in a different part of the country. But they are playing in this Kiel series. Really excited about that. And Berlin CC have a few players we have seen recently as well, like Vashisht, for example. By the way, that's the 700th game of the ECS season. All right, so it's been a pretty good team effort from SG Findorf just to keep this in check. Berlin, by the way, it's good 4-hour drive. So they've come a long way, Berlin CC, 350 kilometres. Oh, no ball. Unforced error from the youngster, who otherwise would have had a dot. Let's have a look at the foot. He's caught it for back foot. I actually don't think that foot landed. But you can see the umpires, they've been pretty red hot on this. They've been saying, yeah, look, don't land on or near that line. A bit of a learning moment there for Shinwari. He's going to have to deliver a free hit now. But that's why it's such a silly law. Because the umpire has to make a judgment whether this touches line or whether it's just over. See? It's anyone's guess. Ball just shouldn't be getting that wide in the first place. All right, big moment then. Free hit. Oh, oh jeez. Well, the thing is, the ball's already touching the stumps, so you couldn't miss. Both, one wanted to kick it, one wanted to pick it up. Have a look at this one. This is great. Hits the stumps, doesn't knock the bails off, and then they both had a plan. The batter just runs in saying, "Hey guys, even if you have it, I'm not out." Oh, that was good. That's probably a straight red card as well for the keeper. Charging. Said Shinwari flying. Anyway, crisis averted. All right, now pick up. Oh, thinking about throwing. Maybe didn't get it cleanly in the hands there. And only one. This game is right back in the balance. We're in the Goldilocks zone. They still are favourites, SC Europa, but SG Findorf, they're gaining ground. Every ball that doesn't go to the boundary. I've been impressed with Fahim Shinwari here. Can he hold his nerve? 3 balls to go in his spell. Got him! He's chopped on, and Shinwari's bowled a good line. That's outside the off stump. Amini ran out of patience. Tried to smack it over the leg side. I think there's a little inside edge on this. And it crashes into off stump. So the plot thickens in SC Europa 68 for 5. Definitely a little bit of bat on that. This time the bails are removed comprehensively. And well done to Fahim Shinwari. It's a nice moment for him as well. Teenager with his first ECN wicket, and it comes at a pretty opportune time for the 2019 ECL runners-up. SC Europa 68 for 5. Here's Raz Mohammed Todakil. Stump hunting again. Oh, heads up play there from Mohsin Mohammed. They'll sneak through for an extra run, so the wide plus the run they ran. 2 more to the total. Does anyone have a tingle? SG Findorf. A team we haven't seen for a long time on the network, but a team that took part in the very first day of ECN cricket over 6 years ago. They lost the final of the ECS in Kummerfeld. That was back on the 3rd of July 2020. And swing and a miss here. So that's over 5 years since we've seen SG Findorf, and that's why I wasn't counting them out. Despite this pretty underwhelming total of 93. A couple of things. SC Europa, they're a side with a less than 50-50 record in ECS cricket, and they've probably relied on the top order pretty heavily when they have won. Shinwari gets smashed down to the ground. Momentum swings. Maximo! Oh, Mohsin Mohammed comes up with the blow. Just what the doctor ordered for Europa. Oh, and Shinwari, who bowled so well, he avoided being hit to the boundary. But it was the extra ball that was created when he bowled a no ball earlier in the over. That's the one that ends up hurting the most. And SC Europa, 76 for 5 off 8 overs. 18 required off the last 12. So they started needing pretty much 9 and over. They still need 9 and over, essentially. Hello to Ramesh Satheesan. And Ramesh, I'm looking forward to seeing you. Unfortunately, again, Romania somehow isn't part of my rotation, but I suppose I can't be everywhere at once. But wishing you all the best. I know Rico is probably on the plane right now for Romania, and you'll get to meet Soban, who I don't think you met before, Ramesh, but he'll be joining Rico from Sunday. All right, biggest over of the game so far, and it's the steam train, Jawad Tarakil, to bowl it. Can he keep his team alive? Oh, and Edge is going to fly. Worst possible result. And I don't think anyone knows if this is 4 or 6, and SG Findorf will be praying it's only 4. It flew. Check the ball. 4 runs. Bounces just inside, but still cold comfort. So 4 runs to start the over makes it 14 off 11. I'm a bit surprised they don't have the deep third back for someone like Kiel who bowls with velocity, and you've got a new batter to the crease as well. It's just the second ball he faced. It's the first legal ball that he's faced. Now they put the fielder back, but classic case of after the horse has bolted. Comeback ball for Jawad. Well bowled, actually. Sneaks it just inside, but again, just leaking the odd run. At this stage, you don't want to be giving any away for free. It's not an easy take. So at least Shams keeps it in front of himself, but it's the old second bouncer that is a bit hard to handle. Kiel's caught well. It's bowled with fire and passion. 13 off 10. Squeezed away, just a single, or is it? Wasn't exactly sprinting through there, but they do get one. The other question, I suppose, who's going to bowl the last over? If we get there, of course. Adil bowled the first over, went for 9, so I imagine he'd be the one that they want to bowl the last. What happens in the 9th? Oh, slower ball, good one. Turn around, oh, bowler's ends on here. Is it a good throw? It's a brilliant throw. And I think that's out. We'll have to check it out. And I just got a feeling that the bowler had the ball long enough. The only question for me is, did the bowler take the ball and hold on to the ball while he broke the stumps? Let's have a look at it. Yeah. And then, okay, so we know it's clean, but is it out? And the answer is, yep, he's out. Great work by the bowler. He held on to it long enough. And good night, Charlene. Kiel run out for 4. Saves the run as well. Kiel maybe didn't believe it because he saw the ball get away, but for sure the ball was held when the stumps were broken. Got to say, it was a really good throw. Really good throw. Didn't kind of throw crazy at the stumps. Threw hard, but not too hard at the bowler. Have a look at it. Throw comes in. Slow response from Kiel. And then you can see there. Probably hoped he was in. He wasn't. Hoped the bowler dropped the ball before he hit the stumps. He didn't. So 82 for 6. 12 runs off 8. Good fielding. Set batters on strike though. That's Mohsin Mohammed, who smacked a big 6 in the last over, but it's the only boundary he's hit so far. 2 to come in the 9th. Throws the hands, should just be 1. Pressure's on the fielder. They're only going to get the 1. Now, it's an interesting ball, this one, because you probably don't mind a single if you're SG Findorf. And I think Shawali, who hasn't faced yet, he might as well just try and smash it. And the other question is, do you even take a single when you got the quote-unquote set batter at the other end? But Mohsin's only 12. He's 12 off 8. So maybe you take every run possible. Huge ball coming up. Last ball of the 9th. Slow ball's good one. Well handled by the keeper. So they don't get a run, and we're going to the last. It's 83 for 6, and Findorf continue to keep on battling here. It reminds me of that win 6 years ago against Catalunya CC of Spain, where they were miles behind in the game until very, very late on, where Khalid came on, hit that 45 not out to win them the game. Okay, so surely it's Adil coming back. And he only conceded 9 in the first over. And if he concedes 9 here, they'll win by a run. Golden Ball 82 was exactly a week ago. It was a Wednesday. Today is a Wednesday. BTW, Golden Balls peak around match 13. And the last couple have been in match 12. And this is match 13. So that's science. Huge over coming up. When you're in City, you only get 4 games to try and qualify. The SC Europa, if they can get these 11 runs, then they're 2-0 for the day. Here we go. Last overtime. Big swing and a miss. I think that might even tilt the odds towards SG Findorf. even further. Big swing and a miss, but again, a 6 changes everything. Not often you see double digits defended in the Grizzly era on ECN. It's Findorf's first Grizzly game. Huge swing and a miss to start the over. Every ball's an event right now. Huge swing and a miss again. Oh, Mohammed wants the leg side, but it's a good couple of deliveries from Adil. This is what good sides do. I know a lot of people, they wrote off SG Findorf a long way before this game was over. But again, it can all change in an instant. I like this field. They've got a deep third back, a deep backward point. They're not going to let any streaky shots go for 4 on the offside. Huge swing and a miss, strike 3. They want to run. He's gone. Well, maybe it's for the best because he didn't look like he was going to hit one off a deal. So it will change the batter, not the way they intended. Honestly, maybe I'm not even throwing that, but you can understand why you would. Because I know we've already seen Mosen hit at 6, but he didn't look like it off a deal. And this is good class death bowling. And he says, hey, I want to get out of here. Well, he gets his wish, does Mosen Mohammed. Maybe not the way that he expected. As Shams will hit the stumps. What a good last over. We haven't seen bat meet ball so far. But again, who knows? Someone could go out there and just hit 2 6s and it's all over. The Siddiqui looks like he's built to hit 6s. You know where it's going to be, but can you deal with it? 11 required off 3 now. No score in the last 4 deliveries for SC Europa. They've faded, and they've faded fast. Adil, can he keep it up? Bat on ball, but only 1. And I think it's going to be left in the hands of Shawali, who's yet to score. He's faced 1 delivery. What a comeback from SG Findorf. And SC Europa, they're kind of hands in pockets. They're standing around. They can't believe this game has crept away so quickly. Basically a boundary to keep the game alive here. Shawali. He's going to get some, but not much. They'll get 1. They probably need to think about getting back, but there's no way. And this is a brilliant defense from SG Findorf. This is what I talked about earlier. Teams that have had success, they have ways to win in games where they haven't played particularly well. Now, all Adil needs to do is bowl a legal delivery here, and it's all over. 9 to win off the last ball. Oh, he bowls wide. Well, if he bowls 1 more wide, then a 6 will tie it. I wonder if this is where the pitch starts looking like a popsicle stick. But surely Adil's good enough. He can bowl any delivery that's legal. Keep it straight to win. And that'll do it. What a wonderful performance from SG Findorf, who never said die. They'll run out winners in a low-scoring thriller. It's SG Findorf 93, SC Europa 86, and SG Findorf take 3 points out of this game. Game they had no right to win, really, but they applied themselves. They bowled good lines, they held their catches, and they just found a way. For SC Europa, they'll finish their opening day at 1-1, and they will be kind of scratching their heads. How did that one get away? For SG Findorf, we'll see them taking on Berlin CC in match number 15. But before that, we'll see Berlin CC taking on VfB Fallersleben in match number 14, and that one will start in 25 minutes. So what do we think about that? I can't remember too many double-digit defences lately. Definitely not in Germany, at least. News from the toss there is that Fallersleben have won the toss and elected to bowl. So Berlin CC will get the chance with the bats. And you've been following along recently. You might have seen some of those Berlin CC players not too long ago. But let's go back. And it was one of those games that can define your series. And SG Findorf would have been playing catch-up from the get-go had they lost this game. And they looked like they were going to lose the game. Let's be honest. They spluttered along in the first innings. Remember, they hit that 6 off the last ball of the first inning. That turned out to be pretty important as well. I was a bit worried that Tarakla was going to launch that. Luckily, he didn't. But really, it was Amini that came into the side. Wahidullah Amini, who made 23, but no one else able to make more than a dozen for SC Europa. And they just seemed like they were dealing with their own kryptonite here, with SG Findorf bowling good lines and holding their catches. I think that's what good teams do as well. Didn't make too many unforced errors. There was the odd one. There's a no ball I was thinking of. This one was given out on the field, foot stationary on the line. This one was claimed. Umpire gave it out. TV umpire said, hold on, can't give that out. This was a crazy one. Ball's already on the stumps. Yoosh! I don't think I've ever quite seen a ball already touching the stumps. Still live for a run out. Like the young man though, Fahim Shinwari. This was a big wicket as well. Good reward for his efforts. And for SC Europa, like I said, it throws the group wide open as well. Whenever you see teams 1-1, it very much keeps it alive. And then even this was pretty important, wasn't it? It's a very good throw. Bowler didn't have to move. And again, that one, upon further review, saw it was legal. Batter was out of his crease. And then it was over to Adil, who was very good at the death. It was strike 1, strike 2, strike 3, and you're out for motion. And from there, it was pretty much all done with only 3 runs off that last over. There was no boundaries. There were no boundaries in the last 11 balls of that game either, as SC Europa fell off a cliff. And the result was a big win for SG Findorf. Only 6 runs conceded in the last 11 balls of that game, because at one stage they got it down and kind of in control, you felt. They only needed 14 off the last 11. They couldn't get home. Batting wise, Amini top scored. He scored in the 20s, but no one else able to do too much at all. Bowling wise, you need a good team effort if you're going to defend double digits. That's what they got from all 5 bowlers they used. Take your pick. Waradak 2 for 14, including a couple of big top order wickets, 2 for 17 for Khalid. A wicket for the teenager Shinwari. Held his own as 5th bowler. Again, if he'd gone for runs, then probably the result is different. But every single bowler that they used did a great job. Tariq Hale, I thought, bowled with fire. Adil held his own towards the end, although he doesn't take a wicket. He's the hero in a sense, defending just a handful to get the win for the men in green. We'll take a break then. We'll be back in about 20 minutes and we'll see VFB Funnesleben taking on Berlin CC. It'll be time for Berlin to hit the park. After 4 hours drive, it's time for them to stretch their legs, and we'll be back with more action. Vinny Sandy, Mr. Maximo here. Hope you enjoy the close games, and hopefully they do continue when we come back for match 14 in this European Cricket Series.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet. Action continues now with two matches still remaining to play on day 3, first day of Group B action here in this European Cricket Series in Kiel in the north of Germany. Coming up next, VfB Fallersleben. They went pointless earlier. They have some making up to do. They're taking on Berlin CC, a team that we haven't seen in this series, haven't seen on this ground, but a team that we do know pretty well from previous European Cricket Series down in Dresden. Let's see what happened at the coin toss now for match 14. It's VfB versus Berlin as we get ready for that coin toss with Suleiman Said.
It's VfB against Berlin CC. Berlin CC to call.
Tails.
Tails is the call, and it's heads.
We are going to.
VfB won the toss and they will ball first.
That's it, you heard the man. VfB want to have a bowl. That was captain Ankit Toma at the toss, and Berlin CC, I'm really excited to see them actually, because it's the first time I've seen them play up here in Kiel. I think with Berlin, there's a fair bit of cricket goes on there, but they don't really have a ground. So it means they have to travel, and so we're going to see Berlin here opening up with the bat. But they're a side that we have seen before many times. We've seen them play in Dresden, in another part of the country, and I'm looking forward to seeing them up here in Kiel with Awais Zafar leading the side out. This is Sharma and Sahil Lal to open the batting. Sharma with the gloves for Berlin CC. They've had a bit of a mixed record, a bit like SC Europa actually, and VfB Fallersleben for that matter. VfB though, they didn't have the start they wanted as they didn't take a point out of their first game, so this becomes pretty much a must-win. If they were to lose this even with a point, it just seems a long way back, probably is anyway, but only 4 matches, remember, for each of the sides here in group play, and Berlin CC starting slight favourites, but again, these games are all very competitive. What a great low-scoring thriller we saw in that last game as well. Often you see a double-digit defence these days. But a beautiful sunny afternoon at the moment. 21 degrees, which was the expected high. And both sides heading out to the middle. John Gray's already a fan of Berlin's shirt. Does look like the same shirt they typically worn before in the European Cricket Series in their traditional red with white text. Hello to everyone in the chat as well. John Gray is in there, Dave B, to Jacob as well, to Alan, nice to see you. Chris Addison still was around for a while at least. Hello to Paula Campini. Hello to Vivek Chandrasekharan as well. He's cheering on Yogesh Pai for VfB Fallersleben, who actually had a pretty good game earlier, personally. But Berlin CC, they are the 10th and final to arrive. So, 129 expected at the get-go for Berlin. Lights, camera, and action. Last game of the day. Boomer Reddy is going to get us going for VfB Fallersleben. That's number 14. First one in the air and just over the top. He took a step in when he probably shouldn't have, but then he was able to double back. And even though he was in reasonable position by the end, Saravanan had to watch it fly over his head. Not quite out of the middle, but good enough. Maximal, 6 runs. close. They're just missing. That's a good call. Lifted up in the air. That's going to be 6. It's a good bat he's got. Don't think that was off the middle either, but it still flies over the boundary. Maximo! Say smart. Been ready. Not the greatest start for him. That's a good shot. Really good shot from Sharma. This is a proper cricket shot, really. It was darting into him, and he's played it with a beautiful straight bat. High elbow. Holds the post. Wow, that is an absolute blast. Going, and gone. Maximo. That was clean from Sharma. Well, Sharma is not wasting any time at all. We have seen some players take a bit of time to find their touch. Sharma is not one of them. That is a proper strike. Pravan Sharma. Someone we've seen before on the network, but he's made a pretty good impression so far. Primaretti's gone magical and he's at risk of going for even more. Uh-oh. Full toss. I think he might be just lucky that it's dipped at the last moment. Otherwise, this is probably a no ball. It's on the charge. So, although he probably hits it marginally above the waist, I think it's coming down. So Lal. End of the first over. It's 24 without loss. So, quick look at the European Cricket Championship. I know we're all looking forward to this, with 32 countries to take part in the Euros of cricket starting on the 25th of September. We have 20 teams in the Premier Division and 12 teams in the Challenger. We have the group play in the Premier first, so that's 12 days of cricket there. The 3 winners go through to the very end. In the middle, we have the Challenger Division. Germany will be competing in the Premier Division, and they actually made the finals day last year in the Euros of cricket. It was a good performance by them. He's Ankit, captain, and that one is in the air. And that is out of the ground. Maximo. Sharma. Well, change of bowler, no problems. Did maybe put some immediate crew members in danger, but in the end, just lands in open space. 6 runs. Zahid, good to see you. Dave B mentioning the magical start. Hello to Monty Luce as well. Hello to Siva in there as well. Say go Berlin CC, supporting from Berlin. Hi Siva, hopefully you're well. Comeback ball for Tomar. Oh, more runs. Oh, help yourself. Full toss, slightly wide. Cuatro más. This is a dream start for Berlin CC. Cuatro más, I suppose. Wir wieder in German. Just got upset by maybe a little flying something in the helmet or something, but Sharp's good to go. .33 off 7. Talk about announcing yourself. comeback ball for Tomar. This one's hit pretty well, but only be a single. It's more towards the bottom of the mat this time. And we saw some of the Berlin CC players for the Rijeka Markors pretty recently in the ECS Croatia. So Halal, jumped into Vasist, for example. Come back. That will take us a little bit closer to where we want to be. That's what Tomar will be thinking. Straightens him up a touch here. Lyle hasn't been able to do too much when he's been on strike. This one is hit down the ground with a straight bat. Not right out of the middle of the bat, but it will run for 4. So Lyle off the mark. Looks like a pretty nice shot. Maybe not quite out of the middle. Into the over then, 39 without loss after 2. So both these teams without a point, although probably more concerning for Fallersleben considering they have played a game already. Went down by a lot to HTB, who are currently at the top of the table with a 1-pointer and a 4-pointer. Those bonus points are going to make a huge difference. Remember, only the top 2 will make it through to finals Friday. That one's up in the air, and that's going to be 6 more. Sharma, oh, he's on for an 11-ball 50 here the way he's going. Maximo over the offside. Just make it look very easy out there. All right, in the air, huge moment. Got to catch this, otherwise you're chasing leather. And he's dropped it 3 times. Oh, boy. And the guy's 40 off 9. He gives you a chance. I'm not saying it's an easy catch, but it's one that if it was volleyball, he uses all 3 touches. Oh, Fallersleben. Oh. Hasn't looked like mistiming a ball yet. Here it was. And it's Yogesh Pai who puts down the catch. Huge moment. Oh, even more frustrating that he dropped it once, had another go. Any one of those 3 stick. Sharma's on his way. Now, dropped again, drilled. Oh, almost the Marie Antoinette for Tomar at mid-off. This one, it either sticks or it doesn't. It was belted. Probably, it's easy to say now. If he'd gone down, gone fingers up, maybe could have absorbed the impact a bit better, but tough one. Oh, Tomar in the crosshairs again. Credit to the captain. He'll be stinging, but stops the ball. No run. Sharma 41 off 12. Dropped twice in the over. Well bowled by Abid. I've been really impressed with him today. He stops the bleeding. So only 8 off that over. A little bit surprised they didn't open with him up front. To end of the 3rd, it's 47 without loss. I think it's pretty clear that Sharma is your biggest obstacle at the moment. Neither one of those catches was what I'd call a regulation catch. But sometimes you have to do something a little bit special to remove those top order players. Well, thanks to Monty Luce, he's donated $2 Australian to us. Monty, you help us more than you will ever know. YouTube takes out 35%, but I'll excuse me for pocketing the remaining $1.30 of that. Pick up a little something on my way home for the crew, of course. Anyway, Saravanan comes on. Lal is enjoying the show. It's just the one boundary to his name so far. Hey, Chris, good to see you as well. Salman Khan calling Sharma another debut superstar. He's been very good so far. Saravanan wanting the opening wicket. Won't get it here. Lal happy to take the one and hand it back. Breaks are on at 4 dot balls. Says a lot about the left arm bowling of Hasib Abid. Was able to quieten the red-shirted superstar in the making. Field's gone back now because we're out of the power play. Cramps it for him slightly, only a single. So I've got a question. This is a random question for everyone out there in the chat. Let's just say, if there was no ECN, what would you do with your days? Sometimes I think of that. Oh, in the air. Just daintily tapped away. That'll bring up the 50 and the 50 partnership for Berlin CC. Catches up with it nicely. Had enough bat on it to get it over the field. Yeah. What would you do with your days? I often wonder this. How often I get time off? I'm spending so much of my time now on ECN. Whether it's on the mic or planning, discussions about things. I don't really know. What would you be doing? What would you be doing right now if ECN never come along? I was thinking about this because obviously thought SG Findorf, and made me think, pre-ECN era. There was a world before that. Just over 6 years ago that we started broadcasting. Feel free to throw in your answers. Vivek saying he'd be lost in life without ECN. Oh, Vivek, life does go on though, but we appreciate all the love out there. Oh, well, here we go. Another false shot, but Sharma, he's golden right now. That's going to run away for 4 runs. So he moves to 46. Seems to have just kind of lost his touch a little bit. It was quite the impressive opening. He looks a bit more human now. Pitching just inside and running across. Yeah, Tevins, I don't know. Oh, well, end of the over. 11 runs come off that. Decent over from Saravanan. 58 without loss after 4. What would I be doing? Let me think about it. I've kind of always wanted to be a game show host. That was my dream when I was a youngster. They still do game shows? Yogesh is going to get the ball. He was the first guy to drop Sharma. And like I said, it wasn't an easy catch. Lal, 11 off 9. A bit more of a support role at the moment. Block. It'll be a frustrating one for Yogesh because he could have kept Lal on strike. Instead, he's going to have to bowl at Sharma. But maybe welcome to the challenge of trying to remove the hard-hitting right-hander. Dave says, no idea, maybe take up knitting or watching old TV series on the internet? Maybe. Chris saying maybe reviewing further lessons and sleeping. Monty Lou says he'd become an astronaut and establish the Moon Cricket Network. And then, I'm saying why not the Sun Cricket Network? Ah, it's shot. Uh-oh, that's pretty violent. That's almost been a knock-knock. As this is just a lean, isn't it, from Sharma? And he's been brilliant. Brings up his 50 off 16 balls. Have a look at that. Except for one of the boundaries, which was kind of off an edge. Everything has been in front of the wicket. He's been very, very impressive. .65 without loss. Sharma impressing. 50 with over half the innings to go. I haven't seen him play a lot of horizontal bat shots. Just kind of checks his shot there. Happy to take the one. Well, Kuchet is asking, who is my favourite colleague from ECN? And he says, except Rico, of course. I honestly, one thing I'm really happy about is I get on so well with so many of the crew. And so it's I wouldn't kind of say I've got clear standout. And that includes Rico. Rico and I get on really, really well. We spent a lot of time together on air, obviously. Naval tries to go up a gear, but he won't be able to get any bat on this one. So I'd say I'm friends with a lot. Probably I'm lucky because there's a lot of people around my age. I'm in my 40s now. A lot of people in that kind of, I suppose, 35 to 55. Similar interests at my stage of life. But having said that, one of my best friends was still Rob Kemming before he retired a couple of years ago. And I'm also friends with some of the very young players. Manav Naik's one that I've hung out with a fair bit. He's been playing very well since I hit him in the head with a squash ball in a pretty intense game. It was in the run of play. Seemed to have made him a better player. 2 MVPs in the last month. Big swing and a miss to finish the 5th over. And Berlin CC 66 without loss. Pretty good opening, particularly from Sharma, who's 53. Hey, welcome to the Igloos. Vinny Sander, who is to Maximo. It's great to be with you wherever you're watching from around the world. And it's a crazy journey. The ECN with the 6 years now at CSG Findorf here, who were playing the very first day I ever commentated on ECN. And here they are today. What a great game that last one was. It was a real low-scoring thriller. Berlin CC, a couple of players which I saw recently in the ECS Croatia. But wow, Sharma is really lining it up so far. Big thanks to you. This was my random question. What would you be doing if ECN wasn't around? And had some interesting responses. Established the Moon Cricket Network was one. The ball would fly on the moon, lower gravity. Mutiala comes on. Balls that hit right along the ground generally slow up pretty quickly, despite this grass being cut this morning. Dave saying he'd probably give guitar and singing lessons and play more music. Oh, very well bowled. Lau, you could tell he wanted to get on with it, but it's probably not his game. So he runs down, but he just gets completely diddled in the flight by Mutiala. Watch this. And he says, uh-oh, that's going to be a problem for me. And, credit to him. He did his job reasonably well, kind of gave the strike up. But I suppose he does use 14 balls for 12. He'll be the first to go Mutiala with the moon ball, getting the first wicket, 67 for 1. Expected score was 129 at the start of this innings and up to 133 now. I like that Monty's saying he can imagine me as a game show host. Ray Tipping saying I could be a fashion guru. Don't know if my style of fashion is for everyone though. Vashisht, good to see him again. And he might be gone first ball. Oh, no way! Straight down the throat of Kanan and a bit. I suppose it's his preferred side. He just slid in front of the pack and you wouldn't read about it. This was curving towards Kanan every day of the week, but a beat crosses the prime meridian and knocks it away from him. So Vashisht has dropped first ball. Oh, if you don't laugh, you cry. Yeah, Fashish is someone we saw pretty recently. Oh, well, that one is going to fly. Use his feet well. Maximal. Sharma to 60. The pace off not bothering him at all. Turns it into a length that he can get under. Not quite jamming himself like a Yorker, but still enough length on it to elevate. Yeah, but Vashish had a pretty good European cricket series playing for the Rijeka Marcors only, I'm going to say, 1 week ago? Yeah, it was 1 week ago. But Rijeka actually topped the table then. And their only loss, by the way, was a golden ball loss. But then they went out in straight sets on finals day. But he scored 198 runs in that series. Well, that's hit very well as well. Sharma's just gone full beast mode here. Again, I don't mind the idea from the bowler. I mean, that's a ball that's so wide, but didn't stop. Sharma going after it, nailing it into the gap. Yeah, best of 56 for Vashish against Zagreb Sokol last week as well. Also came up with 10 wickets in 10 games, including a best of 3 for 4. Slightly different level here in Germany, I think, compared to Croatia, though. I think it's fair to say. Can't get under this one. And that will take us to the end of the 6th over. It's 80 for 1. Not out for Sharma. It's out of 80. I'm going to say it's been a bit of a one-man band. Probably isn't that unfair. Good bowler coming back, Abid. You've got to get Sharma quickly, otherwise it's going to be a bad time. They brought back their left arm weapon. He's gone. Or is he? Has he missed the stumps there? I think he did the first time. Oh, boy. Oh, I think he's missed. See there. He would have been out, but he missed. And then by the time he goes second time, he's in. Oh, you wouldn't believe it. Look how close he was to hitting him the first time as well. He swipes at the stumps and misses here. That's how close he was to stumping him. 1 centimetre. Oh, Shetjet, he'll be so disappointed. It has to go down as a missed stumping. I've done that. I've actually done it 2 balls in a row and no one could believe it. But Sharma survives, and Abid, I brought him back for that specific reason, and he gets the false shot out of Sharma. There goes pace on. Now he's going to hit 6, so that really hurts. He's had 3 opportunities he's been given here, Sharma. Not that he hasn't batted very well, but he hasn't been perfect. And VFB's miserable days continuing. Monty calling it art of the steal. It was a little bit. Credit to Sharma, he never gave it up. Jammed that bat back in the crease as quick as he could. That's why I never give up, even if it seems like you're going to be out by a mile for run-outs or stumpings. By running, if there is a fumble or if there's something crazy happens, then you've got a chance. Vashish. Guess he can call himself an international player, coming from Croatia last week. Swing and a miss here, though. Abid won't get another crack at Sharma. Oh, lifted up very nicely, and that's going to disappear as well. So, Maximal to finish the 7th over, and the score is 93 for 1. Quick look at what's coming up tomorrow. Oh, Ramesh was in earlier on. It's Romania take on Czechia, and 2:20 eyes tomorrow. Speaking of Jatinda, he has actually played 6 T20 internationals for Germany. And it was part of the touring squad that went to Africa earlier in the year. He played against Malawi, Bahrain, Tanzania. So watch out for him in the second half of this game as well. Berlin CC 93 for 1 after 7. Jatinda. Prince on his shirt. Well, he'd love a right royal performance here. There's a clock on the board, so 9.5 minutes to bowl 2 overs. Shouldn't be an issue. Okay, number 8, and Sharma was looking odds on century pace earlier. Slowed down a little bit. Still, he's over 70 after 7, so he's on century pace. False shot here, but it's going to be a 1 bouncer down to deep third. That's lifted up and out of the ground. Sharma's back, baby. Maximal up to 79 now. 100's come up during the over as well. Lifted up and out of here. Went over the stumps, you know. It's going to be called a wide. Tough to say if it misses the leg stump or not. Close. I felt it probably up. Probably a bit of a tough call on the bowl with that one. And this is up in the air, holding up, should be gone and taken. So finally Sharma is removed, out for 79. And so finally Sharma will have to go. What a debut for him. Tries to fetch that one outside from outside off stump. Probably not the right option actually, probably good enough to go over the offside. We've seen that already, but a good catch taken out there. And what a start to the series for Shravan Sharma. 79 off 28. Mutiala with a good catch to remove him. Yogesh Pai finally gets his revenge. And the score is 102 for 2. Zafar, the new batter. Oh, as he nicked it, he's gone. Well, ball was probably above his head. But, like the last chocolate in the bowl, Zafar couldn't resist, and he had a little nibble. And a feather behind. How high was this? Yeah, it's always risky wearing the number 0 as a bat. And that's why most batters will shy away from it. But the captain, he ain't scared. But he will walk off with his shirt number next to his name. And just like that, Pies on a hat trick. So we had 2 and 2 there. That's after over started 1-1-6 wide, but yeah, things can change quickly. Hat trick ball. Forgot to appeal. Meant to appeal on any hat trick. But anyway, swing and a miss from Ravneet. Yeah, hardly out of jail yet, are they? Berlin CC. Geez, that's pretty close to a hat trick. Two for 3 after 8. Here comes the 9th. 79 of these 102 runs have come from one batter. Next highest score is 12. So non-Sharma batters are 20 off 20. With 2 wickets lost. Just keep it par from here. It's 126. Slaben should be confident chasing something like that if they're serious contenders anyway. Tries to muscle this down the ground, but only a single. Saravanan pretty well earlier. Slow ball hits it anyway. Should be gone. Is gone. A ball that probably was going to be a wide if Vashish wanted to leave it alone, but he couldn't resist and he kind of tennis shots it down the line, and a good catch taken down there by Yogesh, who is very much in the game. Pace off, so the batter had to create his own pace there. Disappointment for Jatinder, but good to see him. He's out for 9. It's 104 for 4. Good comeback this from Slaben. They would have loved to have gotten Sharma earlier. Imagine if they did. Probably would have saved about 40 runs. But still in decent position in the Goldilocks zone. Jammed out. He's running away pretty quickly. They want 2. Very slightly offline, they'll get it. It's Karan Singh off the mark. Driven, beats the infield. Nobody back at deep cover, so a bit of a chase. It should be another 2, will be. Pick up, throw, And keeper wasn't able to get it too quickly into the stumps. A bit of a tangle there. I think it would have been home anyway. Sorry, fun, and 1 for 18. Good spell from him. $109 for 4 after 9. Tenth overtime. And here comes Ankit. Bat pad. 1 run to start the 10th. Well, that's going to be a no ball. And it's gone for 6. So 7 up time as Ravneet fights back. It's a 7 up. Clearly over the waist. 7 here for Berlin. All right, this is a free hit, so I wouldn't even be bothering trying to catch this. Oh, get out of the way. Oh, well, obviously you didn't know it was a free hit because you would not be risking your fingers. The keeper was actually trying to say to Aziz, hey, don't worry, just don't worry about it. And then he says, no, but I want it. I'm glad he didn't touch that. That could have ended ugly. Good looking drive, but finds the fielder. Yogesh has been a ball magnet today. All right, well, that's in the air, and it's going backwards, and this proper Bermuda Triangle. Aziz. This time the ball was in play, but he couldn't reach it. Couple to come then. Oh, another one. All right, good luck. This one's up in the air. Oh, he's coming. He's taking it. It's good catch. Mutiala's caught very well. Saved at least one, probably a couple there. In what's a pretty tight game at the moment. Interesting that Berlin still favourites despite looking like they'll be stuck in the 120s here. Ravneet will go for 10, does hit a 6 in there. He's the 5th to fall, 121 for 5, but well caught. Apart from that 7 up, it's been a bit of a boundary drought over the last couple of overs. Swing and a miss, and a run out. Pretty sure it'll be Parab that will be out. So, I think in the end, Karan kind of bit of self-preservation. You see by the shadows that it will be a golden duck for Parab, but 121 for 5. It's a pretty competitive score. I mean, obviously we saw a score in the 90s be defended earlier, but it becomes basically a must-win for Fallersleben as we'll head into the second half of this game with it very much in the balance. Great to see Berlin CC head north to be part of the European Cricket Series here in 2025. And what a start it was for Shravan Sharma. Absolutely moosed the ball and just came out on a Class A heater. 24 came off the first over, 15 off the second, and it seemed like there was no stopping him as he looked on at one stage for an 11-ball 50. Wasn't necessarily perfect, like I said, because there were opportunities to get rid of him earlier, and we saw Pai have 3 nibbles, wasn't able to reel it in. Then we saw Toma almost get his head blown off at mid-off. That one went down as well. And Lal, well, he got stumped by the length of the straight. Just got outfoxed by the grenade tosser Muthiala. Sharma, well, he got closer to the pitch of the ball, but that was another opportunity. That was Vashish that time, who was dropped first ball. But you got to say, there's one innings there that gets Berlin CC to respectability. This was one where Keep actually missed the stumps, even though he was pretty much within reaching distance. Got to say, Abid looks like a very good bowler. Keep your eye on him. He's a real talented left-arm spinner. We did see 11 sixes in the innings, but 9 were off the bat of Shravan Sharma. Eventually, he would be caught on 79. Ran out of luck, and the number 0 went for 0. Awai Safar, the captain. A little scratch on that one, so hat-trick opportunity went pretty close to it, Pai. That one was taken. Yogesh was able to get his hands on it, and he's certainly given 100% in everything he's done today. A real rainmaker into the blue sky. Muthiala caught it. And last ball, they tried an impossible run, and they got run out. Specifically, Parab got run out for another golden duck. And so Berlin CC finish 121 for 6. Pretty much bang on the par score if you go on Group A, where the average run rate was 12.2 and over. And that's exactly what Fallersleben will need to keep their ambitions for qualification alive. 79 for Sharma. What an innings it was. 28 balls faced, 9 sixes, 4 fours in there. Apart from that, Lyle stuck around and watched him for a bit. He scored 12 before being stumped, and Ravneet with 10. Karan, he was there for 5 balls but couldn't quite find the boundary, but hustled. Berlin finishing on 121. Bowling-wise, well, pretty solid effort. Boomeretti went the journey. I was a bit surprised they didn't open up with Abid, who's been brilliant today. His 2 overs, once again, a bit of a masterclass in left-arm spin, none for 21. But the wickets went to Yogesh Pai, 2 for 17, did a good job. Singles for the captain, Ankit Tomar, as well as Saravanan, and Kumar Muthiala was able to have that wicket of Sahil Lal, the first to fall. We'll take a break then, and we'll see you in just a few minutes as Berlin CC, in their return to the European Cricket Series, trying to defend 121, or can VFB get the W they need to remain in contention? Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo, for the European Cricket Network. Or we'll take a break and see you from sunny Kiel in just a few moments when we return with more European Cricket Series.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet.
Hello cricket lovers, welcome back to Kiel. Sun's out, fun's out. And we're halfway through match number 14 in day 3 action in this European cricket series. 121 on the board from Berlin CC. 79 of those runs came off that of Shravan Sharma, who absolutely went full beast mode, particularly early on in that innings. Of course, bonus point equation remains pretty consistent. 7 overs or less, if you can chase it in that time as a chasing team, you get all 4 points. If it's a defending team, you can keep the batting team 70% or less of your score. In this case, 84 or less, then you get all 4 points. Otherwise, it's a 3-1 split to the winner and loser, respectively. So, almost ready to get started. Start's pretty important here. It's kind of middle of the road total. 12.2 was the average run rate in Group A, and that's exactly what VFB start out needing. Should be a pretty interesting game. VFB have a bit more to lose here as well because they didn't take a point out of their first game. The ideal scenario would be to chase this in 7, but they need to go out 17 and a half and over to do that. There's Shetcher, the keeper for Forest Laban, who's opening up, and it will be the captain, Awais Safar, to open the bowling. 122 for victory. There's a lot of zeros on the screen. I counted 11 zeros, maybe 12, 60 balls back. So far falls over, it does beat the bat. We start in the Goldilocks zone. VFB be saying about their batting that they're not considered favourites even from the get-go. 45% they started. It's good areas from Zafar. Check, swings and misses again. Yorker squeezed out to deep third for a single. Kanan get an opportunity here. Down the ground, not quite out of the middle, not good enough. And that'll run away for 4. First boundary of the chase. Comes off the bat of Saran Kanan. Comeback ball here for Zafar. Wow, shot. Had a little bit of length to work with and just snaps the wrists across it. Maximal, 4 and 6 to pick up sticks for Kanan. Begins this chase in earnest. So far, I suppose if he keeps us on the field, he's held his own in the over. Asking rate 12. They're 11 with the ball to go. This one will get the umpire extending his arm. Umpires have a lot to do. Oh. Did it get a bit of the line? Maybe the judge, umpire, with one look at it, feels it's fully outside that wide line. This one is beautifully pulled away. That's going to be 6 as well. Maximal. So that's the 50-50 call going against Jezebel. It really kills you because it hasn't just cost you 1, it's cost you 7. And that's the end of the first over. VFB get the start they wanted, and it's thanks to Kanan. Fallersleben, 18 without loss after 1. "41 matches since the golden ball." Golden ball 82 was in Croatia, and actually is a game that featured a couple of players that are in the Berlin CC team, including Vashisht. Also, we've seen Tahil Lal playing for Marcos. They're both in the side today. Anyway, Bakari, let's see him back. He gets the ball in over number 2. Probably not the start he was hoping for. Bakari's a guy we have seen playing not only for Berlin CC, but also for BSC Rehberger, a team that have made the ECL before. And came to the ECL in 2023. Lifted up in the air, sailing all the way. Maximal, first for Chetya. He wants to get going. I feel like there's a lot on this power play, don't you? You'd be hardly full of confidence. Swing and a miss this time from Chetya. By the way, Tina's playing right now, so a lot of people are probably following on with what's happening over there as well. Chetya doesn't get much of it, but gets some. He'll get a single. Ireland taking on Germany in the World Cup qualifiers in the Netherlands, and well done to the Netherlands, the host. Big win over Italy to start that off. In the air, but terribly mistimed. This should be out. He's dropped it. Oh, I wonder if the sun was a factor there for Parab, who hasn't had a great start to the series. Got run out for a golden duck off the last ball. Never really brought their hands together. Gives me an impression he didn't see a lot of it. Maybe sun shouldn't have been a factor because he turned his head. Came that way. Squeezed out for a single. Kanan. You know, he's hardly faced, but when he has faced, he's been very, very good. He's gone 4-6-6-1 from the 4 balls he's faced in that order. Well, back change time. Might have broken it. That missed time shot. Last ball a second. Well, you never know if that new bat works. We won't know yet anyway, as that'll crash into the pad. And leg by signal, so that's the end of the second over. It's one way down the pitch. Maybe hits him in line, but a bit high and a bit leg side. That'll be the end of the second over. Fallersleben are 29 without loss, so 11 come off that one. Bukhari doing a pretty solid job for Berlin. See so far, 3 matches, 3 different winners in match number 14. In fact, it'll be 4 different winners from 4 matches with these two tussling in match number 14.
It's Denise.
Keeping actually. I already saw how good Charm was with the bat, but it's a brilliant bit of keeping up to the stumps. This is Jatinder Vashisht, who's bowling. Not easy, the low ball. This one's a good shot though from Kanan. Goes in with the angle and runs away for 4. Mentioned Vashisht spent some time in the German camp recently in their tour of Africa, so he was used as a bowler there. Obviously, you don't get a lot of help out of this pitch, but he's very crafty. Thick under edge. Well, bowler's ends on. It's a good throw. Oh, just didn't quite have the meat to get there. It was a good bit of awareness from the fielder. He kind of double clutches it and he says, bowler's end, but had to kind of create all the force in the throw from a standing start. They do get through for 1. Squeeze into the pad and a bit of a chase. Take on 2 if you feel lucky. I don't. We've got away with it with a throw. Got him. It's a bit of a chop on. Vashisht gets the wicket. They haven't missed him for too long because he's back in the red shirt of the Berlin CC. And he will come up with the first wicket. It's Kanan, bright for 22. A pretty important strike for Berlin. Pretty significant inside edge, actually. Over goes the castle. And the first one falls. VfB Fallersleben, 35 for 1. Good bowling. Bowls that pace, doesn't he, for a spinner, Vashisht. Decent opening, though, from Kanan, but will need a bit of help. He's still requiring 87 to pull off the win. audacious shot first up. Mutiala gets a bit funkalicious, even with the fine leg. He said, I don't mind. Gets the perfect ball for it as well. Is able to get it on the full, just deflect it past Parab, who has to chase it into the bushes. That's the end of the power play. VFB 39 for 1. We're still in the Goldilocks zone. In fact, with that 4 runs, VFB pull ahead, but it is tight. It's very tight right now. So Shetchet, bit of a slow start from his point of view. Bukhari is going to bowl out in the 4th. About a 50-50 game here. Field goes back into the power play. Shetchet still doesn't time this. Does have 1-6, but not too much else so far. Vedant. Hello to Chris Smith. How are you? Nice to see you. Hello to Bike Hunk as well. Got him. Oh, Mutiala tried it once. But when he tried it twice, it wasn't so nice. It's good bowling from Bukhari. I say this all the time. If you see a batter trying to get funky, you go full and you go straight at the stumps, ideally the leg stump. You can see it goes round that front pad. And that's why it's not an easy shot. Bowlers always trying to follow the batters. I'm telling you, it's a mug's game. Go at the pegs. So Mutiala, a tale of 2 raps. If you were to give his innings a title, he's out for 4, and it's 40 for 2. Good bowling from Imran Bukhari. New batter comes out there. Abid has impressed me a lot today. He's got a job to do with the bat. VFB are serious contenders. This is the kind of game you got to find a way to win. Still 8 wickets in hand. Rate required isn't crazy. It's about 2 a ball. Abid chops down on this first up. That could run away for 4. It does. Seemed a bit late on that actually, but worked out okay. Took a friendly hop off the pitch. And the next bounce was probably around about the 30-metre circle. Runs to a bit to get him going. Wide open group, this one. I know in Group A it was a long time before we even saw a team out of the running. But I would say if Follerslaben fall over in this chase and they don't win, then they're probably out of the running already, even with a couple of games still to play. Remember, they didn't even take a point out of that first game. Turned into a beautiful sunny afternoon. Bowled him. Abid. He tries to horn this one over the leg side, and the top of the middle stump goes flying. It's a double strike for Bukhari, who hits the timber twice in the over, and Follerslaben falling behind now. 45 for 3. See the footwork here. Stays leg side of the ball. It maybe just seamed back a little bit, but really it's a wild shot from Hasib Abid. He joins the 4 and out club. 2 members so far in this innings, and it's 45 for 3. Bukhari with a good return, 2 for 16 off 10 balls bowled. who can change the narrative? Yogesh Pai batted really well before. He top scored for VFB Fallersleben in their first game. He comes in as his team seems to be just losing its way, but who can turn it around? Shetye is still the opener. He's there, but hasn't been able to find his A game yet. Bakari hunting a third. Yogesh, wild swing. This one's going to be caught wide. I think it was just. Seemed to just go away at the last second. So when it passes the line, I think that's outside. Tight call. Yogesh showed earlier that he quite likes that little ramp shot as well. There is a kind of a fine leg in the circle, but he's more of a backwards square. That's the man there. You see where he is. So between him and the keeper, there's nobody. So I think Yogesh is thinking about it. Goes in that general direction. Well, there's a fielder we just talked about. That's Parab. Now Yogesh, very quick work to come back for two. Just made up his mind that he wanted it. So, still a ball to go in the over. EFB basically need someone to stand up here, don't they? Up in the air. It's going to fall safely to a bit of a space. Probably two there once again. And of the fourth over, the 50 comes up for Fallersleben, who are 51 for 3. See, they're pretty much right on the rate, so that shouldn't be a problem, but maybe it's just how they've looked and the fact that anyone going at better than 2 a ball so far has been Kannan, 22 off 9. I feel like Shetye is a good barometer, the left-hander, for this innings. If he can get going, then I think this chase can get going. But he's 10 off 9, he's faced 9 balls out of the first 24. Just checking if there's a ball to go in the over. I'm guessing not. Yashwant looks like he's ready to bowl. And there we go. Shetye gets a pretty good one up in the block hole. It can only get a single. And a boundary's going to come from here. Pie. Takes it on and gets it. Maximo. It was the form player earlier. Yogesh has been in the action a lot today. And he finds himself in the centre of it right here as things are hotting up. Solid strike. Wants it again this time. It's not on the carpet, only a single. Got the off spinner against left-hander now, which in theory is a good matchup for Berlin CC, the bowling team. And just kind of angling in. Shetty misses out in the cut. It's not like I think they really want to retire him out either with 3 down. They don't want to be giving up wickets. Next in, I think, will be Ankit Tomar. Oh, terrible mistime again in the air, and he's gone. Well, Shetty, not an innings that he'll be putting on the mantelpiece. Tried to get going, trying to get on with it. You can't really blame him for that, but just an innings where he just couldn't time a ball to save himself. Tries to go leg side, is a bit late on it in the end, and a pretty good catch down there taken by Jatinder Vashisht. VFB lose the left-handed opener for 11 off 12. It's 59 for 4. Maybe a blessing in disguise. If he wasn't going to click, then maybe he can give somebody else a chance. But and he's 4 wickets down in the first half. Another lefty, replacing a lefty. Ball by Yashwant. Ball again. As Ankit's off the mark. End of the 5th over, 60 for 4. Plenty happening, of course, in the ECN universe, and there will be a lot of excitement around the 3rd edition of the Western Shield starting on the 18th of September. And for all our ECN fans, I know it's a big occasion. Western Shield named after Dan Weston, ECN founder. Shoots back. See, probably play him a bit like a medium pacer, the pace that he bowls typically. Run rate required. Started in the 12s, it's still in the 12s, only barely. I love the way that Jatinder always throws himself around. Easy to get hold of someone like Jatinder, obviously, very experienced, skillful bowler. Now that is going to be a handy one though. Maximal Pyatt hoping to get a larger slice of the pie for his side. Goes with the angle. There's no real turn from Vashisht here. Come in the 6th. That's 6 more. Vashisht actually goes quicker and he goes further. Maximal. Yogesh, remember he dropped a difficult chance early in the game that swung it against Follow-Slay, but now he's trying to go get it. Go get it back and keep his team in the running. If VFB lose this, I really don't see too much of a chance for them. They probably have to take all 8 points tomorrow, and even then, to wait for some results to probably go their way in the other games. Goes again, and that's 6. Well, 3 on the spin. And, well, Pie's right in your face here. Maximo. 6-6-6 to finish the over. And Vashisht, who only went for 10 runs in his first 9 balls, goes for 18 in his last 3. Momentum swinger, 79 for 4 after 6, and suddenly that rate required's down in the 10s. And Monty Luce said it the best. Pie served hot. You're going to get the off spin of Yashwant again. It's brave batting from Yogesh, but you have to be brave. Be brave or with her, really. Yogesh, we haven't seen him on the network since 2021. And by the way, his previous high score until today was 5, Yogesh Pai. But Tomar misses out this first one. We had to read the rooms. Maybe just take the single. Give it back to Pai. He's got the hot hand. Yeah, Yogesh had only ever scored 12 runs in 12 games before today. Hasn't he had a leading role? Well, better than nothing. He'll get a single. This feels like a big battle now. Different kind of spinner. It's a right-hand spinner. I'd have been tempted maybe to stay around the wicket just to mix it up, because we did see Yashwant hit out of the ground by Yogesh in the last over that he bowled. And that was only one win that he had. Six and a 1 were the 2 results when these 2 met back in the 5th. Right now this is hit straight and it's just over the top. Maximo. Well, that's 4 6s in a row now off the bat of Yogesh Pai. And he's on a personal heater, and this is what I said, someone needs to step up. Who knew it would be Yogesh once again, top scoring in the first game that Fallersleben played. And now batting number 5, coming in at 45 for 3, but already he has the score up to 86. He's 35 off 9, and 5 of those 9 balls have gone for 6. Comeback ball. Goes again, but here's the chance. Huge moment in the game, and he's taken it. And Karan Singh stands tall, and Yogesh falls, although his impact will certainly be felt. They remove him at a very convenient time, Berlin CC, and this game springs back to life. Yogesh Pai goes 6, 6, 6, 6 and out. He's caught for 35 off just 10. VFB Fallersleben 86 for 5, and the pressure goes back on VFB and a new player to come out. That's the danger, isn't it? Yashwant, credit to him. He just kept on putting it in there, waited for the miss hit. It's a fairly simple catch for Karan, but you still got to hold him. And it's Vishal Saravanan who's going to come out to bat at number 7. He showed he can clear the boundaries in the last game. Hits this one pretty hard. Fielder can't as well to keep it to 1. Yeah, Saravanan did hit a 6 in a pretty short stay at the crease earlier on. Pai batted below Ankit Tomar earlier on, but he was promoted above the captain here. Now the captain's got to step up. Last ball the over. Does get it. Fielder makes an important stop, and we'll keep it to 1. Every run matters at the moment. End of the 7th over. And VFB 88 for 5. What a good spell though by Yashwant Singh. 2 for 18, including the man with the hot hand, Yogesh Pai. the equation. 34 required off the last 3 overs. Another tight one here in Kiel, and we'll finish the day with Berlin CC, who are going back-to-back. Big clash against SG Findorf, who really backed themselves out of a tight corner earlier on. SG Findorf, like they're going unchanged there. Likewise, Berlin CC. Understandable when the players have come a long way to be here. Maybe they just bring the 11. But remember, SG Findorf earlier on, they were able to defend 93 against SC Europa to win by 7 runs. All right, huge over coming up. They're all big from here. Karan, the catcher, becomes the bowler. Very good location. Puts that first one out towards the tram line, gets Tomar reaching. Tomar hasn't really been able to do too much so far. Doesn't have a boundary in the 7 balls he's faced. Saravanan, I think he's the one that has to take on the boundary. He does, and he gets it. It's a really good shot. That's almost a knock-knock. It's a knock-knock. Bang. Martin's just got the shock of his life. Maximo. It went from bat to tree to production van. It was the purest knock-knock because it came directly down. I wish we had a camera here, but it went straight from the branches onto the production van, and Martin's just had 10 years scared off his life, and he already looks like a 19-year-old. All right, comeback ball. The plot thickens. 27 off 16. I still think 64% might be generous for EFB. They're on a knife's edge here. Goes again. Fielder comes around. Can't do it. It's not all the way. Maximo. Oh, boy. That was always slicing away, but there was no chance really in there for the fielders. Did everything they could. You can see there, gets just enough. Saravano goes back-to-back sixes. Perhaps just misjudged by Yashwan at long off, who came in. Tried to cover him. Did Jatinda. Wasn't able to. And leg side. This will be a wide. Gloves from Sharma. You never know where the next hero is coming from. Remember, Sharma looked like he was just bossing this 79. Still might be the player of the match, but will they win? This is up in the air, and that's going to go as well. Saravanan goes Maximo. And they get it down to a runner ball in no time at all. Well, Saravanan probably needs a promotion as well in the order if he's going to hit him like this. They went to Karan Singh here. He's gone for 3 sixes on the spin now with the wide in between. VFB, basically their prospect of qualification on the line here. Surely they can't mess this up. 14 off 14 required. And that one is going to be up in the air. Does he have a play? I think he does. No, he doesn't. Maximo, another one. Saravanan hits another 6. It's 4 in a row. And suddenly, VFB springing back to life. This over has really hurt Berlin CC. Karan just can't keep the ball on the field. 26 off it right now. Last ball to come. Goes for it again, up in the air, falling safely. 27, 28 off the over. So 116 for 5. And just 6 runs required. This game's been on a knife's edge for so long, but surely now, only 6 required off 2 overs. Doesn't matter who's batting it, they're going to get home. But it just shows you with these kind of moderate to less than moderate totals, if you have one over go really big, it's hard to pull back. Look at that little jump in the worm in that 8th over. It's put them well ahead. 6 runs required. Tomar, be a good time for him to step up with a Maximo. Doesn't look like it so far, but who cares? On the other end, Saravanan's 27. Now, one thing's for sure, Saravanan is going to join the batting above the captain club in the next game. Yogesh played his way above him in this. game, and Saravanan, he's got 27 off 6 versus Tomar 5 off 8. Another miss. Could be the one for the over. Well, they say the longest journey starts with a single step. Well, there's 2 steps. There's 2 dot balls. I think you always have to gamble to keep him on strike, maybe bring in the field. I know it's tough, 6 off 10, but I feel if Saravanan gets back on strike, it's probably game over quickly. Strike 3. Oh, boy. I have seen games get close from here. I've even seen maidens in the 9th. One thing about Tomar is he going to keep swinging, or does he just want one? Don't need to get them all in one shot. Zafar doing a good job here. Captain to captain. Strike 4. Oh! Well, at least in baseball, after 3 strikes, your misery's over. Could you have more different 2 overs? We saw 4 sixes in a row in the last over. We've seen 4 dots in a row in this over. Tomar, surely, what do you do? Now he's kind of committed to it. You might as well just keep swinging. Could all be over very quickly. Does get bat. Oh, it's a bump ball. And it'll be a single. I'm pretty sure this was into the ground. Full toss. Bang. Hits into the ground. So it wasn't a catch. It didn't matter. It wasn't caught. But if he had taken it cleanly, might have been a chance for a run out. Okay. If you can sneak a dot on Saravanan here, then you got Tomar on strike with 5 to get last over. Here we go. 5 to win. Up in the air. Huge moment. Can anyone get there? No. Oh, the cricket gods unkind to Berlin CC. That was a miss hit. Could have gone absolutely anywhere. And it ended up falling to open grass. So what it means is Saravanan will get the strike. It's funny, he's the most recent batter, but he's like the set batter at the moment. It's 118 for 5 after 9. They're fine with the clock. 2 wickets to Bakari, 2 to Yashwant Singh, and 1 to Jatinda. But again, who's going to bowl the last over? Because Karan, you can't see him coming back to Saravanan that put him out of the park 4 times. So I think you've got to go to a different option. And it does look like we'll have Mohit Raheja. But the funny thing is here is maybe you don't mind conceding 1 and then trying to get a bunch of dots on Tomar, who's 6 off 12. But I don't think Saravanan's thinking 1. I mean, you can probably get a fairly low risk 4, you'd think. 4 singles in the over. But I don't think Saravanan's thinking that way. I think he wants the boundary to finish it off. Here we go. 4 to win. Got to keep it to 1 here. Probably likes the idea of 2, but there's probably no point. Oh, gets through the keeper. Think of an overthrow. Now, I think you've got to make Ankit nervous. You've got to push people in. He's 6 off 12. He swung at fresh air 4 balls in a row. And if he's smart now, he ain't taking any chances. He's just looking for 1 and just get out the way. But he might go for glory. Different kind of bowler, Raheja. 3 off 5, an unlikely last over thriller here in match 14. Ankit, time for him to come good. Oh, missed. Oh, getting a bye. Oh, boy. They got the miss. Bye. It's not the one you want to concede, keeper. Probably thought that was going to hit the stumps. Did it? Almost bounced on the pad that was on the floor, but yeah, do you even need the keeper up? Back to live action. Can win it right here. Oh, he misses. Oh, 2 off 3. How's this still going? Raheja's kind of pace off. Saravanan, he's been hitting the ball like he's had a beach ball bowled at him, but now he just needs 1 more. 2 off 3, surely. Love another dot here. Berlin CC. It's 2 to win. Oh, all right. 1. They think it's 2. It's not there. All right. Well, here's your biggest chance. You almost need to gamble, bring everyone up this ball. Could we be going to golden ball here? I don't even know if it'd have the keeper up. We've seen misses. They need 1 to win. So you might as well bring everyone in. They need 2 dot balls to force a golden ball. And Tomar could be a very unlikely hero. Just needs one. 2 chances to win the game. Oh, it's pretty close. And he's gone. Oh, it was full enough. And he's just played all around it. And Tomar, oh, is he the hero or is he just a very naughty boy? 6 of 14. Couldn't get bat on ball when he needed to. Again, does it pitch in line? He's quite wide of the crease, but it is full. It does pitch in line. I think it's a good call. I don't really see that missing anything. And now the most nervous person in the north of Germany is Rama Bumiredi, who's going to come out with the scores tied. And Rama, by the way, he got bowled for a golden duck earlier on in the day. Oh, Nelly, what are we watching here? And don't forget, VFB, pretty much if they lose this, I reckon they're out of contention. This is an insane finish. Very ECS, says Monty Luce. It certainly is. And that's a guy trying to act cool. But spoiler alert, he's not cool. I mean, he's probably a cool guy. But right now he's nervous. And so he should be. Because you might as well bring everyone in. Bring him closer in. I mean, don't let him squeeze one with a ball that rolls 5 or 6 metres. Anyway, you got to bring the long on, bring the long offer. Why would you have anyone back here? Scores tied. They need 1 to win. This is crazy. There's plenty of singles down the ground. Okay, here we go. Last ball. Boomer ready to win the game. And he will. He'll get the winning run. He'll actually get 4. And VFB Vollesleben. Well, they go from very alive to very dead, then back from the dead. And would you believe it? Bumiredi was able to do something in 1 ball that Tomar couldn't do in 14 balls, and he hits a boundary, and there the winning run breaks the tie. In the end, 4 runs separating these 2 teams, a match that goes the distance, goes to the very last ball. Heart attack central. But VFB, they will finish their day 1-1. They'll walk away with 3 points there. Remember, they didn't take a point out of their loss earlier on. Come the moment, come the man, and it's Bumiredi coming off a Golden Globe in the first game. Now he's a hero. But for me, it's Yogesh Pai's impact innings there. I'll be curious to see what the player of the match is. Because Sharma really, when you think about it, he made a game of it. Without his 79, I think Berlin CC are losing that by a lot. And in the end, they have given it to Yogesh. Well, it shows you, Yogesh dropped Sharma early in the game, and suddenly he's the man of the match. I don't even know what to believe anymore. 2 unchanged teams going to match 15. Time for random questions as well. SG Vindorf hoping to make it a 2-0 day. Berlin CC, they go down. Last ball there. They risk going 0-2 and making life very tough for themselves on day 2 tomorrow. Now, what can you say about this chase? You might say it's expertly managed if you realise they took it to the very last ball, or you could say they made a bit of a meal of it, but either way, Vollesleben walk away with the win. There were a couple of these key moments that the Berlin CC might look back, but I actually think they competed pretty well to almost defend that 121. This was a big one, wasn't it, with Kanan, who started brightly for 22 before he chopped on to Jatinder Vashisht. And I called this one a tale of 2 ramps. Mutiala tried it once, got away with it. Tried it twice, didn't. And Bakari, clever bowling by him to find the target twice in the over. Another 4 and out was to come. Hasiba Bid chopped a 4 away and then had his stumps chopped down. And that would bring Yogesh Pai to centre stage, and his 35 off 10 was very, very important, including a run of 4 consecutive maximos. Meanwhile, there was trouble for Shetye, who used up 11 balls for 12. They had a couple of really slow innings in there. Between Shetye and Tomar, they scored 17 off 26, and that just meant that someone had to make it up, or a couple made it up, in fact. Yogesh Pai and Saravanan towards the end. This was a big moment, and you felt it just could derail Vollesleben and kind of put it back to a 50-50. But then Saravanan came out, put them miles ahead. Had to be a once-in-a-generation kind of choke to to bring the game back alive. Saravanan went bang, bang, bang. And suddenly it was looking like it was advantage Wallisleben, but we saw Tomar struggle to get bat on ball in the 9th. It came all the way to the last ball in the 10th. Yeah, just a few little things in there. A couple getting away from the keeper for byes. Every run seemed like it mattered towards the end. And VFB Wallisleben, congratulations to them. Their first win on ECN for 4 years, and it's a last ball thriller in match 14 that takes them back to a 1-1 record, and their 4 points on the board in this European Cricket Series. Looking at the scorecard, Kanan opened reasonably well for 22. A couple of underwhelming innings there from some of the bats, but let's talk about the positives. Pai with 35 off 10 finished as the player of the match. Vishal Saravanan with a very important 30 off 10 balls. But it was Boomereddy who must have had all kinds of heart palpitations going out there last ball. The only ball he faced went to the boundary, and that split the teams in this one. 2 wickets for Imran Bukhari as well as Yashwant Singh. Singles for Jatinder Vashisht and Raheja, who did a really good job in that last over. He only conceded 3 runs leading to that last ball. But Boomereddy was ready for the moment, and he was able to split the teams and bring up the win for VFB Wallisleben. We'll take a break then. We'll be back in around about 10 minutes to take you into the final game of the day, as Berlin CC will get a chance at redemption, and SG Findorf will hope to double down on their win earlier on. Vinny sound to him, Mr. Maximo for ECN. We'll see you in just a few minutes when we return for the exciting conclusion of Day 3 here in this European Cricket Series.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet. Hello and welcome back. What a great day of action it's been here in Kiel, and I'm loving the sunshine. We had a few clouds around this morning, but they are all history right now. We're going to see some more ECN history coming though, as we'll continue the day 3 action, and concluded actually with match number 15. Berlin CC, we just saw them get off the park. They are back though, playing back-to-back matches, taking on SG Findorf, who had a real low-scoring, thrilling win earlier on in the day on their return to ECN after no less than 5 years. Let's see what happened a little bit earlier with the tournament referee, Suleiman Saeed, and the two captains.
Berlin CC, SG Findorf to call. Heads is the call, and it's heads.
We'll bat first. We'll bat first.
SG Findorf will bat first.
You heard the man. That's Hamid Wardak deciding they want to have a bat, and they're showing no signs of scarring, I suppose, after they weren't able to make 100 batting first. But they did get the win, didn't they? 93 to 86 in the previous match they played, match number 13 against SC Europa. Welcome back to everyone, and I can report we have bright sunshine here at the moment, and I'm really looking forward to seeing how this one goes down. And Berlin CC, they ended up forcing the von der Sleben batters to take it to the very last ball in match number 14 just moments ago, but Berlin CC had to wear the loss, 125 to 121. They ended up just short of the mark, but they've got the chance to make up for it here. But here's the thing, SG Findorf, very good side. The batting didn't click earlier, but they still got the win. SG Findorf, the side that were runners-up in ECL 19, and quite a few names that I do recognise. No, we won't find them there, but we will. I'll tell you who's in the team, because it's everyone that played before. There you go. Both teams unchanged, and often you see that actually. But I think with the distances, SG Findorf have got about 2.5 hours to get here, and they're from Bremen. And Berlin CC, obviously from Berlin, it's about 4 hours. So bring the 11, and I hope no one gets injured. For Berlin CC, one thing for sure is that Sharma was an absolute rocket. 79 he scored. In the end, he was on the losing side and even lost the player of the match. But he was a very destructive batter and a brilliant keeper as well, from what I saw. SG Findorf, though, Wardak missed out with the bat, but hit a couple of boundaries earlier before getting castled by probably the ball of the day. Amar Khalid, I wonder if they're tempted to bat him a spot higher. Imran Khan's actually listed to open. But, yeah, look, plenty of talent on both sides. I wonder what the supercomputer's thinking. It's thinking SG Findorf are favourites. I can understand that. Mentioning it's a bit of a full circle moment when I'm calling SG Findorf, because I called them on my first ever day of ECN cricket. It was actually only my 3rd game commentating. I was involved in that very first European Cricket League back in 2019. They ended up making it all the way to the final. It's a real special moment, actually. That first game I ever called them was match number 6, SG Findorf against Chandra Brescia. They actually went down to Chandra Brescia in that game. Ended up making it all the way to the first ever ECL final, where they went down to the OC Rotterdam, who have a very similar shirt to the shirt being worn by Berlin CC right now. Hamid Wardak will open up with the bat once again, the left-hander, captaining SG Findorf. Iftikhar Khan, remember, captained them back in 2019. I wonder if Iftikhar's watching. He's a great ambassador for German cricket back then, those formative moments of ECN. Bakari is a bit of a veteran himself. He's going to open up. Rodak's a bit of a key with the bat. Happy to see him at the top of the order again, but let's see if he lasts longer this time. Berlin CC again find themselves in a tough place. They don't want to walk away with 2 losses from opening day of Group B. Here we go with match 15. Last match of the day in day 3 action. Remember, it's double trouble tomorrow with Romania getting underway. Rico Fall's probably landed in Romania by now. Hello to Chris, good to see you as well. Hello to Dave B. Hey, it is random question time as well. Feel free to throw a few random questions in. I know that Tina is playing in German colours today. That's why she's not here with me. Made 62 against Ireland in their first game. Ireland yet to bat. Good swing there from Bakari, but swings too far. This pronounced movement right to left. Berlin CC, he threw the ball to Rahidra in the last over. He actually did a really good job. I'd love to see him maybe bowling a little bit earlier. Slower than you think. And you think he's pretty slow. So just kept the game alive to the very last ball. Swing and a miss here. They stick with Shafqat Ashraf at the top. That's up in the air. Can he get there? He's going to run a long way. Short answer, no. We'll come back for 2. Bit of a pitching wedge shot from Shafqat Ashraf. Martin's pushing the buttons. He says he particularly likes the SG Findorf clothing because they look like Ninja Turtles. Well, there you go. We'll go with that. Funny thing is, I've got suits, both of the colours they're wearing. I've got the green and the purple. Yeah, the Ninja Turtles. Yes, we could call them the Ninja Turtles. That's cool. Who was your favourite Ninja Turtle? There's an early random question. I was quite the outlier when I was in 4th grade at school because everyone loved the Ninja Turtles except me. I don't know. They didn't appeal to me for some reason. My brother absolutely loved them. Happy just to tuck this away for 1 and we'll stick with 1. Kids these days, they don't realise that TV shows used to be on a particular time. I think it was 4:30 in Perth when Ninja Turtles would come on. Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. Look it up if you're younger than probably 40. But yeah, you had to be in front of the TV at that time. I know you could tape it or whatever. You'd only do that if you really, really were desperate. Then you have to remember to tape it. Outswinger once again from Bakari. He doesn't go for too many in the first. Just 6 off it, and it's 6 without loss after 1. Can SG Findorf find their batting boots here? Something like Shafqat Ashraf, he'll want to get moving. Otherwise, there's probably a real risk that they might want to selectively insert Amar Khalid. Quick look at the calendar. You can see where we've been this year. It seems a long time ago that we started the season in... Actually, we started it pre-regular tour in Portugal on the 31st of January. But their first kind of primary tour event was in Malta. I was there with Tina, actually, starting the year. Speaking of Tina, probably get a bowl. He already has a bowl, actually. But fear for Germany. Obviously, they've done very well to qualify for this stage of World Cup qualifying. But I mentioned the Netherlands and Ireland would be big favourites to be the 2 to qualify, with Italy and Germany big underdogs. Wardak goes after this one and gets it. Maximo. Pretty good shot straight through the line. Seis Carreras. Steps, hits, and comfortably carries in the end. First shot in anger from Hamid Wardak. Likes to be able to step out of his crease. You see him there. Zafar. Good comeback. Pushes him on the back foot a little bit. And the reason that Wardak, I think, likes to bat out of his crease, he wants more balls to be drivable. So he likes the idea of keeping his shape, keeping that straight back. But obviously, you've got less time to see it, less time to react. Oh, that's right. Smashed. And that's going to be one bounce four. What a good shot. That's belted. Haven't quite seen it forcing like this before, but it's kind of like he's directing traffic. The two-handed four signal. Yeah, crew mentioning it, they were called Teenage Mutant Hero Turtles in the UK. I do know that, actually. No run taken this time. Maybe one there if they'd gone straight away. Yeah, interesting. That seems like something the internet can give me the answer to. But I did actually know that. Oh, well, this time he's going to be able to get inside of it and help it away to the boundary for more. So much better over here for Findorf. So, apparently when Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, hope I can say that because this is the European Cricket Network, became popular outside the US, several European countries, most notably the UK, Ireland and parts of mainland Europe, objected to the word ninja, which is considered too violent for children's programming. So they decided to call them the Teenage Mutant Hero Turtles in the UK and Ireland. Nowadays, it wouldn't be considered that violent. That's a scary thing. Yeah, I remember nunchucks. My brother had nunchucks. He used to test them out on me, and let's just say, I think there's a reason they were banned. They had been banned actually in UK law. Germany and some other European countries also used Hero Turtles for the same reasons. But by the mid-1990s, most countries went back to Ninja Turtles after these restrictions started to relax. Well, that was pretty random, but I do like the Ninja Turtles reference. Wardak 16 off 7. He's gotten after Zafar a little bit here. Happy to play it out. So, in the end, 15 off the over, and it's 21 without loss after 2. Atlanta KG, good night, I should say. Going to bed. Almost 1:30 a.m. there. So, can hope you go well. Have a great sleep, and we'll see you on the other side. So, pretty bunched up on the table. So, the thing here, if Berlin CC were to win this, then all teams would be 1-1 after day one. And that really is wide open. But if Berlin CC were to lose this, then they are, okay, they'd be 2 points. They're not miles away, but they need 2 pretty big wins and probably some other results to go their way. And you'd imagine they probably would need a bonus point along the way somewhere as well. So it's a big game for Berlin CC here in particular. But every game is big for both teams. Wild one from Bakari first up. Doesn't get that movement. Also, this is the 700th European Cricket Series game of the year. Who wants a live count how many games we've done this year? I do. Bakari gets lifted up in the air. Good luck seeing it. Good luck catching it. Good effort takes it, I'm not sure if it was the 5th or the 6th rib, but it ends up going down. It's hard to catch what you can't see unless it's some kind of virus. Have a look. Uja. Great effort from Rahija. He was almost a hero in the last game. Time for the Mr. Maximo running game count. Ashraf survives, gets a couple. Next one goes down the leg side. Bakari just not getting that out swing he got in the first over. So got 700 matches in ECS cricket this year. What else have we had? We've had 86 T20Is. Don't worry, there's more. Well, that's why Shafkat's out there. That one is a solid strike. Maximo sees Carreras. Good hitting. Just lost that shape. It's coming out straight up and down from Bakari. Disappears. So we had 79 ECI T10 internationals. Don't worry, there's more. We also have had 64 night series games. So in Portugal and Belgium. Good comeback. Nice and full. Then, of course, don't forget we had 123 games in the ECL. Time to add them up. So this is the 1,052nd game of the year. So we went past 1,000. I know we didn't notice because we've got no time to count because we're too busy doing cricket. What a good run we've had in 2025. That's a pretty good shot as well. Up and over the top. Maxwell for Ashraf. Yeah. Said he had to put up or shut up. He's putting up. Bakari being brought back. It's a drivable length. 1,052. Two to come in the power play. Ashraf missed times. Has to get on his bike. That ain't Usain Bolt out there. And I think if this hits, he's going. But the throw misses the stumps and Ashraf survives. Keep the random questions coming as well. Bakari, last ball for him. Gets hit up and over the top. Last ball, the power play will be a boundary. Smart batting by Wardak. Knew that the 5 outfielders are coming. Set himself for that. Established that back foot outside the off stump. They double the score in the third over, 42 without loss. So, into the power play, SG Findorf expected 132 from here. They'd certainly take that. I think we know they're good defenders. I expect them to be good defenders, and they defended just 93 earlier in the day. Yeah, who knows? Speaking of Ninja Turtles, maybe the most dangerous thing was their love of pizza, and of course an obesity epidemic would ensue. That's a swing and a half. They have put on Rahija. He was almost, kind of 1-800, almost a hero. He was asked to bowl the 10th over as a 6th bowler. Took it to the very last ball earlier on. But he's got a weird kind of natural back of the hand kind of release. Hides the ball. That's up in the air. Can anyone get there? No, they can't. And that'll run away for a boundary. Ashraf gets 4 more, moves into the 20s. Yeah, so what are we thinking with this? Chris found it slightly ironic with the Ninja Turtles being prohibited for the teens and kids in the UK for being too violent. A big swing and a miss. It's been called wide. Remember that line does belong to the bowler, but if the whole ball's outside the whole line, it'll be a wide. Tight one. Probably could have called it, could have gone either way. Straighter this time. Steps a long way across, takes on the pad. Was tying my shoelace. Wardak gets the strike back. And goes down the ground. Should be gone. Is gone. Karan Singh takes a good catch. And so Hamid just mistimes this, trying to fight the angle of Rahija, who picks up his first wicket. And a good strike it is too. Wardak's out for 20. And SG Findorf lose their skipper. It's 48 for 1. Wardak has to walk off. I thought they'd want to get Khalid out there. He's using his full 60 seconds to see if they need new batteries in the stopwatch, maybe in the officials' tent. I suppose it's not much of a walk to get out there. My Khalid. And he's a heavy hitter, and he does get the number 3 spot as I thought he would. He likes to pretend to... Well, not pretend. He likes to be a bit careful early, but then what he really wants is he wants to be hitting big sixes. But he kind of has to restrain himself a little bit. And the second ball, he does go for it. It will get away from the fielder for 4. That brings up the 50 for SG Findorf, but still a very good over from Mohit Rahija. And the score is 52 for 1 after 4. I think Khalid, if he clicks, it's going to be trouble. But maybe not quite the batting depth that they once had. So you've obviously got some availabilities for both these teams that are a bit of an issue. Berlin have travelled 4 hours in the car to be here, and SG Findorf have travelled 2.5. Here's Jatinder. All right, in the air. This is carrying, and it's out. Ashraf is the next to go, and Jatinder didn't have to wait long to get into the action. Ashraf took him on, just clunks it really. The ball is flying to the outfielders. Not too many have dropped short in this series. Shafqat straight away is in trouble, and a pretty good catch down there taken by Karan Singh, who's got a good pair of hands. So 2 wickets fall pretty quickly. Both openers back in the shed. Ashraf with 23. The score is 52 for 2. Yeah, so Kroom saying that there were also some other title changes. Well, and I knew this one. Family Feud, kind of everywhere else in the world, is called Family Fortunes in the UK. So is Feud that violent that it got changed? Scrap Heap Challenge went the other way, becoming Junkyard Wards. Didn't know that one. Surely Feud isn't that violent. Good battle this. Just puts a good old slinger in. Does Vashish. When Vashish is in trouble, he goes quicker. It doesn't like bowling slower. It doesn't. But I wonder if it's something you might employ. I know you have to be brave to do it, but I think if you bowl slower, you're just more chance of a missed time. Oh, you've had a keeper pad blowout. Oh, well, that's going to take a bit of time. We need a red pad. And this is when I wish Corey was here, because Corey's going to get a pretty early finish over in the Netherlands. Meanwhile, we're going to have a pad change. In fact, probably going to have to change both pads. Can you have one red and one not red? Sorted. Yeah, can't say I've broken too many pads in my time. It can happen, particularly for keepers if they're sliding. Okay, so in the UK, Family Feud was called Family Fortunes because the word feud has strong connotations of hostility, grudges, and even violence. Is that bad a word? Feud, to me, is just, yeah, it's like a disagreement. But in the UK, it's got a bit more of a negative connotation and an aggressive connotation. Okay. Interesting that in 1980, with all the issues going on, they thought that was what might have tipped society over the edge. Well, that'll be 6. Kiel comes in. Ravi doesn't attempt the catch. Pretty smart. You can't drop what you don't try. And Maximal, 6 runs. This one was actually tossed up a little bit, to credit to Jatinder. Yeah, he goes quick. Didn't like getting hit for 6. He's a fun player to watch for Ashish. Like I said, he would have really enjoyed his trip with the international side to Africa earlier in the year. Well, this hit down the ground. This is one that won't carry, actually. End of the over, 61 for 2. Hey, what a great opportunity to welcome you into the commentary box. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo for the European Cricket Network. Have been flying solo today, and it will be tomorrow as well in Group B, but I'll get my original commentary partner. You're going to love Phil as well. If you get a chance, you can go back and actually watch some of the European Cricket League 19 highlights, and you'll hear some of Philip Bachstadt, who is a former German national player. He's around about my age. He's a TV presenter as well. He loves his cricket. He's been heavily involved in cricket on ice as well, where he plays for German Cricket Club, and he'll be with me for Finals Friday. I haven't seen Phil. We do keep in touch. I haven't seen Philip for a while. Probably a couple of years, actually, but we do stay in touch. I spent a bit of time with him after that first ECL. Rahija gets second over. In the air, should be gone and out. Lovely catch by Karan. Tarakale is going to have to go, bit at the end of the bat on that one. And Rahija has a second wicket. What a good effort this is from Berlin CC. Rahija just puts it in awkward places, doesn't he? Took 1 for 6 in that 10th over. Unfortunately for him, 4 of those runs came off the last ball. With the difference between the two sides. Yeah, Kroom saying he thinks Fortunes instead of Feud had a bit more of a light-hearted feel. Probably. If Feud just kind of, you know, for me in Australia it would mean kind of, it's more of the sense of a running competition or a rivalry. And so it didn't land differently in Australia. And that's in the air. Shams, the keeper, coming out to bat. Pretty close to a 50-50 right now. I think in the second half of this game, obviously the Sharma factor is going to be pretty big. He looks very, very, very good before. It's funny, Rahija's what I'd call a bit of a hybrid bowler. I wouldn't call him a genuine spinner. He runs in a bit like a medium pacer and he hides the ball, but his stop ball is basically a back of the hander. He's kind of, see how he hides the ball there? This one gets through. Here's the quicker one. So this will take us to the end of the 6th over as Shams loses his bat, but he can go pick it up. It's 64 for 3. Monty saying he thinks that ECN tournaments should have fun names. Well, we had one that was actually called the Barcelona Bash. That was in 2020. And it was when we were only planning a little bit ahead and we had to sometimes have short notice. And we had already had a couple of tournaments in Barcelona, so we had to call it something else. That was the Barcelona Bash. So you try and stay pretty consistent with our tournament naming. And the main reason is we have so many of them that it would be difficult otherwise to keep track. It's pretty difficult anyway, I know, for a lot of people. Oh, that one cut. Well knocked down at least by Barab. Takes this on, going, and gone. Maximo. Pretty good straight. Up and over the top. Just got under that one, didn't he? Omar Khalid, he's a big barrier, I think, for Berlin CC. If you can get him, I think you're pretty confident you can keep this innings under control. That's a good shot straight through the line. Offside 6, always a good sign for Khalid. Field not quite set. They've got a very straight fielder in Jatinder. It's the Southern Cross style field here. This will go over the leg side though. Had a bit of length to work with, and Amar puts it over the ropes. Maximo! 2 in a row. That one past the rocket tent. Chris is obviously a big fan of Karan, who's caught very well. I know he had a bit of trouble with the ball, but he's not alone there. One's gone into the bushes. Khalid, 18 off 6. He played in one of the early classics. Khalid scored 45 or 15. I suppose these days we wouldn't think twice about it, but remember when we first started ECN and we had that first ECL in 2019, no one had really ever seen the format, and yeah, he just swung the game really quickly with a bunch of boundaries. A game that looked like SG Findorf were going to lose, and then he came out and completely changed it. I suppose nowadays it's pretty common, but back then we thought, wow, this is a really enthralling format. And that game kind of left us with goosebumps. So he's a bit of a pioneer, Amar Khalid. And he still enjoys hitting the long ball, I can see. Now it's very clever. He sees there's no outfielder here, so he picks his spot. Just had one infielder to beat. And at the pace of Yashwant, you get a decent look at it as he played that in a premeditated fashion. Couple to come in the 7th. Quicker one. Oh, not so sure anything was raised there. He likes it though, doesn't he? Sharma. Definitely have a look at it. Just felt that he was always down. It's a very close one. I got a feeling he's just in, but let's look at the exact impact. To be honest, I think he's just in. I think he's just going to survive, but it was very, very close. Good decision. Could definitely see why Sharma was excited. But a game of millimetres, and Khalid, he slides it back. Let's ball the over. And this is smashed. Well, that one is a power strike from Khalid. Maximal. Well, it might have been a game of millimetres, but that one's gone about 60 metres off the bat. Flat. And 6 runs to finish the over. It's 87 for 3 after 7, but we're still in the Goldilocks zone. Coming up tomorrow, it's day 4 and the second day of Group B action with the same teams playing their second half of their fixtures. Each team will play 2 matches. Only the top 2 of the 5 teams here in Group B will survive to day 5, which is finals Friday. Don't forget also we've got cricket in Romania tomorrow. You can join me from 7:15 a.m. GMT, which is 9:15 in Central Europe, 12:45 in India. But 45 minutes before that, Romania gets underway. So let's just check we got there okay. Romania, Czechia. Maybe I'll think about that Romania-Czechia series. What are my thoughts? I think they're 2 pretty evenly matched sides. I looked at the Czechia side, and I know there's a few omissions. The tank, Riddick Tomar, is a big out. He was captain last time we saw him, but he's been dropped from the side, and obviously it means he's not captain either. Well bowled. He likes it, but one thing's for sure, Jatinder never heard anything, and then he just turns around like, yeah, isn't it? But if Jatinder didn't hear it, you can bet that the umpire never heard it. And obviously we can't really tell. But I like the way Jatinder just turned around like, hey. Good bowling though. Quicker one. Khalid picks out the fielder. Oh, dropped. Very casual from Bukhari down there. Didn't have his feet set. Just expected it would go in, but Khalid gets dropped, and that might come back to bite you. I don't think the Prince was too happy with this. Just, yeah. Makes Vashish bowl the next one even quicker. Khalid dropped on 28. Remember that moment. Last ball of the 8th over. Oh, good bowling. I'd like to see more of that from Vashish, and he did it well. Kind of right on call. 1 for 11 off 2 overs. That was the floated one, and did get the overswing from Khalid, but he can't remove him ultimately. And SG Findorf 89 for 3 after 8. Funny with SG Findorf playing again for the first time in 5 years. I feel like this is a very pre-Grizzly era kind of a feel with the kind of scores we're getting. I just think there's been more chances that have been created for one reason or another. Here's the 9th, and here's Awais. And there goes the ball, and almost a brilliant catching opportunity, but it's just out of Rahij's grasp, and that's a Maximo. Cut away by Khalid. It was dropped moments ago. Fairly regulation effort in the outfield. Remember, if Berlin could win this, every team is 1-1. Khalid to 35. Good comeback from Zafar. Challenges him outside the off stump. He's not as comfortable outside the off stump. I think that's pretty clear. The one he just slashed away for 6 had a little bit of length on it. I think my plan with Khalid would be pretty simple. Full and wide. He's not a great kind of cover driver of the ball. He's more a muscler or a, let's say, full tape ball style, but he does like that leg side. Tries the bouncer out. It's probably one for the over. Got him reaching as well. Touch and go. Probably for me, that's above the shoulder. Or bowled. That's the full I was looking for. Not quite the wide I was looking for, but still. Full's good. A guy like Khalid, you just don't want to bounce the ball to him. Giving him more options. Yeah, so apparently the Berlin CC uniforms look at Buzz Lightyear. Okay. So we've got Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles versus Buzz Lightyear. Toy Story, of course. Oh, this is up in the air. Can't see anyone reaching it, though. Thinking of two. Well, there's no way they should get two here, but they will. That is highway robbery. Nobody went after the ball. Got overrun. Already had the one for the... Yeah, that's very close. I think if that was to be... Was definitely very close to a no ball, assuming that first one was the one for the over. Mate, you could argue, okay, maybe it's shoulder height. If he's standing at the crease, maybe it hits him in the shoulder. That's fair enough, but the umpire's got to make a split-second decision. Zafar, last ball for him, last ball of the night. Good one. He wants one here. He won't get it. It's pretty smart, actually. Probably no point trying a run out, giving away an overthrow. So at least this way you get Shams on strike, and he hasn't been as effective. He's 4 off 7. Zafar goes for 23 in his spell, and SG Findorf, 97 for 3. Another thrilling game here. Oh, Monty, thanks for reminding me. No walnuts today. I did make a request for food not to come into the tent because yesterday I have a mild allergic reaction to walnuts. It may or may not have been the reason that my tongue swelled up and I seemed to be garbling my words. Or maybe it's the fact I only got about 4 hours sleep the night before. Oh, look who's back. It's Karan. He had a bit of a rough time last time out, but they're trusting him with an over here. I did want to go back to Yashwan, who went the journey. The off spinner went for 23, so Karan gets his chance to redeem himself here. But Khalid, he's the man with the plan. 37 and counting. And he's going to smash this one over the offside. Maximo. Well, that's the shot that maybe we don't see enough of from Amar Khalid, but he can obviously hit it. Again, it's the length that isn't quite right. It's given him a good look at the bounce, but if that's full, if that's on the crease, I just don't see him playing that shot. Hello to Saeed, nice to see you. And yes, it's just me today and tomorrow, we'll say. Originally, Tina was meant to do this week, which would have been great because she lives in Hamburg. But Tina, kind of busy with the World Cup qualifiers going on. Bowled him. So Karan, he will get the wicket in the end. Amar jogs off. But he has made an impact. Scored about 15 more after getting dropped, did Amar Khalid. But good comeback from Karan. Basically challenges him. Amar loses his shape a little bit. He jogged the first 10 pretty quickly, but I think he's puffed out because he slowed down. He's out for 43. Good innings from Amar Khalid, though. 5 6s, 2 4s in there, so 38 of those 43 runs coming in boundaries. It's 104 for 4. Hello to Ash as well. Tina scored, I think, 28 for Germany. Most of their runs. We'll get one here, but a clean pickup means it'll only be one. Work from the Prince. Yeah, but I think 62 wasn't nearly enough for Germany and Ireland chased it down, I think, 7.5 overs. Sounded terrible, just right off the toe from Shams. Had a bit of a shocker out there. Hey, so just to clarify, yeah, Buzz Lightyear, you're saying the batting team, so not Berlin CC, SG Findorf looked like Buzz Lightyear as well, not just like Ninja Turtles. Who did Berlin CC look like? Last ball. Oh, in the air, not taken. One hand, one bounce, and no further run. Bolt says, "Don't throw it to me." Doesn't matter. That will be it. So a pretty good over from Karan. Does redeem himself, doesn't he? 1 for 10 in the 10th. And SG Findorf, once again, they're going to have to do it the hard way. 107 for 4. 107, certainly below par. But SG Findorf, they've got a funny knack of finding ways to win. Berlin CC, though, they don't want to be the only team to walk away winless from day number 1. And if they can chase this 108, it'll be 5 games, 5 different winners, and wide open in Group B. Let's have a look, and it was Wardak once again opening for SG Findorf. This one wasn't held, but it was Ashraf that made the early running with 23 off 13. Good impact kind of power play innings. You can see winds up the top of the order. Hamid trying to make the most of the day in the power play. And I won't say it was a record-breaking start, but a solid enough start. But then Wardak, he mistimed that one. Well taken down at long on by Karan. And yeah, pretty good relations between these players, as you'd imagine as well. Amar Khalid came out at 3, and we know he's a big wicket. He's got a big responsibility in this order. Shafkat, he left not too long after Wardak departed. Tarakil came out. He was able to nail 1-6, but couldn't do a lot more. I will say I think they caught pretty well, particularly the outfielders. Probably one exception where Bakari put down a sitter for Berlin CC, but they did create and take a few opportunities. I suppose the big question with Khalid, would he give a chance? And essentially he would, and he would go on to hit a couple more. This is the one that went down. Bakari really will be disappointed that he didn't hold on to that one. Khalid looked like he was going to hurt the scoreboard, and did to an extent. Eventually he fell the last over for 43. That was the top score of the innings, and after that there were no more boundaries, and Karan, getting the opportunity to bowl to less set batters, was able to halt the scoring more or less, with only 10 runs coming off that last over and only 3 off the last 4. And SG Findorf, the ECL runners-up of 2019, are held to 107 in their second match back after a 5-year absence on ECN. 43 for Amar Khalid led the scoring at number 3, and 20 odds for the openers. Just the 5 extras, so pretty disciplined stuff from Berlin CC. I still think at times I'd like to see the bowl a little bit fuller, especially against some of these guys that obviously love to hit the bounced ball. And just try and give them a few less options. I think when they did that, they were pretty effective. Bowling-wise, though, certainly a pretty decent effort. Yashwan got taken down in his over, but that'll happen from time to time. 2 for 13, Rahij, I thought, was a standout. Bowled the 10th over last time, held his own. They gave him the 2 this time. 1 for 11, Vashisht, also very crafty. I thought he changed his pace a little bit better in this game compared to the last. Karan Singh, again, great redemption story from him, coming on, bowling that 10th and picking up the big wicket of Amar Khalid, holding it just 10 and holding Findorf to 107. So 108 for Berlin CC. And really, this is the kind of game, if you are a contender, like I said about the Fallersleben chase in the last game, if you are a contender, these are the kind of games you need to win. SG Findorf, though, they're not going anywhere. They believe that 107 is enough. We'll take a break and find out for sure after a few moments. Vinny Sander, who Mr. Maximo. Hope you're enjoying your day, and we can come back, maybe a few random questions, but certainly plenty of cricket action when we return to Kiel in a few minutes' time for more European Cricket Series.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet.
Hello and welcome back to Kiel as we get ready for the exciting conclusion of day number 3, opening day of Group B action though, and it is SG Findorf who are going out defending 107. And earlier on we did see them defend 93, a rare double-digit defence in the Grizzly era. 107 means that if they want to take all 4 points, they have to restrict Berlin CC to 74. Conversely, Berlin CC, if they can get on a heater and someone like Sharma can get going, if they can chase 108 in 7, they could take all 4 points. I wouldn't say that's out of the equation. It's about 15 and a half and over if they were to do that. But SG Findorf, they're a former national champion side. And I think that they think that they're a pretty good chance of doing this. I want to know what the supercomputer thinks, because I feel that Berlin CC must be pretty confident. Only 107. Can you be favourites if you only have 107 to defend? Do I have probably 50-odd% Berlin CC? But I'm no supercomputer. I'm just a human. Looking forward to seeing what the incredible 21st century intelligence says. Computer, activate. Any moment now, just loading. Adil. There you go, 60-40. You heard it here first. And that's going to be picked up and lifted over the leg side. There's nobody out there. That'll be 4 runs to start. Sharma. He made one of the more impressive ECN debuts earlier in the day, whacking a 70 as it was. It wasn't enough to get his team the win. I will say that there wasn't a lot of other resistance from the Berlin CC lineup in that previous match against VfB Fallersleben. It's a strange field. They've got a deep backward point. You'd be very lucky if one ended up down there. Maybe they're going to go full and wide, try and get a carve out there, but let's see. Oh, the other thing is we didn't see too much of Sharma being put on the back foot. He wants to get forward here. Probably one for the over. Past his shoulder there, and it's still on the way up. But we didn't see him tested with kind of genuine pace either. He premeditated on the front foot there. False shot here under edge. Won't get out of the infield. Well, it should be gone. It's a big moment early. He was hurried up. And he's just popped a catch, and Adil delivers once again. Wow, Hero's in a half shell. Adil Power. Have a look at this. Again, didn't see him a lot on the back foot earlier on. It's one of those ones, it's actually a very good bouncer because it's probably shoulder height but not above. And you could see he has a tendency, he was kind of forward pressing, he was premeditating a front foot stroke and then just kind of has to fend it away more than anything. Tarakal's a good fielder, was never going to drop it. An early drama, and I just wonder if that flips the percentages straight away. Sahil Lal took a long time to get going earlier on. He still hasn't faced a ball. It'll be Fashisht. So the 2 Rijeka Markors from last week. Team that finished top of the table. Their only loss was a golden ball loss, but then went out in straight sets on finals day. Attempted Yorker. That'll be fielded by the stumps. No, it won't. Sneaks past. Oh. Hamid throws it wide back to the keeper's end. And even with that wicket, now SG Findorf on top. Well bowling, well bowling. Very European cricket call. I've heard many times. Extra spicy from Adil. Fashisht can't catch up at the end of the first over. A good one from the left arm pacer. It's 4 for 1. They do bowl very well, do Findorf. They've got a couple of fast left armers. Got Tarakale that can do a similar job. Got some good spin options in there as well. 42 matches since the Golden Ball. And believe it or not, 2 of these players, Sahulal and Fashisht, who are at the crease right now, they played in that team that played in the Golden Ball match, which was only a week ago. Exactly a week ago. So what does that tell you? It's Wednesday, and we're 1 week on, and we're already 42 matches since the Golden Ball. So we've had 42 matches in the last week. All right, Wardak with some left arm spin over number 2. 4 runs. Not off the bat, but runs that will count. And it's the quicker one, isn't it? And Shams just needed to skip to the left, a Nutbush City Limit style, but he just watches it. Probably assumed it was going to hit the stumps. Spoiler alert, it didn't. And it got nothing but fresh air. Lyle with an unhit 4. Oof. Hits this one onto his own foot. Slippery stuff though from Hamid. Hamid. It's a good ball though, isn't it? It's pretty well dealt with by Lal this time. Does get some bat on it. We're in the Goldilocks zone, people. Dave calling it early drama for Sharma. Was his history already. Backs away, gets it. Fielder can't quite get there. Got a finger on it, but no more. Khalid. Fashisht didn't quite time it, but he will get a boundary. Badly needed a boundary for Berlin CC. Hello to Rajapaksha. I'd love to see you here. But yeah, unfortunately can't make it. I can understand that. With it is a kind of holiday time, isn't it? Yeah. I've had a good time watching Akila over the years. Haven't had the chance to call you in a while, but good to see you watching though, Akila. And where are you on holiday? Ask me. I mean, tell me. Maybe I want to join you. Last ball of the second, 50-50 match. Gets him in front. I just think that's heading down the leg side. From Waradak. Bit of fancy footwork. You can see it. Maybe a bit of bat in there as well. But still pretty tight over from Waradak, who only concedes 5, though there were 4 buys, I should say, in the over. And the score is 13 for 1 after 2. Where can they find a big over from here? You got Lal, who's struggled, but he has had some good bowling in this game at least. Maybe the other game he was playing a bit more of a support role. You can see if Berlin win this, then it's basically all teams are 3, 4 or 5 points. And that bonus point win earlier for THB might be pretty important. Here's a guy that I've enjoyed watching. He's going to run in a million miles an hour. Javad Tarakal. What a shot, though. He just dismisses that one over the top. Lal has 4. Didn't have time to move his feet, and it wasn't actually that wide, so he had to kind of almost bend himself backwards to cut that one away. Bit of a mood buster for Javad Tarakal. I'm not going to say I can read minds, but Tarakal is thinking faster. How dare you do that to me? I'd like to see him go a bit fuller though and challenge the stumps of Lal. No, he gets it wrong. Down the leg side, turned away for 4. And Odds have flipped again. Another lead change. Berlin CC in the lead now. Does have a good slower ball though. We saw that earlier. I wonder if he's thinking of employing it here. Maybe not quite the zip we saw from Tarakale before. Hello to Paolo Campini as well. My favourite Paolo. Hello to Monty Luce as well. Inside half of the back, Khalid's going to have a big chase on here. Thinking of two. It's almost like he wanted them to take on the two. Foxing for a run out, but they do get it in the end. So we were talking random questions before. We had the what would you do if there was no ECN? What would you be doing with your day? And I said I wanted to be a game show host. But tell me what my game show is. I always look at a Price is Right kind of thing. Is there a cricket-based version we could do? In theory. What was your favourite Price is Right game? I always used to love the one where they're putting. They had to guess prices of everyday items and they'd putt for a car. Vishisht. 4 off 5. Berlin noses in front. Fuller, I like that length better, but doesn't get the line right. Thing is, he goes Fuller and he actually gets a bit of swing here. Good block by Shams behind the stumps to do a bit of work down the leg side. Yeah, Kiel, I'm still waiting to hear where you've gone on holiday. Oh, that's up in the air. It's pretty well timed. I think it's gone all the way. Maximo Vashisht with a princely elevation over the offside. I suppose when you've got pace coming in, you don't really need to swing the bat that hard. Berlin, despite that early wicket of Sharma that put them behind, we're seeing a bit more from a couple of the other batters. The two Marcors from last week. Trying to build a match-defining partnership here. Last ball, the power play. Good one. And so Tarakale battles, but he does go for 18 in the over. And at the end of 3, it's 31 for 1. Anybody's game here. Every match matters. I know a lot of people like this format, and I can understand why, because you really do have to work to get to the finals. You can't kind of get in with a below par or even a par group stage. You need to have a good group stage. 60% of teams are out of here after 4 games. It really depends from country to country and series to series. We try and build the most engaging, the best format, the fairest format possible. For example, in Croatia, they really are limited to a 5-team series. So in the 5 days there, a team like Srolova Split, they won 3 and lost 5 games, but they still ended up champions. But credit to them, they brought their best cricket on the last day. They beat the 3 teams above them. 2 of those wins out of the 3 were against the Zagreb Warriors, who have an all-time record of 1 win, 32 losses on the network. Zagreb Warriors, by the way, hold a record. Most losses before a win in their ECN career, 22 in 2022 and 2023. Oh, another one that does the keeper. Should just be won by it this time. The thing about keeping, and it's easier said than done, is you need to pretend it's just you and the ball. I think sometimes with Shams, he gets a bit distracted with the stumps and what the batter's doing. And he didn't really stay very square on. Not that it was an easy take, it wasn't. But one thing about Waradak, with him angling it in, I don't want to be beaten on my left-hand side. So it includes getting your left foot a bit left to try and at least be blocking that. So One good test is a ball that hits middle stump, let's say on a bowled, clean bowled, your gloves should be right behind the middle stump. They shouldn't be kind of watching or peeling or anything like that. But someone like Wardak, you got to know you got to protect your left-hand side. That's a good view of the keeper there. Massey. Thick inside edge, probably 2 if they run hard. There's 1. That's all they get. Pretty good throw back in, so it might have been tight for the second. You can understand them maybe not wanting to run a risky second at this stage just for 1 run when they have built a pretty good rebound partnership, these two. Quicker one from Wardak. Jammed out into the offside, but this will just be a single. Safi doing the fielding. Findorf this time, I know they were restricted to 107. They didn't lose as many wickets as they lost in that first game. They were in lots of wicket trouble. This was more just a bit of a restriction of some of their batters. Pretty good length here, but he's done very, very well. No, he's a real live wire in the field, Tarakale. Used every inch of this surface to make this stop. Have a look at it. He's airborne. He takes off from inside. Excellent work. And that ball's clear. Unless it almost hits his hair as his foot was on the line. Imagine if it's the long hair that does it. It's probably a good trade-off if you have beautiful hair. His cap also, the ball almost hits the hat. But if the ball did hit the hat here, it's not 5 because he didn't deliberately take the hat off. It fell off. Anyway, end of the over, 37 for 1. Good stop. Wardak, pretty good effort from him. 10 off his 2 overs, although there were 5 buys in those overs as well, but you can't really blame him for those. 37 for 1. Fraction behind the rate. Are we back at a 50-50 now? Computer, activate. Is that Ninja Turtles? Or is that another cartoon? 52-48, not far away. In the air, dropped. And that's Safi down there. It was a tough one because it was going from sunlight to shadow. It does at least get 2 hands to it. Down it goes. Rashi's dropped on 12. Now Lal walks at it. It's good to see still support for young Safi out there. It wasn't an easy catch. It was pretty flat. Talking before about some of these young players. That they were quite young. When I last called SG Findorf, that was glanced away. Shinwari, for example, he was only 12 when I called SG Findorf 6 years ago. That is dropped, actually. Another tough chance. Wasn't sure straight away if it had carried, but I think it shows carried pretty cleanly. So Vashisht dropped again. Wow, this is a tight one. Oh, that looks very, very close. I just got a feeling. Umpire said not out. Where's the keeper? Does he eventually get there? Oh, I think he's just in. Big question is this bail, is it off and is he just in there? Probably it stays not out. I think it was given not out on the field. And I think it'll stay not out, although it's a very tight one. Just to me, it looks like the bat is on the ground. The other question is, does he get the bat slid or is it a plonk? We'll have a look. Is it a plonk or is it a slide? I mean, it's more of a plonk, actually. I just think there's probably too much doubt on a number of fronts to actually give it out. And they're giving it a good look, aren't they? It did look. Is that bat in the air or is it not? It's in the air there. I'm swung around on it now. I think it's probably out, but are you confident enough to make that decision? You never really see it bounce. Do we ever see the bat bounce? I actually think the bat's not grounded, but it's very hard to tell. Is it enough to overrule umpire decision? The longer this goes, the more I think they're going to give it out. And it's very hard. It appears that the bat's on the ground there, but I think what we saw from the other angle is that he basically again, you can't really see. In my opinion, it might be in the air, but is there enough evidence there to overrule the umpire's decision? I've got my suspicions it's out, but that's an umpire's call to make. And so I think if there's this much doubt, then I'm not so sure the umpire's decision can be overruled, but they might feel that they're sure. Lucky the sunset's late here. Here's one look at it. The question is he over the line even? Or is that bat in the air? And like I said, do I think it might be out? Or even is probably out? Probably the more times I look at it, I think it's out. But I don't think... I think I can understand either way, that decision. The umpire gave it not out, they're going to stay not out. And Lau has got a second win, and he's going to put the next ball out of the ground. Maximo! That was one of the tougher calls for the third umpire that I've seen, actually, because you look at it once and it seems like he's in. You look at it twice and you see the bail up, but maybe not completely removed. You look at it a third time and then you start wondering if the bat's in the air. And then you start kind of seeing what you want to see out of that replay. I think when it takes that long, you obviously, by definition, you're not that sure. 360 swing from Lau. Drama with a capital D. But Berlin CC, they're slightly behind the rate, but they're ahead on the percentages. Who would you rather be at this stage? 46 for 1. Let's welcome you into the commentary box. Great to have your company wherever you're watching from around the world as we have a look at Romania versus Czechia with two T20 eyes tomorrow. Rico Fool hopefully is already there. He's bizawayed off. But I will have some company, not tomorrow, but the following day with Philip Barkstadt, my original partner on ECN cricket from my very first day. And Philip and we called SG Findorf. Phil's also a former German national team player and a brilliant TV presenter here. He taught me a lot in a very short amount of time about the industry. I came from a non-television hosting background where, for example, no one's playing back what you're saying. So that was a bit of an adjustment. Less smartphones around back then as well. Khalid gets a ball. Good ball as well. I think if Berlin are to win this game, they're going to have to conquer Khalid and win his 2 overs because Khalid is very wily. They can't afford to fall too much further behind. Khalid forgets how to bowl. Have another go. It's funny, in baseball, that's called a balk, and there's some kind of penalty for the bowler, but I suppose in cricket, sometimes it's the batter's fault and bowlers stop. Khalid didn't go for too many earlier on. Feet used, but this is up in the air. Jawan's a good fielder. And he's going to take it. He's been so solid in the field so far. And Vashish holds out. A runner ball 15 for him. And a brilliant bit of outfielding. Sun was a bit of a factor here as well. Jawad kind of tried to lie under it and said, look, if you're going to get to the ground ball, you're going to have to get through me. And takes a good catch there. So Vashisht out for 15 and the plot thickens here in match 15. The score is 48 for 2. Kiel, he's another guy. He was only 12 when I last called SG Findorf. Now he's 18. Khalid with a wicket. And Zafar comes out, the captain, but he could be gone first ball. He will be gone first ball. Khalid's on a hat trick, and this game has turned again in 2 balls. Berlin CC's chances have plummeted. It was a good catch out there. Lukman Ahmed again staring straight into the sun, risks permanent retina damage, but holds on to the Grizzly, and that's the main thing. The green and purple power coming together. Goes for a golden Rucky or Bowley or Wiki, Quaxel. Take your pick. Still haven't heard the results, by the way, of the duck naming contest or poll. Rajiv Kumar took a hat-trick earlier in the day for HTB cricket. Not often you get 2 hat-tricks in a day, but has happened. Hat-trick ball here for Khalid. Oh, and wide. Danny Hudacek's blood gives him the chills somewhere around the world. In fact, probably preparing for Austria right now because Danny's doing Friday, Saturday and Sunday in Austria. Last ball the over. Oh, that is in the air. Fielder comes in and takes the catch. It's 3 in the over for Khalid. It's basically a fake hat trick. It had a wide in the middle, so it won't technically be a hat trick, but it will be a brilliant over of 3 for 3. And Ravneet just gets none of this. Not towards the middle of the bat at all. Kind of trying to go leg side. And a pretty regulation catch. What an over. We go from 46 for 1 to 49 for 4. And with only 4 overs left, in fact, only get 3 runs off that over means that required run rate suddenly is up over 14 and over required. Wicket, wicket, wide wicket. Need a hero somewhere along the line. That's what I meant about Khalid. Really tricky bowler, and I felt for Berlin CC to win, they need to conquer his 2 overs. So they certainly didn't conquer the first. Get a second and we'll see what happens. But Karan Singh comes to the crease. Sahil Lal, well, he's already lost 4 partners. He's on to his 5th. Over 7. Oh, well bowled. Such a good Yorker. It literally knocks the bat out of Sahil's hands. What am I meant to do with that? I suppose he does get a little bit leg side. And he jams it out. Sahil needs to step up. 23 off 16. Really good shot, straight down the ground. That'll be 4. 1 bounce. Yes, Sahil, he's been a bit underwhelming with his strike rate today, but he has batted through so far. That's a solid strike. Shinwari's a pretty good bowler. Can he go stump hunting here, but it's not quite a Yorker. Just short of that. Fahim Shinwari, the youngster. Impressed me earlier. Can Lal double down here? Tries. Caught that fielder a little bit straighter. Oh, Jawad lost his feet but kept the ball. Oh, now awkward one for the keeper almost. It's like in football where you see one goalkeeper chipping the other on the bounce. That was an awkward one, but Shams does well. So, yeah, great live shot. Playing off. As a keeper, these are bad feeling because especially on an artificial, they could bounce really high. On a turf pitch, that's never going over your head. That's a huge wide. That's an attempted short ball. I don't think he realised how much it would have bounced. That'll be the one for the overs. He has to be a bit careful here, Shinwari, not to bowl another one over the shoulder. Opens the face this time. It's Curran, he's off the mark. Yeah, John saying the vote finished at midnight last night. Haven't heard anything from HQ yet. They might be retabulating. Swing and a miss. Berlin given about 16% here, so you roll the dice. If you guess right, that's your chance. Lifted up in the air. It's away from the fielder. I think that might have gone all the way. We'll have to check it. It has. Maximal signalled. We'll check it out on the replay. Clean strike from Sahil. Just creeps over. So Maximo to finish the over. Ends up going for 13, which isn't too bad. They can't really afford a bad over now. Berlin CC so close to the end. Otherwise that rate will balloon. They score 62 for 4 after 7. This is what's coming up tomorrow. I'll be here. I look forward to your company. I start 7:15 AM GMT, 9:15 Central Europe, 12:45 in India. Rico Fool will already be 45 minutes in by the time we have the first ball. And of course, we'll see these Group B teams competing for 2 spots on Finals Friday. We already know that KSV Kings are qualified with the double chance from Group A, along with first killer HTC, who will be in the eliminator. All right, big over. Wants one here. He's going to get one. Here's Karan. Tight one. All right, well, here's the contest that basically can decide the game. You've got Khalid, who's on fire, to Sahil Lal, who I wouldn't say is on fire, but he's warm. Getting hotter. Takes it on leg side. Fielder didn't really see it straight away. I can understand. He's looking straight into the sun without sunglasses. Shinwari down there. I suppose it's not a bad result. Does get Sahil to the other end. Took a moment, then saw it, came and got 2 hands to it. Stroke of the deal, in fact, as this is lifted up and it's out of the ground. Maximal. They didn't run on that last ball. That's why actually Sahil retained the strike and he's able to hit the next one out of the ground. Just staying alive. Berlin at the moment. Up to 69 now. 39 off 15. Good decision strategically not to run there, I suppose. Probably feels if they're to win, then he needs to hit a bunch of boundaries. You know what? He's probably right. Khalid with the comeback ball. Tossed up, hit very hard, and hit for 4. Brilliant shot from Sahil Lal. Quattro más. Berlin up into the 70s. Decision not to run on the drop. Already paying dividends of 6 and 4. You could argue it should have been caught, but I can also understand I think it was actually Shoka to Dill out there that put down the catch. But he was looking straight into some. Wasn't an easy one. Even I can barely see who's out there at this time of the day. Goes after this. It's going to get away from the fielder as well. Plugs and runs across the boundary. Cuatro carreras. Una más, una más. That one borderline wide. Throws the hands. And this is certainly evening things up. You've got a deal potentially still to bowl and over. He normally bowls the 10th. You've also got Tarakale. Well, this is going to be lifted up for 6 more. What a comeback this is. Lal brings up his 50 off 25 balls. Maximal. End of the 8th over, 83 for 4. And it's game on here in Kiel. Berlin CC need 25 off 12. And a tale of 2 overs for Amar Khalid. His first over, he took 3 for 3, but then 21 come off that over. A magical over in the 8th. But now you're going to get 2 overs of left arm pace. 25 required off the last 2 overs of the day. That's what I love about ECN cricket. Yes, it's a long day, but we've had so many tense moments today. We've had last ball finishes and almost last ball finishes. We've had momentum swings. Dave B puts it very poetically. Art Berlin breaking down the wall. So now, I mean, Karan just needs to get out the way, really. Yes, if it's there, go for it. But I think bat on ball's a key. You don't want to swing and miss at this. I'd even consider maybe bringing someone in tight, because you know what he's thinking. He's thinking single. 9th over. I want to run. Oh, that's good running. He messed it up. He stepped on the stumps. So they'll actually get the bye. He thinks he's out. He's not out. I'm telling you, look right now. That Tarakale. I think, for me, definitely that foot hits the stumps first. There. Yeah, and it's before the... Even if the arm hits the stumps first, but I don't think that the arm hits the stumps first. I think it's definitely the foot. Oh, wow. Okay, the main thing was they changed the strike. That'll be a bye. But I think the keeper's got to have a crack at Sahil Lal there. Because either way, Lal was getting the strike back, whether it was out or not. Okay. Bye scored. Oh, slower balls. Good one, actually, from Tarakale. I don't think Sahil was expecting that. So, a bit of an uncomfortable blow, to say the least. That's the man right now. That's the other man that are locked in battle. Very, very important over. 50-50 game right now. We are at a coin flip. Bowled him. Really good York from Tarakale. He shakes him up, he knocks him out, and Lars on his way. A well-made 54, but it's no more. And surely now, SG Findorf, big favourites, 24 off 9 required. And the batter that made 54 runs is removed from the equation. It's a beautiful Yorker. He went slow ball, quick Yorker, bit of in-swing as well. Bang. The bails sail, and so does Sahil. Disappointment for him, but he certainly did hit the ball much better in the second game than he did in the first. He kind of knows, I think, that their chances of taking a big dive now that he's out of here. But Bakari, not a bad batter at all. He'll come in, hoping that he can be the hero. Bakari's numbers with the bat, not particularly convincing. He's got more wickets than runs on ECN. That probably tells you all you need to know. A high score of 8 not out. Slower ball, very clever. He's a smart bowler. He's good cricket all around, Tarakale. Loved his fielding. He goes slower ball first up. You see a guy sprinting in at you, and you're kind of ready. You're ready to pounce as a batter. When you notice, even you pick the slower ball, you can't necessarily get a full swing on it. And that was the case there. All right, time for Karan to slip up. Or step up, I should say. He won't be wanting to slip up. 2 to come in the 9th. Slow ball again. Hangs in the air. Fielder should stop it. He does. Only a single. Clever bowling again. He's had a bit of a strategy of slower balls first ball that a batter faces him. It just puts them off balance, and then often a quick ball next. I think he'll go quick now to Bakari. He went slow ball. Bakari's probably seen it. He saw a slow ball from the other end. I think he's probably trying to clean him up here. But no matter what happens, it's been a great over from Tarakale. 1 bye and 2 singles off this over. Last ball of the 9th coming up. Goes quick, just misses. Just misses. So you have to bowl an extra ball. Geez, it'll be a good defence if they can defend 107. Just imagine if SG Findorf's batting does click. Do you go quick again or do you go slow? But now you've got the batter guessing. It's a genuine 50-50. I think he'll go slower ball. He's got a feeling. But again, it's a total guess. Last ball of the 9th, take 2. Does go slow ball, up in the air. Hamid comes in, pulls the shoot. Thinking of 2, but it's never there. And that's the end of a brilliant over. Only 5 runs come off that one. And Berlin CC miles behind now, 88 for 5. And look who's coming on to bowl the last over. It will be Shaukat Adil. Remember that previous game? He was so good in the last over. And in this game, he's been pretty good as well. 1 for 4 when he bowled the opening over. Three for 24, Khalid with the wickets. But Adil, you can make an argument he's been the best of the bowlers from what we've seen of him so far. Adil only conceded 3 runs in the last over last time when SC Europa needed 11 to win. So if you can defend 11, you should be able to defend 20 because that's what they need. Should and actually do are very different. Funny thing is here, I'd probably even have an extra fielder down at third because the way he bowls, there's a good chance that the ball's going to fly. And to me, there's a bit of a gap between the keeper and the regular third here that I feel could be exploited even accidentally. Here we go, 20 to win. They're going to run, wait for the call if there is one. Has been called a wide. Touch and go. Funny thing is here, Imran's trying to run out the way and the ball follows him. Is it a wide? Oh, hard to say. Might have got a little bit of the line, but umpires typically will call those. If they're in doubt, they do edge wide. Well, Chris saying if Karan makes Maximos in the final over, he'll be the greatest cricketer in the world. Well, here's his chance. Another wide. Similar to last time. Ball comes back. I mean, they're in the driver's seat here, Findorf. Thing is, you probably don't have to be that attacking. I think given these last 2 balls, I'd be bringing another fielder blocking the edge. Maybe even put the cover back. I just think it's going to be very difficult to hit a deal to deep mid-wicket the way things are going if he continues on this line. Adil doesn't have the same kind of slower ball, doesn't use it as often as Tarakale. So 17 off 6 now. We haven't had a legal ball in the last over. 2 wides, then a wide. Yeah, he just challenges him. So how are you going to get 17? You basically need 3 boundaries, I think. Probably 2 of them to be 6s as well. 17 off 5. I think you also got to be quite brave and don't stay leg side of the ball. It's going to be wide of the stumps most likely. So I think you've got to get across, give yourself a chance, make solid contact. Yeah, look at the footwork here. See, he backs away slightly, goes away from the ball. Looking like he's done enough here. Here's the deal. Again, he's only young as well. See that both feet really end up outside the off stump. Here's another guy. He's only a youngster. Actually, Adil, he turns 18 today. Well, there you go. Didn't realise that. And right now, looks like he's going to win the game once again. He's just a bit too spicy for Karan. Backs away and can't make any contact. So now it's basically boundary or bust. They need 2 6s and a 4 to tie. 3 6s to win. And all Adil needs to do is keep this ball on the field. What were you doing on your 18th birthday? I certainly wasn't winning games for my club in front of millions of television viewers. And that pretty much should seal it. As long as Adil can bowl 2 balls that are legal deliveries, then SG Findorf will be the only team to win both their matches on opening day. And the most amazing thing, they've only scored 200 runs in their 2 matches. But it's good enough. And Adil can put the icing on the cake right here. And he decides to scare him for good measure. And that'll be the one for the over. But yeah, what a good talent he is. And they've got a couple of very good young left armers, don't they, in Tarakale as well. Don't forget Tarakale's contribution in the 9th over. And SG Findorf, their batting might not have fired, but the bowling has. Here's the last ball of the day. Game over. Adil, unhittable. 6 dot balls to finish. match number 15 and finish the day. And once again, we see SG Findorf defending a modest total. The final score here, SG Findorf 107, Berlin CC 91. Berlin CC, they do take a point out of each of their losses, but they are at the foot of the table with only 2 points. They've got plenty of work to do tomorrow if they are to make a run to second place. We've seen it done before, but not very often. But with 2 wins, they can give themselves a shot. The way things are shaping up, though, if any team wins 2 matches tomorrow, they're probably in. So that's probably one thing that is in the favour of all teams, really. Maybe Berlin CC, it would be tight. But for any of the other teams, the 4 teams that have had a win today, win your matches tomorrow, you're going to qualify for finals Friday. Speaking of tomorrow, let's have a bit of a look at what's coming up with Day 4 action. VfB Fallersleben, they played themselves back in with an important win earlier in the day. They take on SC Europa, both those teams with a 1-1 record. So that feels like a bit of a must-win for both of those teams first up if they are to continue. HTB had a good win second time around, including a bonus point. SG Findorf obviously top of the table right now. And Berlin, well, it is do or die for them, no doubt, when they hit the park in match number 18 against SC Europa. Let's have a look at the highlights. Topsy-turvy kind of chase, but yeah, another kind of throwback game. It's a game where bowlers seem to be dictating the play. Sahil Lal was left holding the baby a little bit after Sharma was bounced out for just 4, and showing maybe not as comfortable when the pace went up a notch and he wasn't able to get onto the front foot as easily. But Sahil did play a good innings. Jatinder Vashisht was out there for a while as well. They looked to build a bit of a match-winning partnership here. Came together at 4 for 1, but they put on 44 for the second wicket in 5 overs. I suppose the only thing was slightly less than the required rate that they were going at. But this is the kind of effort that you expect from a champion team. And SG Findorf, you kind of see the spirit which led them to a German national championship in 2018 and led them to the final of the ECL in 2019. I like the fielding as well. Some of these young guys, they've grown up, I think, doing a lot of fielding work as well, and a lot of just general ball work. Khalid, though, with 3 wickets in the over, making a huge difference. That was a hat-trick ball, which was a wide, but the fake hat-trick ball was caught. Sahil Lal, he had a few Yorkers thrown at him that weren't particularly easy, but then he did bite back, didn't he? Ended up with this little run that took him to his 50 and slightly beyond. And at that point, they probably were favourites in the game. Especially with that catch going down. That was young a deal. But then it was showtime. He roughed him up and knocked him out. Tarakale rattles the stumps. And Sahil Lal would have to make a slow exit. And that left kind of too much to too few after that. The 2 left armers finishing things off, and Shok had a deal on his 18th birthday. He bowls his side to 2 victories, holding his nerve in the last over twice. And the feeling is nice for Findorf fans. The only team to win both the games on opening day. 54 for Sahil Lal led the scoring, but didn't get a lot of help. Run a ball 15 from Vashisht, run a ball 4 from Sharma. No one else getting 4 or more. 13 extras in there, maybe a little bit on the high side, but I think a lot of those were close ones on the offside, which you don't mind so much. Maybe the 6 buys is something that they want to avoid when the heat's on. I won't say that SG Findorf can relax. They do have 6 points, and they could easily be caught tomorrow by a couple of sides if they had an off day, but they'll be pretty happy as the only side with 2 wins to show for their efforts here on the opening day of Group B. 1 for 7 a deal. Another brilliant effort from the left armour. But Tarakale deserves a lot of credit after he went for a few runs in his first over. Didn't go for too many in his second. Just 5 runs came off that 9th over. 3 for Khalid as well, including that 3 for 3 over, though. He did go magical in the second. He did the heavy work. And Wardak, let's not forget his efforts early. He was able to restrict with only 10 runs coming off his 2 overs. Let's welcome you into the igloo. I know it's a bit lonely in here sometimes, but I never feel that lonely with you in the chat, keeping me company, and I hope you've enjoyed the day's play. Rico obviously was off today. He's already in Romania. I believe he'll be there ready for action tomorrow with the Romania-Czechia series getting underway, and some interesting squads I noticed for those. You'll find out more about that tomorrow, but they will play 4 T20 eyes and then 7 T10 eyes tomorrow. But I want to say thanks to everyone out there. Thanks for the random questions. I love the Ninja Turtles kind of diversion. That wasn't something I was expecting to be talking about, but I had a really great day. Great to see the enthusiasm of a lot of these players that have had a taste of ECN before, but not in a while. They were super excited to come back. And then also some brand new players. HTB, I thought, played really well. After a tight loss, they came back. They got all 4 points out of their second match. Let's see what's coming up tomorrow then, because we have so much cricket. And of course, Group B will continue. And that's a huge match first up, actually, with Follesleben and SC Europa going head-to-head. And I think if you lose that, it's very hard to see you're catching up in your second game. So 5 matches tomorrow, starting 7:15 a.m. GMT, 9 o'clock, 9:15 I should say, in Central Europe, and 12:45 in India. But 45 minutes before that, Rico will be in the house at Moravlesia there in Romania. And they're the first 2 matches of a 4-match T20I series. So I heard the weather will be quite warm there. I'm sure Rico will be enjoying after a few chilly moments in the igloo this week. I want to say a big thank you to everyone here at Kiel for looking after us. They really have gone out of their way to keep us well fed, keep us well entertained. But the cricket has been amazing as well. I want to say big thanks to the umpires. I think we haven't noticed them too much, and that's probably a good sign they're doing their job really well. And I know it's a long day for them as well, so well done to the umps. But of course, all the players, some of them which travelled a long way to be here, hours in the car. And I know it can be a frustrating game as well, cricket, but it certainly gives you a few highlights. There's our social media as well. Why don't you get in touch with us at European Cricket? We always love the interaction. Still waiting to hear which duck name got up. Maybe I'll have that info for you tomorrow. But so I told you, maybe it's going to go to the Supreme Court. I don't know. Maybe they're going to make a challenge in HQ. We'll find out what the fans decided. But I do want to thank everyone out there. Thanks to everyone in the chat. I will be here tomorrow alone, but then I'll have Philip with me on Friday, and I think you're really going to enjoy meeting him. And especially if SG Findorf qualify, it'll be kind of crazy because after 6 years, we'll be calling a team that we called together back in 2019. Running a little bit over time, but I want to say big thank you to 2 Circles. Martin's pressing the buttons today, doing a fantastic job. Lucky his fingers were in good shape after his game last week as well. But to the whole 2 Circles crew, a big thank you to them. On behalf of everyone here at European Cricket and the European Cricket family, hope you have a great night. I'm going to have a banana bison to celebrate, and I'll tell you all about it when we're back tomorrow for more European Cricket Series. Before we go, please like this video, subscribe to the channel, don't forget our social media, don't forget our website. Plenty going on in the world of cricket. But we're right here in Kiel for 5 more matches tomorrow for more European Cricket Series. For now, hasta mañana.
My body back.
my body back and forth. Move 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 my body. Move my body.